Bloodlines. Academy of Magical Beings, Book 4. By Emery Cole. Chapter 1. Alyssa. They say that hindsight is 20/20. For the duration of my life, I have never questioned that saying. It seemed like a reasonable judgment to make. However, it wasn't until the moment that I was staring fate right in the eyes that I realized just how true that little phrase was. We often don't truly know what we're getting ourselves into until it is too late. In hindsight, given everything that was happening in Deadwater, all of the darkness brewing right underneath our noses, it wasn't a good idea for me to go on the mountains alone. At the moment, though, I was acting on instinct. I was the only person who went on the mountains without fearing them, and so I assumed that, as usual, I would be alone. That was a grand mistake, one that I would pay for dearly. I knew something was wrong the moment I set foot on the smallest mountain. Yet I didn't turn around and go back home. I was too shocked by the unfamiliar sensation of foreboding. The comfort that I found in the darkness that I shared with the mountains was not there anymore. It was overshadowed by a different kind of darkness, the kind that was not natural. The darkness was malicious. It descended upon me fast. It made me weak, forcing me to my knees. I remembered hearing a voice as I fell to the ground, a cruel one so icy that it turned my blood to frost in my veins. There, little one. I was looking for you. How nice that you've met me halfway here. It was a familiar voice, but before I could think too much about whom it belonged to, I fell into the abyss. I didn't know how long I floated there for, hours or days or years. When I woke up, what had once been a pleasant afternoon had transformed into an impenetrable night. I awakened with a start, sitting upright and gasping for air. My wrists were bound with rope, though not so tightly that it was painful. My ankles were also tied together. Clearly, whoever took me, and I had a feeling I already knew who it was, didn't want me running away. Obviously, that only made me want to run away even more. Despite that, I didn't call out for help. I knew it would be useless. I was at the top of a mountain, one of the three sisters. The tallest one, the peak furthest to the west and the longest distance away from my house. I rarely came on this mountain, but it was familiar to me nonetheless. It was the mountain that was believed to represent the oldest sister in the ancient legend. She was the one who had a daughter that no one knew of, named Awena. A daughter that she gave her life to shelter and protect, taking an arrow straight through the heart to keep Awena safe. The top of this mountain was fairly barren of forest, unlike the two smaller mountains beside her. This mountain had a summit that was treacherously rocky. It did not gradually decline, rolling down to the town with ease like the other sisters. Rather, this mountain broke off at the top to form a jagged cliffside. A sharp, bloody drop offered one of the few ways down to level ground. This sister was not gentle, but not because she was inherently cruel. It was because she was broken. Because an arrow had pierced her heart. Because she lost everything the day that the northern tribe attacked 1,000 years ago. At first, all I could see was the dark chasm of nothing that gaped open over the side of the cliff. I was lying in the dirt, only a few feet away from the edge. The second that I got my bearings and realized how close I was, I scooted back to the best of my ability despite my bonds. If I accidentally tumbled over the side of the cliff, I wasn't confident magic could have saved me. I would surely die. Overhead, the moon was full. Usually, I found comfort in the presence of the moon. It sometimes felt like she was one of my sisters, a silver lamp in the dark of night. However, the moon felt ominous that evening, as if she was grieving the power she gave to our planet, as if she was being used for something that she did not approve of. Suddenly, there was a rustling of movement behind me. I wriggled around, putting my back to the ominous cliff. Standing beside a glowing fire several yards away from me were two figures. I recognized them instantly. Before I could stop myself, I spoke aloud. "Nick?" I called out. "Bethany? What are you doing here?" They didn't react. It was as if they didn't see me there at all. Like they couldn't even hear me. Hello? Guys? Are we up here for a reason? Do you think you could untie me? Deep down, I already knew that they weren't going to help me. I already knew who the bad guy was, the devil that crept around underneath our noses. Nick Arceneaux and Bethany LaRossi were the two closest people to him, and therefore would be of no help to me. I was doomed, but I wasn't quite sure what to do about it. I peered closer at my fellow Arceneaux University students, squinting through the darkness to get a better look at their faces, which were subtly illuminated by the large circle of fire they stood beside. The fire was magical in nature, self-contained, and not at risk of spreading around the mountain. Nick and Bethany both had an odd look on their faces. Their expressions were utterly blank, they looked like robots or dolls. Their minds did not belong to themselves at that moment, but to the person who controlled them. Frantically, I looked around for something that might help me. I tried to struggle to my feet despite the ropes around my ankles, but my limbs were so weak that I could hardly move at all. My head spun from the sheer effort of it. Hello? Is anybody up here? In answer, Nick and Bethany started chanting. I froze instantly. Their voices were low and deep in a way that wasn't natural to either of them. They were definitely possessed. I tried to catch what they were chanting, but it was a strange language. It was neither Latin nor Hebrew, nor anything that I could ever hope to recognize. It sounded ancient. I didn't know much about languages, though. If only Ronan Hayworth was here. Oh God. Ronan and my sisters, Carissa and Everly. Did they even know that I was missing? They were probably freaking out if they did. Once again, I was kicking myself for deciding to go onto the mountains by myself. I should have waited for Cody to get out of class. I should have listened to him when he said that it wasn't a good idea to go for a hike by myself. Unfortunately, it was instinctive for me not to listen to a warning like that. People have been telling me that it wasn't wise to walk alone in the mountains my entire life. They tried to scare me away from them, to convince me that I would meet nothing but my doom up here. But for me, the mountains were a peaceful refuge from the more complicated world on lower ground, and I had never felt in danger while walking on them before. I learned to ignore all of the ghost stories and the foolish warnings about the three sisters. It became a habit. However, things were out of sorts recently. My mother was dead, and I was pretty sure I knew who killed her. My sisters were being confronted by people they thought they could trust, attacked because we might be the ancestors of an ancient bloodline, and therefore the key to a well of power that could make someone the most powerful witch or a warlock on Earth. Basically, we were walking targets. The fact that Carissa and Everly had somehow proved themselves irrelevant should have immediately clued me in to the fact that I was the only option left. I was the one to look for. I was the prey, the one that would be hunted down when my sisters were unwanted. Whoever was on a journey to wreak havoc in Deadwater was right on my trail. I felt like a fool for not figuring that out sooner, for not sticking around my sisters and keeping myself updated with the progress on their investigation. Instead, I wanted to pretend that everything was normal and go for a simple walk. I thought that I would be able to get away with it. I thought I had time. I thought everything would be okay. Nick and Bethany started chanting louder, their voices humming deep into the earth even from their distance away from me. I could feel the ground trembling slightly from their words, and I was also able to pick out the sounds more clearly now that they had raised their volume. Still, I didn't know what any of it meant. Notam Gizos. Namito Gizos, they chanted in unison. Their bodies were still as stone, and the image of them standing on the other side of the crackling fire, flickering shadows in the distance, made my skin crawl. Hello? I called out again. Can somebody help me, please? I didn't know why I was bothering calling out for help. I was pretty sure that anyone who was up there with Nick and Bethany wasn't interested in setting me free. Was it them who had kidnapped me? Had they taken me out with a wave of darkness and knocked me unconscious before dragging me up the mountainside? Why would they do that? I had to stop asking myself questions that I already knew the answers to. The problem was that the answers made me sick to my stomach. I didn't want to believe that they could be true. They were working for him. At that moment, I recognized one of the words amongst the chanting. Nodum Awena. Namito Awena. Awena. She was the reason for all of this. I grew still, as Nick and Bethany continued to repeat those same lines with Awena's name. Were they trying to summon her spirit? If not, who else were they chanting to? It wasn't a particularly modern method for casting a spell. When I pressed my palms to the earth, I could sense the three sisters and their familiar energy, but it was weak and feeble, as if I was hovering 100 miles above them rather than sitting atop the summit. You recognize her name, don't you, Alyssa? Came the sound of a terribly familiar voice somewhere to my left. I whipped my head to the side, searching the shadows in the dense thicket of forest that began a dozen paces away from my spot on the ground. I hadn't taken much time to observe the trees when I first opened my eyes because it was so dark that I couldn't see through the nearly impermeable wall of tangled pine branches, but as I continued to sit there uselessly in the dirt, a shadow began to take shape. Soon enough, a man emerged from the tree line. Headmaster Arceneaux, I whispered. I had suspicions about him. I never much liked him or trusted him, and the idea that he might have blood on his hands didn't seem as bizarre to me as it did to my older sisters. He smiled cruelly as he approached me, his footsteps slow and measured as if he had all the time in the world. He paused a few feet away, smiling down at me like an old friend, like we planned to meet here this entire time. I gazed up at him. My lips parted in shock. I wished I was a stronger witch, but I was speechless with fear. Yes, hello, Alyssa. I am glad to see you're awake. You were out for most of the day, but this is good timing. We can begin now. What's going on? I choked out. What are you doing to me? I feel strange. Headmaster Arceneaux crouched down in front of me, his cruel smile not once faltering as he tilted his head to the side and observed my face. A chill ran down my spine. You are confused, he said. It wasn't a question. Yes, it seems that your sisters are a few steps ahead of you. I've been very busy today, but I have been keeping a close eye on them. Unfortunately for them, and for you too, I suppose, I am always several steps ahead. I have prepared well for this day. It is generations in the making, after all. I continued to stare at him, unsure what to say. I had a dozen questions, starting with what the hell are you talking about, but I couldn't muster the strength or the stability to push out the words from between my trembling lips. This was the headmaster of the university I attended. This was the man I had known all my life. His son grew up with my sisters and me. Our families had never been close, but they were always there. To think that Headmaster Arceneaux could have been an evil man with cruel intentions all along was horrifying. Then again, maybe he wasn't always evil. At least, not explicitly so. Maybe he was born with malicious potential, but he didn't actually become a monster until the opportunity presented itself. Either way, it was horrifying to see the darkness that the headmaster had been concealing all these years. Alyssa, I must ask you to just let me check something very quickly, he said in an oddly patient tone of voice. I'll be able to explain everything to you once I am done. By way of explanation, he reached out and tugged down the collar of my shirt. I gasped and flinched away, my mind going to a completely different conclusion than the one I had originally expected, but that was quickly dashed to bits when all the headmaster did was glance behind my right shoulder, make a sound of affirmation in the back of his throat, and then straighten my shirt once more. I recoiled from his touch, though he didn't seem to care. He was wearing a wide, satisfied grin on his lips. That birthmark of yours, he murmured. It appeared on your 18th birthday, didn't it? How did you know that? I breathed. Nobody knew about the arrow-shaped birthmark on my shoulder. Nobody alive, at least. I had told my mother about it when it first appeared, but she acted like it was no big deal for me to wake up one morning with a strange tattoo on my body. She waved off my concerns and told me that I should simply keep it covered. My mother kept so many secrets from me, and now we were all paying the consequences. Headmaster Arceneaux chuckled coldly. It was a terrifying sound, utterly devoid of humor, that turned my stomach. Awena was such a fool, he muttered. Chapter 2. I have been very busy this year. My ancestor, the great founder of our university, left behind a task for me to complete. My father and his father before him were fools. They ignored their duties, their legacy, and pretended that George Arceneaux really did come to Deadwater purely to promote educational progress, ranted Headmaster Arceneaux. He reached into his pocket and stood up straight. I flinched automatically, but he pulled out a fist full of salt crystals rather than a weapon. He began walking a circle around me, keeping a wide berth and spilling the salt as he walked. I realized that he was creating a magical barrier, a makeshift prison cell for me, and because I was a fool, my instincts caused me to freeze rather than fight or flee. Or perhaps I wasn't a fool at all. Perhaps that was the smartest thing to do. After all, it was 3 against 1 in terms of both fighting and fleeing. My magic was unreliable at best, and I wasn't very fast. Meanwhile, Headmaster Arceneaux was a skilled warlock, and his son was a star athlete. I was a sitting duck. I had lost. We had all lost. Allow me to fill in the details that your sisters have not had the chance to update you on, Alyssa, said Headmaster Arceneaux, swiping his palms together to clean off the remaining salt. I sat in the center of the circle and quivered with terror. Although it didn't look particularly intimidating, I knew that if I tried to put even a finger beyond the salt barrier line, I would be met with an invisible wall. Even though I wasn't very good at wielding magic, I was still capable of understanding it. What do you mean? I asked him. I haven't seen my sisters all day. Yes, you made it rather easy for me by separating yourself from the pack, he chuckled darkly. Let me try to summarize it for you. You, Alyssa Quinlan, are the true descendant of Awena, daughter of the eldest sister of Deadwater's South Tribe. This is proven by the fact that you are marked by Awena's pain, with the tattoo of the arrow on your shoulder. Many centuries have passed, and throughout that time, people have searched high and low for the one who bears that mark. Now, it is finally right in front of me. At this moment, you are sitting in the same spot where the 3 sisters originally died. It is also where Awena was supposed to die. Supposed to die? I asked, voice trembling. The headmaster's smirk grew more pronounced. Yes, supposed to, my dear, he crooned. According to the original legend, the northern and the southern tribes were enemies. Therefore, when the North tribe attacked the South and betrayed their timid truce to claim the land for themselves, the dark magic that bled into the earth was believed to be Mother Nature's punishment. However, that is completely wrong. How do you know what happened 1,000 years ago? I was finding my voice, thinking that something terrible was about to happen, something that I wasn't quite sure I wanted to accept in the forefront of my mind. But if I could stall him for just a little bit longer, and keep him talking, maybe somebody would realize that I wasn't just missing for an innocent reason, and they would come to my rescue. Cody had to know that something was wrong, right? We hadn't gone this long without talking to each other since we started dating, and it wasn't like me to ignore his messages. Headmaster Arceneaux was, thankfully, willing to chat. I know because of that tattoo, he replied. And also because my great-grandfather George Arceneaux made it his life's mission to find the true descendant of Awena. He believed in the true side of the story, and now that I have seen the evidence for myself over a century later, I am also an absolute believer. It has been a long journey to get to this point. I am glad that I have kept the faith. What is the true side of the story? If the northern tribe wasn't being punished. The headmaster crouched down once more. I took it as a good sign that he was so absorbed in bragging about all of the things that he had discovered about the legend of the 3 sisters, that he wasn't going to hurt me yet. It was not a punishment, he told me, speaking low and fast as if letting me in on a thrilling secret. At least, not the kind that we believe it to be today. The tribe was not suffering because they stabbed their neighbors in the back. Rather, they promised Mother Nature a sacrifice. They promised that they would shed the blood of every single member of the southern tribe, and prayed that in exchange, Mother Nature would grant them great powers beyond that which has never been heard of or seen in this world. I believe that Mother Nature sent them a sign to indicate that she agreed to those terms, and they set about to make them happen. The legend always said there was never a reason for the attack, I murmured. That it was merely done in cold blood. Ah, but there is a reason for everything, Alyssa. Your mistake was not understanding that. Anyway, because one member of the southern tribe survived, the sacrifice was incomplete. As a result, Mother Nature felt cheated, and bled all of the power that she would have given the North tribe into the town we know today as Deadwater. It was an important lesson for the tribe to learn, that promises should not be made if they cannot be kept with precision and devotion. Mother Nature is generous, but she is also stern. She does not give freely. There's always a give and take. Nature must have balance. It was the same stuff they taught us in school, except now it was taking on an entirely different meaning. But that was so long ago, I responded, desperate to keep the mostly one-sided conversation going. Obviously, Awena is dead now. The sacrifice would have been complete when she died of old age or whatever happened to her, right? I do not blame you for thinking so. It's a logical conclusion, isn't it? However, Awena was not killed by a member of the northern tribe, and in fact, the entire tribe died as a result of the dark magic that plagued their homeland. They never got the chance to hunt her down. But if the sacrifice can be completed using Awena's true descendant, then all of that power Mother Nature promised to them will be given at last. Human sacrifice is taboo nowadays, Headmaster, I whispered. It's illegal. That it is, Alyssa Quinlan. But of course, with all the power that will be granted to the person who successfully completes the sacrifice, the law won't be able to do much to stop them afterward. That lucky person will be the most powerful warlock in the world. No one will be able to take away his freedom or his strength. I don't understand, I said, panic rising in my throat. I tried to choke it down so that I could keep speaking. I grew up in this town, and I've never heard of Awena before all of this. How do you know it's true? What if the sacrifice doesn't amount to anything, and all you're doing is committing murder? Throughout the duration of our exchange, Nick and Bethany continued to chant, their voices still strange and deep and monstrous. As they did, the wind picked up gradually, tangling my hair and chilling me to the bone. Headmaster Arceneaux tutted his tongue at me, as if I was a child who was not understanding a very simple concept. Obviously, that part of the story was kept a secret on purpose. As soon as my great-grandfather heard of the legend, and came to Deadwater with his plan to create a school that would bring Awena's descendant home, he also made sure to erase every possible scrap of evidence about the true prophecy in the legend of the three sisters. He didn't want any competition, you see, and those efforts have been very useful to me. It's taken a very long time for anyone to catch on to this whole plot of mine. Even your mother, who was onto me for years, still didn't put the pieces together until very recently. Of course, all her efforts were in vain in the end. I bristled. How dare he bring up my mother? I know you were there that night. My sisters and I saw visions of you on that bridge, the same night that it collapsed and killed my mother. My dear, what are you suggesting? The headmaster murmured. Before I could answer, he barked out a sharp laugh. What does it matter, anyway? You have no proof. Little girl, you aren't particularly talented or special, so it's not as if you'll be missed. The only value you have is your affinity to these mountains. You can feel them, can't you? You do not fear them the way that others do. They must feel like home, don't they? I was furious and terrified at the same time, as well as insulted by his words but also shocked by the truth of them. It would explain a lot. For me to be Awena's true descendant wouldn't just account for the strange appearance of the arrow tattoo on the morning of my 18th birthday. It would also indicate why I had such a strong darkness within me, and why I was never afraid of the mountains. He was right. They did call out to me, and I had always felt at home on them. I was always okay with accepting the sheer mystery of that, totally content with the assumption that I was just a little bit different. But apparently, the sense of familiarity I experienced when I was up on these triplet peaks spoke of something much darker. They weren't protecting me, or giving me a safe place to hide from the rest of the world. They were drawing me back here, keeping me close to the place where Awena was supposed to be sacrificed with her mother and 2 aunts, so that one day, somebody like Headmaster Arceneaux would find me here and complete the task. "You can't," I breathed. I was so scared that I was shaking. I wished I was braver, but all I could do was turn to stone as cold realization dripped over me. I was going to die. He was going to kill me. Not because he hated me, or because he believed that I didn't deserve to live, but because it was a prophetic act. I was born to die. This was my fate, and it was going to result in a terrible consequence. The kind of power that the North Tribe bargained for with Mother Nature was not ever meant to be granted. Perhaps that was what she had planned for all along. She created a failsafe, knowing that the 3 sisters would do anything to protect Awena. Knowing that Awena would survive, and that she would never have to unleash all of that power into the hands of such malicious people with terrible intentions. Nobody who was willing to betray their neighbor should have that much dark magic at their disposal. Headmaster Arceneaux was no better than the Northern Tribe. I can't. Oh, but I can, Alyssa. And I will. I do, however, need to wait for the moon to be at its apex, so we can keep chatting for a little bit longer if you'd like. You can ignore my son and his silly little girlfriend. The chanting, while a bit repetitive, is necessary for the ceremony. Headmaster Arceneaux knelt just beyond the boundary of the salt circle, observing me like an animal caught in a cage. I glanced around into the darkness, desperately hoping that I would see a familiar face in the shadows, but there was nothing. I was alone. The mountains could do nothing to help me. They, just like me, were bound to a twisted fate that they could not resist. "Why would you do this?" I asked him. "What are you going to do with all of that power?" "That is the question I was hoping you would ask me. I'm surprised it took you so long. Is that not the most curious part of this entire thing? What will a mere modern warlock do with immense volumes of dark magic at my disposal? Well, I suppose the real question is, what won't I do? The entire world will fall at my feet, Alyssa. The entire world will be mine. I can do whatever I want. I can cast spells that have been dormant for centuries. I might even have the power to bring someone back from the dead. That's impossible. Is it? Nobody has ever absorbed ancient magic originally intended for a tribe of 100 people, so I suppose we'll have to wait and see. You are not the only one who has lost somebody they loved, after all. I lost my wife many years ago, and if becoming the darkest warlock known to man is the key to being reunited with her, I think I am willing to pay the price. That's what is wrong with this modern era of magical education. In my opinion, nobody wants to take risks to see what we are truly capable of. People like your mother, powerful necromancers who could accomplish incredible things, are too careful. They are cowards. My mother was not a coward, I hissed. No, that is true. I take that back. Your mother was very brave. Otherwise, she would not have tried to stop me. Your sisters, being her daughters, are also very brave, as are the young men that you've all ensnared into your trap. When I am finished up here, I will congratulate them for such bravery. Courage should be commended. Yet if they continue to stand in my way, I will need to put an end to them. I hope you understand that. So all of this is for your wife? I whispered. I remembered the late Mrs. Arceneaux as a kind, gentle witch. When she passed away, it was very sad for the entire community, both magical and non-magical. I couldn't imagine that her spirit was lingering over a decade later. She would have found peace by now. At the very least, I knew that she would not have wanted to be brought back via the methods that Headmaster Arceneaux was suggesting. All this for my wife and for so much more, he confirmed. Having her back will be a mere bonus to all of the wonderful things I will accomplish. Nick will have a mother again. We will be whole again, and I will also be satisfied knowing that I have fulfilled my ancestors' final wishes to complete the sacrifice and claim the magic in these mountains for myself. Your death, Alyssa, is going to serve a greater purpose. Think of how much I can change the world when your life is given to me. Please don't kill me, I whispered. Shush, little girl. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll make it quick, and then you won't be around to witness that which you uselessly fear. I will be reuniting you with your mother soon. There's a wonderful symmetry to that, don't you think? There it was. At last, an admission. Symmetry. That single word was the confirmation of that which I had suspected from the very beginning. My mother didn't die as a result of an accident. She was killed. Her death was purposeful, and it was Headmaster Arceneaux's fault. He was the one who destroyed that bridge. That was why he was there that night. Headmaster Arceneaux killed my mother, and now he was going to kill me too. Chapter 3. You, I breathed, scrambling backward pathetically until my head struck the edge of the magical perimeter. Flinching in pain, all I could do was gape at the almost proud sneer on the headmaster's face. Me? Of course it was me. You look upon me with shock and horror, as if you do not believe I am capable of following through on the words I speak, but I also know there is a part of you that suspected it all along. In the back of your mind, you pray that I will spare you, but we both know I already have blood on my hands. I have already killed a Quinlan witch before you. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a nightmare. I desperately wanted it to be a bad dream. I wanted to wake up in my bed with the morning sun bright and shining through the windows, everyone around me safe and sound in a world where curses and prophecies were scary stories that remained locked in the past. My throat tightened and my eyes pricked with tears. I couldn't bear to give Headmaster Arceneaux the satisfaction of watching me break down and cry, but the truth was so painful that it cut like a knife. Why? I gasped. Why would you do that? You were classmates. You were co-workers. Do not think me a monster, Alyssa, he hummed. I was not plotting this from the moment I met your mother when we were mere children. I never intended to kill her. If she had minded her business, it wouldn't have been necessary. Of course, killing you is going to be much more convenient now that I don't have to watch my back for everyone's favorite necromancer. She's still here, I gasped. Her spirit lingers. She's been trying to help us. You tried to. And her efforts have not been very successful, have they? You're here, trapped in a ring of enchanted salt that you are too weak to break through, taunted the headmaster. It's quite interesting, actually. What is? I snapped, shaking with the effort it required to keep myself from dissolving into unstoppable sobs. From a purely academic standpoint, it's curious to me that you would be the chosen one, for lack of a better term, mused Headmaster Arceneaux. He rubbed his jaw as if deep in thought. I understand the equilibrium of you three sisters, and these three sisters upon which the sacrifice will be performed, but I truly thought it would be Carissa. She is the most powerful among you. Even the eldest Quinlan daughter has above-average talent. But you, well, no offense, Alyssa, but your academic performance is hardly remarkable. School isn't for everyone. That's exactly it. It is not magical ability that marks Awena's true descendant, but pure power. You have so much darkness inside you. Perhaps that is why you struggle with the simplest spells. It is difficult for you to control the dark magic that mirrors Awena's spirit. I hated that he made sense. I hated that everything he said to me felt like the truth, because it was more of an explanation than my mother or anyone else bothered to offer me. All my life, I was simply told that I had a little more darkness in me than most people. Even when that darkness magnified, and I lost control, setting fire to my bedroom in my sleep, exploding the kitchen windows, and triggering the rainstorm that raged throughout the night my mother died, such things were waved off as magical immaturity. Cody was the only one who believed it was something more. He was the only one who ever truly believed in me. A single tear slipped out at the thought of the boy I loved. If Headmaster Arceneaux was successful, we would be ripped apart forever. Before I met Cody, I felt alone more often than not. Most days, I was convinced there wasn't a single person on this earth who understood me. Cody proved me wrong, though. He was patient with me. He listened to me. And now he was going to have a dead girlfriend. Please don't blame yourself, I begged internally, as if I could send the sentiment to him telepathically wherever he was. Please don't think this was your fault, because you didn't stop me from going on a stupid hike. Please know that I loved you. But how could he know that? I knew I'd fallen in love with him months ago, but I didn't have the courage to tell him yet. I'd been waiting for the right moment, waiting for things to settle down in Deadwater. When I told Cody that I loved him, I wanted everything to be perfect. I wanted him to know that I meant it. Now, I wasn't going to get the chance. I was going to die before the words would ever pass my lips, and Cody would live the rest of his days never knowing how I truly felt about him. This couldn't be happening. Don't cry, little girl. Headmaster Arceneaux sneered, dark eyes glinting wickedly. He had to speak louder than before, because the wind was blowing so fast that it was howling through the trees. It created a hollow, melancholy symphony of pain, an echo of the suffering that the three ancient sisters had once endured to save Awena's life. Please don't do this, I begged pathetically. Ah, but I have to, he exclaimed, throwing up his hands. I have confessed to the murder of your mother, after all. She knew what I was up to, but I was keeping a close watch on her. How useful shadows are. So few people know what they are nowadays, that they never noticed them in the first place. When she came to confront me that night, I met her halfway. I'd been ready for quite some time to put a stop to her, but I refused to pay the consequences for that necessary crime. You can't. Shut up. I will not let anything get in my way, stupid child. Don't you see? I have done countless terrible things to get us where we are today, he shouted, rising to his full height. The raging gusts of frigid air tugged at his clothing, pulling them taut against his towering frame as he glared down at me. I have killed a witch and enslaved demons. I have manipulated my own son, and a foolishly doting student into obedience. I have broken many laws for this prophecy, Alyssa Quinlan. Even if I wanted to, there is no going back. You always have a choice. I argued. That's what they drilled into us, from the moment we were young enough to understand magic. Each of us contained light and dark magic in varying amounts. It didn't matter who was lighter or darker. The important thing was that choice you made at the end of the day. Would you use your magic, no matter its nature, for good or for evil? Headmaster Arceneaux threw his head back with laughter, but the sound was almost completely swallowed up by the wind. I could hardly hear Nick and Bethany chanting anymore, and the fire before them was crackling wildly as it tried desperately to obey the magic that contained it, instead of being set free by the chaotic gale. It's true. I do have a choice. I choose this, he hissed menacingly, pacing around the edge of the salt circle to stand right at my feet. I chose to kill your mother and destroy an obstacle in my path. Though it may frighten you, I also choose to kill you. Your deaths are necessary. If it's any consolation, I will forevermore appreciate the sacrifice. No. The word burst to life inside my head with so much force that I wasn't entirely sure that I was the one who thought it into existence. Fight back. Overhead, the sky boomed with thunder. The mountains were not just vibrating underneath me anymore, but practically trembling. At the same time, Headmaster Arceneaux and I looked to the skies. Despite the thunder and the wind, both traditional harbingers of a storm, the starlit sky was clear. The moon, heavy and pale, floated high above the world like a goddess. Whatever conviction had snuck up on me, I was inclined to listen to it. I had to fight back. I couldn't just sit here and let the headmaster win. Sure, he was a powerful warlock that had done numerous terrible and unthinkable things to reach this point tonight, but that didn't mean he was unstoppable. After all, just like he said, I was the true descendant of Awena. That had to count for something. The headmaster inhaled deeply and slowly lowered his head to meet my gaze. His lips curved into a sinister grin. "It is time," he announced. "No," my mind commanded again. "No," I shouted. Headmaster Arceneaux merely raised his eyebrows at me, seemingly amused by the weak protest. But all of a sudden, I didn't feel weak anymore. This man killed my mother. He stalked my sisters with shadows and me. He enslaved his own son into a spell that forced him to become a brain-dead soldier. All of that was done in the name of finishing the sacrifice of the southern tribe 1,000 years later, so that he could tap into a power source that would make him ferociously formidable. I couldn't let that happen. For 18 years I had loved these mountains. The three sisters were my second home, and in spite of the disturbing reason behind that sense of kinship, I would not let them be drained and manipulated by a cruel warlock. They didn't deserve that fate. 1,000 years ago, they were slain by a wicked warlock just like the man standing before me. Yet even in death, they saved their homeland by forming a mountain range and soaking up the poison that Mother Nature poured into the earth. I would not allow that sacrifice to be in vain. After all, I was not useless. I was a witch. I had magic, volatile as it was. Now, for the first time, I suddenly felt like it was truly under my control. The three sisters and I were the same, a mirror of each other. I inhaled deeply and closed my eyes, fighting through the festering darkness of Headmaster Arceneaux's brewing sacrificial spell to reach the heart of the land that had cradled me since before I could walk. "Are you there?" I called out to them. "You have stood tall for centuries. Allow me to return the favor." In response, another rumble of thunder growled. It echoed from the ground rather than the sky. I had never experienced an earthquake before, but I imagined it would feel something like this. Wild, unsteady, and terrifying. But the power that flickered to life in the movement was euphoric. It was delicious, licking its way into my bloodstream. This was what it was supposed to feel like to be a witch, to have magic always at your beck and call. Headmaster Arceneaux was still staring at me when I opened my eyes. He seemed confused. His brow furrowed with curiosity as he ducked his head and peered closer at me. The wind whistled loudly like a shrill scream, followed by a deafening crack as a tree fell victim to the force of it somewhere in the forest. Silver light dimmed as clouds formed across the sky. The crease in the headmaster's brow deepened, but all he did was take a step back from the circle and observe me quietly like a science experiment. Nodum Awena. Namito Awena. It was a wonder that Nick and Bethany's voices had not given out yet. They'd been chanting for over half an hour at that point. Somehow, while my body thrummed with inexplicable power, I suddenly understood what they were saying. It was a native language, born from this land by the people who called it home a millennia ago. Hear Awena. See Awena. At first, I thought they were calling out to the spirit of Awena, asking her to hear and see them as they prepared to slaughter her true descendant. Except that wasn't true. I understood the spell that dug deep into the earth, as if I was the one who wrote it. Comprehension dawned on me, cracking open a door to knowledge I hadn't known was there. Headmaster Arceneaux's minions were not speaking to Awena, but to Mother Nature. Their chanting was for her, begging her to acknowledge that I had been brought to the altar to finish what the North Tribe started 100 lifetimes ago. They were repeating the original tribe's promise, reminding Mother Nature of the oath she made to them. And she was listening. She was watching. Despite that, the storm was not her doing. It belonged to me. I narrowed my eyes at Headmaster Arceneaux, and clung to the heat of fury that rose in the pit of my stomach at the sight of him. The ropes that bound my wrists and ankles obeyed that fire, crumbling to ash in seconds. Stumbling to my feet, I ignored my spinning head and steadied myself inside the ring of enchanted salt. "A final performance, Alyssa Quinlan," the headmaster bellowed. He laughed mockingly, clapping his hands together and then gesturing for me to continue. My shaking legs carried me forward, but the circle was a true prison. I was met with an invisible barrier when I tried to close the distance between my captor and me. But that was okay. I didn't need to be free to unleash the sky. I lifted my arms, remembering the blissful freedom of losing control of the darkness that thrummed inside me. Thunder cracked, followed by a flash of lightning. The mountain shook so violently that Headmaster Arceneaux had to shift to prevent himself from being thrown off balance. Elemental magic was the most common way to control the weather, though it took immense amounts of strength to push even a single cloud of the sky. That's how I knew that the magic I was using was not of the scientific elements. This wasn't something that I could be taught in a class at the school beneath this trio of cursed mountains. This was ancient magic, a force that had plagued me since birth and grew stronger with each passing year. This was Awena's magic. Her mother's and her grandfather's magic. My shoulder burned where the tattoo was, but I paid no attention as I clenched my hands into fists and summoned a manifestation of the rage that screamed like an inferno of pain within me. Rain, I demanded of the sky. Pour out the oceans onto this land. The sky obeyed, cracking open and unleashing a torrent of icy sheets of rain. Within seconds, the fire that burned between Nick and Bethany was gone. Not even a single wisp of steam remained. Despite that, they did not stop chanting, but I had more pressing issues to deal with. I rounded on Headmaster Arceneaux. He stared at me in awe, lips parted in surprise as the salt circle started bubbling and foaming while the ground became slick with mud. When I made a second attempt to take a step toward him, the barrier was no longer there. We stood only a few feet apart from each other, two enemies squaring off on the barren peak of an ancient cliffside. The wind was in my control, not because of elemental air magic, but because I and the storm were one and the same. It obeyed me like a limb on my body. With a frustrated shout, I made a motion as if to shove Headmaster Arceneaux. A blast of wind accompanied the movement, knocking him to the ground. He grunted, gritting his teeth as he rolled onto his side and crawled back to his feet, spitting rain out of his mouth. Nodum Awena. Namito Awena. The chanting felt tortuous. I couldn't stand the unending rhythm of the words that were designed to spell out my doom. Overcome with prickling annoyance, I spun around and let out a scream. Stop it. Be quiet. Neither Nick nor Bethany obeyed. The faint sound of Headmaster Arceneaux's laughter behind me hinted that they were too deep under his control to listen to a child's petulant commands. There was only one way to shut them up then. Thunder growled menacingly, reverberating deep in my bones as I lifted a hand toward my classmates and redirected the next flash of lightning at them. The result was blinding. A lightning strike cut through the air and landed in the spot where the fire had once burned, frying the ground with electricity and traveling across the rain puddles to sink its teeth into my targets. Nick and Bethany let out one final synchronization gasp of air and then collapsed onto the ground. Silence. I let out a relieved exhale, too overcome with the power that answered to me without question to wonder if I had merely knocked them out or worse. A furious curse reached my ears, but before I could face Headmaster Arceneaux once more, head-splitting pain raced up my spine. All I could do was shriek with agony as I fell to my knees. Chapter 4. It was torture. The pain was unlike anything I'd felt before, clinging to every single fiber of my nerves. Clutching my head with both of my hands, I huddled on the ground as the raindrops beat down on my back. I screamed again, tears pouring from my eyes against my control. It felt like my skin was on fire, but the bulk of the scalding pain was centralized on my shoulder, searing a gash right where Awena's tattoo was. 1,000 years ago, Awena curled up close to this exact spot, forcing herself to stay quiet as her mother and aunts laid their bodies over her. Somehow, the member of the northern tribe member didn't see her. She was too small and too tough. She did not even scream when the arrow that plunged through her mother's chest dug deep into the flesh above her shoulder blade. I suffered for what seemed like a lifetime before the pain finally abated. As I writhed and silently begged for it to stop, rendered utterly helpless in the dirt once more, the storm slipped out of my grasp. The wind and the rain continued, but it had died down significantly. I tried to reach out for it once more, but I was weakened. Suddenly, a hand grabbed a fistful of my hair and wrenched my head up. I gasped as Headmaster Arceneaux knelt down behind me. "You think I didn't plan for that?" he hissed in my ear, voice so dark and demonic that it made my skin crawl. I attempted to cringe away from him, but his grip on me was too tight. "This is old magic, little girl, and you have it running through your veins. I had a feeling that you'd gain access to it when it was time." "Stop please," I begged, forcing out the words through sobs. "Please don't hurt me again." With a growl, Headmaster Arceneaux let go of me, shoving me back onto the slick earth. My entire body shook as black spots clouded my vision. Moments ago, I'd never felt stronger, and yet whatever the headmaster had just done to me turned me into a poor creature that was utterly at his mercy. It took every ounce of strength for me to lift my head from the mud and watch him stalk away from me. If I reached out my arm, I could touch the edge of the cliffside, though I couldn't remember stepping that close to the treacherous ledge. Headmaster Arceneaux put his back to me, satisfied that he'd neutralized the temporary threat. His heavy boots splashed across the ground as he marched to the place where Nick and Bethany lay. I couldn't get a good look at them through the darkness and the rain, but it was obvious that they were completely motionless and silent. My stomach twisted as Headmaster Arceneaux bent down and took a moment to observe his fallen son. It was my fault. I struck Nick Arceneaux with lightning. I electrocuted him in order to stop him and Bethany from chanting, too lost in the moment and the magic to think about the consequences. How could I be so careless? If they were dead, I was no better than the headmaster. Headmaster Arceneaux didn't pay a single second of attention to Bethany. He merely frowned at Nick for a moment and then stood up straight. "Not dead," he called out to me. "It was a close one, though. Impressive hit. I supposed I deserved it, after all. I killed your mother, you kill my son. Better luck next time." He cackled at his own joke, and then made his way back over to me. I wriggled away, only to be reminded of my proximity to the cliff. The headmaster had me cornered, and I could no longer fight him off. "Please," I whispered, dropping my head back down to the ground. I pressed my palm to the earth, praying for the three sisters to answer me once more, but I was met with a disturbing silence. Once again, Headmaster Arceneaux crouched down in front of me. The rain faded to a mere drizzle, and the moon shone brightly once more. "That was very admirable to witness," he murmured. "I almost want to give you the chance to do it again. What a marvel, truly. It seems that the true descendant of Awena packs a secret punch. Do you want to know how I stopped you?" He asked the question eagerly, like a young boy who wanted to explain his latest childish invention to a friend. As I lay sprawled on the ground helplessly at his feet, he was mocking me. The headmaster was a truly evil man. There was no redemption for him. "Go to hell," I spat out. He snorted. "Cute." I squirmed, trying to get my hands planted firmly underneath me so I could at least lift myself into a sitting position, but it was no use. I'd been transformed into a bag of bones. A hurricane had answered me minutes ago, but now my own body wouldn't obey me. Headmaster Arceneaux sighed quietly and reached into the inside of his jacket. He produced a small trinket, only a few inches in length. At first glance through my blurry vision, it looked like a pencil. After blinking several times, I realized that it was not a writing instrument, but a tiny replica of a feathered arrow. It was a miniature version of the weapon that was supposed to kill Awena, the weapon that was marked onto my skin. "Do you remember at the beginning of the school year, when a shadow chased you down in the woods surrounding campus?" he asked conversationally. He was toying with me, clearly not expecting me to answer as he forged ahead without prompting. "When you tripped, you used your hands to break the fall, scraping yourself in the process. That little tumble left trace amounts of your blood on the forest floor. The shadow very kindly collected it for me. I didn't have any plans for it at that moment. As I explained, I was still under the impression that Carissa was the Quinlan witch to target, but I like to be prepared for everything. Your blood allowed me to create this." I glared at him. He was speaking as if we were in a lecture hall, as if he was merely a professor and I was his student. "It's cursed, you see," he continued. After all, if you can wield ancient magic, why can't I dip into some tricks of centuries past? The arrow design is just a stylistic touch, of course, but I think it adds something special to the talisman. I must admit that you surprised me, Alyssa Quinlan. I didn't think I'd have to use this thing. It's a simple curse, one that you would have the opportunity to learn about if you were going to live long enough to take Cursed Objects 201 during your sophomore year. Basically, if you do something I don't want you to, it causes you an immense amount of pain. With a malicious smirk, Headmaster Arceneaux closed his fist around the arrow and squeezed. The same unbearable agony ripped through me, practically blinding me with the force of it. A scream escaped me as I curled into a ball. The pain was so terrible that for an instant, I considered throwing myself over the side of the cliff just to make it stop. The pain faded again, leaving ghostly aches in my bones as Headmaster Arceneaux tucked it back into his jacket. Now where were we? He purred. But I had an idea. It didn't require magic. All I needed was a little bit of physical strength, the tiniest ounce that would allow me to roll my body backward until I tumbled into the dark abyss. I didn't know how long I would fall for until I landed on an outcrop of jagged rock, but I knew that it would be my final death sentence. It was my last viable option to stop Headmaster Arceneaux. Because that's what I had to do, even if it meant I would die. I had to keep him away from harnessing the magic of the three sisters. If I killed myself before he completed the sacrifice, who knew how many more centuries would pass before another true descendant of Awena appeared? What if another one wasn't possible? What if it was just me? What if killing me was the only opportunity anyone would ever get for the rest of eternity? I sincerely hoped that was the case. If I was really going to do this, I wanted to make sure there wasn't a plan B for Headmaster Arceneaux or one of his future descendants. Any last words, dear? He asked. I took a deep breath and searched deep to muster the strength I needed to do this. I had to be quick. If he caught me before I could toss my body over the cliffside, he'd use magic to drag me back into his possession. Yeah, I gasped. Tell my sisters. Before I could finish my sentence, a strangled shout echoed around the clearing. Headmaster Arceneaux whirled around, and I forced my head to stay upright as we watched a figure burst through the tree line and rush across the summit. Alyssa, the intruder shouted. It was Cody. No. I wanted to scream. Stop. It's too late. He'll kill you too. Headmaster Arceneaux chuckled. With a lazy wave of his hand, he stopped Cody in his tracks by tossing him to the side with a blast of wind. Cody landed hard on his side with a loud grunt, but it turned out that he wasn't alone. I could hardly believe my eyes as Everly and Dr. Kong hurried out of the dense growth of pines. They'd found me. They were trying to rescue me. But the headmaster had seen enough. Instead of knocking my sister and her boyfriend down as he did to Cody, he stooped and yanked me off the ground. He held me tight against him, my back to his front with a strong arm keeping me locked in place. The cool kiss of a knife touched my neck as he brought his other hand close. Everly and Dr. Kong halted in their tracks, their jaws slack as whatever offensive spells they'd been prepared to mutter died on their lips. I'm afraid you're too late, Headmaster Arceneaux called out to them. Though I must admit, you've made a valiant effort. Truly, I applaud you. You can't do this, Everly shouted. You won't get away with it. The laugh that came out of the headmaster was so low and guttural that I doubted Everly could hear it, though I could imagine the sneer on his face as he glared at her from his position behind me. Can't I? He purred. But I already have. Several things happened at once. Cody lunged to his feet just as the knife bit into my throat. There was a deafening roar that seemed to come from both below and above, but it was nothing compared to the shriek that Everly let out as she fell to her knees. Oddly, I fell at the same time as her, something warm and wet pouring out of me. My head cracked against a protruding stone at the same time as the mountain shook beneath me with a final whimper. The last thing I heard was a distant shout of pain before the last drop of life flowed out of me. And then the darkness greeted me with open arms.
Chapter 5. Awena. Diani, wake up. On the day I was supposed to die, my mother woke me with a panicked whisper. I blinked my eyes slowly, feeling groggy and strange. The last thing I remembered was drinking the water my aunt had collected from the river at dawn. She was my mother's youngest sister, the smallest daughter of the chief. I was fond of her. She liked to sing and braid flowers into my hair. Wake up, Diani. We must go. A war has begun. My mother's words were enough to jolt me awake. I felt an odd sense of repetition as I rose from the ground inside our home, where I'd fallen asleep beside the fire. I had already woken up once before that day, and I could not remember falling asleep a second time. She dragged me to my feet, her brown skin clammy with sweat. Her eyes were wide with fear, her footsteps unsteady as if she was also fighting against the same sleepiness that threatened to pull me under again. Suddenly, my second aunt, the middle daughter, ran into the shelter. It was in the water, she told my mother, breathing fast as if she had run many miles to get here, although she slept right next door. It is as I suspected. The stars foretold of a pact the Northerners would make with Mother Nature. We must go. In the distance, a woman screamed. I gasped in fear and clung to my mother's leg. I had survived 5 winters so far and had never heard such a terrible sound in my life. Something was wrong. Where is our sister? My mother replied to my aunt. In answer, the smallest of their trio stumbled into the tent. There was blood dripping down her thigh, oozing from a gash on her hip. Father has fallen, she gasped, clutching my older aunt for support. We must run. You were right, sister. We did not know when or how, but the Northerners have come to kill us all. One of us must survive, my mother hissed. The middle daughter nodded and turned her gaze upon me. It must be Diani. I was too scared to ask them to explain. I doubted I would understand even if they did. All I could do was hold on for dear life as my mother scooped me into her arms and hurried after her sisters as they ducked out of our home. We ran. If my grandfather, the chief of our tribe that lived south of the great river that sustained us, was dead, the entire tribe was soon to follow. There were always fears that the tribe that lived north of the river would betray the truce that had been agreed upon a century ago. They were a greedy, ruthless people. Still, we remained hopeful that it would not happen in our lifetimes, and that our descendants would be prepared to survive it. We did not think it would happen today. I caught glimpses of the slaughter as my mother carried me in her arms. I was small for my age, born too early and too petite, though my size served my mother well at that moment. I was not too heavy of a burden to bear as she raced after my sisters. There were bodies everywhere, their throats cut while they slept, and their lives pouring out into the earth. That's what my aunt meant when she said that it was in the water. They'd poisoned us. Those who had fought through the poison awoke to chaos, rushing for the weapons they did not think they would have to wield against our neighbors. My older aunt had a bow with her. As we wove through the trees, using their branches for cover, she shot arrows at our pursuers. Peering over my mother's shoulder through her thick curtain of black hair, I watched all but one of them fall. The single Northerner who dodged my aunt's arrows was built like a warrior, tall and broad. His face was twisted into a snarl. He was determined to kill us. I did not realize at first that the 3 daughters of the chief never intended to survive. I thought we would all outrun them, that we would make it to a safe place where the Northerners would never reach us. Then my mother and my aunts would build a new home for us, far away from the bloody horrors behind us. That was the future I dared to dream of as my entire body shook with fear. Unfortunately, the Northerner was clever. Using his own weapon, he herded the chief's daughters toward a cliff. The trio reached the dead end, staring over the deadly edge. There was no escape. Diani must survive, whispered my mother. He did not see her. He does not know she is with us. One of our tribes must live. Just one, agreed my aunts in unison. Then, together, they huddled over me on the ground. I was confused, but I trusted them and loved them, so I followed their lead. It looked as though they were cowering in fear, though that was not how the chief would have wanted them to die. The sisters were giving up their pride to hide me from the northerner. "Sweet Diani," whispered my mother, her lips pressed to my ear. "I love you very much. I will always be with you. All three of us will always be in your heart. Do not forget that, little one. Wait until sundown to escape. Do not run until it is dark. Use the moon to navigate to the sea. Do you understand?" "Yes," I murmured. I wanted to ask more questions. I wanted to know why she spoke, as if I would be running alone through the night. Wouldn't she come with me? But then the first arrow struck my youngest aunt. It plunged through her heart. She sank against her sisters, falling over me as I huddled in the shadow of their collective embrace. Somehow I knew that I could not scream. I could not cry. If I made a single sound, I would die, and it seemed very important to them that I survive. When my second aunt was killed, my mother flinched and braced herself against me. Deep down, I understood what was about to happen, but that did not make it hurt less. My back was pressed to my mother's chest. I heard the sound of the arrow piercing her heart before I felt it. The northerner had shot it at close range, the force of the strike causing the arrow to plunge straight through my mother's chest. The pointed tip of it bit into my shoulder, burying an inch into my flesh. I bit down on my fist to stop myself from screaming. "I love you, Diani," breathed my mother. I could not tell her that I loved her too. I couldn't make a sound. The weight of their bodies pressed down heavily on me. I could only smell blood and sweat and my own fear. It nearly suffocated me, but I didn't dare to move a single inch for a breath of fresh air. I remained still, squeezing my eyes shut tight and trying to make myself as small as possible as I waited to see if the northern warrior would claim their bodies or if he would leave them there on the cliffside. Much to my relief, he left them. My mother was right, he did not see me. He did not know there was a tiny survivor curled up underneath his 3 victims. I could hear my entire world falling apart in the distance as the day dragged on. Eventually, the screams fell quiet. They were replaced by the distant shouts of northern scouts combing the forest for stragglers. Then came the pounding of ceremonial drums, followed by ritual chanting. The smell of smoke filled the air as the sun sank below the horizon, and still I did not move. They were burning our village. They had killed my people in their sleep, and now they would lay claim to the ashes on both sides of the river. When night fell, I finally gathered the courage to yank the arrow from my shoulder and wriggle out from underneath my mother's body. It wasn't a fatal wound, but it had bled severely throughout the day. I was weak, my limbs sore from being tensed up so tightly for hours as adrenaline coursed through my bloodstream. I kissed my mother and her sisters on their foreheads, said a prayer to the earth that they would find peace, and then took my first careful step down the cliffside. It would be a death sentence to turn and walk back into the forest. Even if I skirted the village, I did not want to risk a scout catching sight of me and quietly shooting me down in the dark. 3 strong, powerful women gave their lives so that I would survive, and I was thus determined to do so. Stumbling down the cliff, sometimes dangling from my fingertips as I dropped from one outcropping to the next, I left streaks of blood as I went. I feared other predators that lurked in the woods who might catch my scent and attack me. I was so small that a single coyote could take me down. But I was alone. I walked and walked, using the moon to guide me to the ocean just like my mother told me to. Numbness washed over me as I urged my body to keep putting one foot in front of the other. I was just a child, forced from the only life I had ever known, so overcome with grief that I did not have a name for the profoundly deep ache that settled into my bones. When I made it to the shore, the sun was rising. There was a village there. I could tell from their temporary shelters and skillfully crafted boats that they were nomads. I could not imagine what they thought when they saw a young girl covered in blood emerge from the trees, but I was grateful that they did not cast me out. They were kind to me. They asked me for my name, but I did not have a voice. I was too shaken to speak. I couldn't tell them that I was called Diani, which meant deer in the language of my people. I couldn't tell them that my mother named me that because I was little and skinny like a baby deer, which should have been shameful, but she always meant it affectionately. So they renamed me. They named me after the sun that I arrived with, Awena, meaning sunrise. I stayed with them. They tended to my wound, fed me, and clothed my trembling limbs. Over time, they heard whispers of what happened in the forest up north. When I finally found my voice again, I confirmed that it was all true. Everyone in my tribe was dead except for me. I was the lone survivor of the southern tribe, but I was avenged. Mother Nature was angry about what happened, they told me. As punishment, she drained my homeland of life. The North tribe would suffer for what they did. When the weather grew cold, and it came time for the nomads to relocate, they brought me with them. We went 100 miles south and built a new temporary camp, forming friendships with neighboring tribes. I was sad to leave my home behind, but I knew there was nothing there for me anymore. Still, when I lay alone in the dark at night waiting for sleep to come, I sometimes imagined I could hear the wind howling my name. It called me back. It wanted me to come home. I did not listen. I grew older. Eventually, I all but forgot my old name and accepted that I had been reborn as Awena. The traumas that I survived turned into distant, hazy memories, nightmares from a childhood that I struggled to remember as time went by. I had new guardians, women just as kind as my mother and my aunts, though not quite the same. There were others who could wield magic too, people like me who could teach me how to be strong. The nomads continued to travel, and I went with them. They never returned to the frigid coastline where I found them. Over the years, foreboding, blood-chilling stories of a cursed land drifted through the villages, and nobody dared set foot on the darkened earth that Mother Nature forsook. When I turned 16, I met a boy from a nearby village. I fell in love with him. 2 years later, we married, and I parted ways with the nomads to stay with him and his people. Except for those brief moments at night, I was happy. The grief was well contained. I only felt it if I ran the tips of my fingers over the scar on the back of my right shoulder, or if I saw a diani, a deer, running through the trees. Only then did I remember where I came from. In the meantime, despite my cursed past, I lived a blessed life. I knew how lucky I was. I found strength in knowing that I was living well with the gift of survival that the now legendary 3 sisters gave to me. I had 5 children, all of them much stronger and sturdier than I ever was. They grew up well and had children of their own. I did not think I would live to be an old woman, but I did. On the day I was supposed to die, I feared that I would not live to see my 6th winter, but in the end, I lived to see more than 60. When I died, it was in my sleep, but not because a treacherous enemy snuck into my home and killed me while I dreamed. Rather, I drifted away naturally alongside the man I loved. It seemed a miracle that we would live so many years together and have the honor of leaving this world as one, but I did not get to go with him all the way. My spirit remained restless and tortured in the afterlife, the screaming calls of my homeland so deafening that it would have driven me mad if I wasn't already dead. I did not get to follow my lover to a peaceful realm. It was only then that I understood I had unfinished matters to attend to. Chapter 6. The nomadic tribe that adopted me believed very strongly in honoring their ancestors. The magic wielders among their ranks drew their powers from their connection to those who came before them in the bloodline. It was how they stayed grounded despite their constant movement. Although they influenced me from a very young age, I found it difficult to adjust the beliefs that my mother's tribe taught me from the day I was born. My mother's people were rooted in nature, trusting the earth to guide their magic. That was why their homeland was so important to them, and also why the Northerners were bold enough to attack us after many years of peace. It wasn't just land to them. When we died, our souls returned to the land upon which we were born to feed the next generations who also called it home. Because I spent the remainder of my life listening to the whispers of my homeland singing to me from the east, calling me back to the place where I cheated death as a child, I thought I already knew what to expect when I crossed into the afterlife. Although the nomads were dear to me, I did not share the same ancestors as them, so even if I indulged in their beliefs, they didn't apply to me. And yet, when I died, I was greeted by a familiar face. The afterlife that I had been brought to was a dark cave filled with shadows. A woman glowed, the only source of light. She had long hair the color of crow feathers and a delicate, heart-shaped face. "Maya," I whispered, bowing my head in respect. "Hello, Awena," she murmured, stepping forward to take my hands. Her touch was warm and comforting, just like I always remembered. She was the first nomad to see me when I crawled out of the forest onto the beach, my shoulder bloody with the arrow that killed my mother. Her touch was the first one of safety that I received since I left the embrace of the 3 women who raised me, and it apparently created a bond that existed even in death. Although Maya did not give birth to me, she was my primary guardian until I married and left her side. "I did not think I would see you again," I told her. She smiled softly. "I have been waiting many years for you to join me here. You have lived a long life, Awena. You have been here? But it's so cold and dark. Once I have passed on a message to you, my ancestors will grant me peace," Maya explained patiently. Her tone was not accusatory, though I felt suddenly overwhelmed with guilt upon learning that it was my fault that my adoptive mother had been trapped in purgatory for almost 30 years, merely because it was her mission to deliver a message to me when I finally passed away. "I am listening," I replied. "Firstly, you must know that your mother's spirit lives on inside a mountain that formed from the ground upon which she died. She stands alongside her sisters, a cursed mountain range. In death, they have absorbed the dark magic that Mother Nature unleashed on your homeland as punishment for the incomplete sacrifice," she said to me, holding tightly to my hands as I trembled. "Because you did not die that day, that darkness will remain trapped until your fated descendant releases it. Only then will you, your mother and her sisters find peace." "My fated descendant? One of my children?" Maya sighed quietly. "I do not believe so, sweet Awena. It is unclear how many generations will come to pass before fate looks upon one of your bloodline, but I have been told that these lands will undergo many changes before it happens. She will bear a mark upon her shoulder that mirrors your scar, and she will return to your homeland to discover her true calling. Until then, your spirit is bound to the earth." "I am sorry." "There's no need to apologize," I replied. "I understand. I will be patient for the day that one of my bloodline brings peace not only to me, but to the 3 sisters who sacrificed their lives for me. Thank you for delivering this message to me, Maya. I must say goodbye now, Awena. Good luck. May we meet again someday." "May we meet again," I echoed, accepting her embrace. I told myself that it wouldn't be the last time I felt the comfort of her touch, that I would follow her to peace soon with my mother and aunts. The delicate illumination that surrounded Maya like a halo dimmed when I let go. Her image grew hazy at the edges, wavering like a flame that was soon to meet the end of its fuel. She kept a serene smile on her face as she stepped back from me. Then, at last, she faded out of sight. I was plunged into darkness, but it didn't last long. When I opened my eyes again, I was in the village where my husband and I settled down and had our children. One of my descendants was fated to return to my homeland, according to Maya's prophetic message, but this village was 1,000 miles away. I had traveled far from that cursed place because it terrified me, but now I found myself wishing that I hadn't. How long would I have to endure this before a child of my bloodline released me? I glanced down and discovered that, in the realm of the afterlife that was closely bound to earth, my spirit had taken the form of a child. I was small and skinny, returned to the body that I had first defied death in. I had returned to Diani, but still, I chose to call myself Awena. The people of my village looked through me when I met their gaze. They could not see me, though I was certain that those closest to me during my life could feel my presence when I hovered nearby. I roamed the village, searching for my 5 children. They were all in mourning, sorrowfully celebrating the long lives that their mother and father had lived. They were strong, honoring us well before carrying on with their own paths. When I confirmed my children were well, I discovered that my spirit could move more freely than my corporeal body ever could. In the blink of an eye, I returned to my homeland. For the first time since I ran from it, I saw the ruined earth. It was blackened as if burned to a crisp, the trees brittle and the soil mere sand. Still, it was not completely destroyed. Here and there, tiny sprouts of green were stubbornly rising to the surface. 3 mountains stood over the barren riverbed and cruel forest. I could feel their pain. Although my mother and aunts had been murdered on this land, it was precious to them. They were protecting it, enduring Mother Nature's punishment that was intended for their enemy, so that this earth could be reborn and offer magic to its inhabitants again. My spirit spent years lying atop the tallest mountain, watching the forest slowly blossom. Eventually, a thin trickle of water returned to the river. I wished I could speak to my mother, but her spirit had taken a different form than mine. We could not communicate, and yet, one day, when a gust of wind blew so strong that it nearly tossed my spirit to the skies, I understood that my mother was trying to tell me that I could not lie atop her summit forever. For the second time, I left my birthplace behind. At that point, I discovered that all of my children had passed on to find peace. They left behind my 14 grandchildren and 7 great-grandchildren. I kept careful watch over them, smiling when another great-grandchild was born and mourning when one was lost too soon. Over time, I witnessed the birth of my great-great-grandchildren. My bloodline flourished and expanded, but none of them were inclined to go to the mountains. None of them bore a mark that mirrored my scar. Some of them didn't even resemble me at all anymore. Maya told me that the land would undergo significant change before my fated descendant appeared, so I waited for that to occur. Periodically, I checked on my homeland briefly and watched it come to life again. It never flourished as brightly as I remembered, but it recovered as best it could, given the circumstances. One summer, settlers arrived. New people came to the continent all along the coastline, traveling up rivers to explore the foreign territory. They named the mountains the Three Sisters after learning about the legend from various nearby tribes who passed down the story through generations, but I could tell the settlers didn't truly believe that 3 tortured spirits lay inside the peaks. At least, not until they tried to ascend the mountains and were overcome with deeply chilling fear and sadness, so profound that they could not take another step. So immense was the dark magic within the mountains that they were rendered untouchable. 2 centuries passed. 3. 4. I spent entire decades burrowed in the earth as the world around me shifted, so heartbroken by the afterlife I was forced to endure that I could not coax my spirit out of its hiding place. But my children needed me, so in the end I ripped myself out of that dark place of sadness and searched for my descendants. At that point, the generations that blossomed from my husband and me were seemingly endless. They were scattered across the land, spreading to the borders of the continent, and then, in some cases, going even further. Together, we watched civilizations rise and fall. We watched wars start and end over and over again. Blood was spilled in higher frequency as the years dragged on. There was a revolution, a rebirth, a civil war, and a resolution. People suffered and triumphed, struggled and persevered. Magnificent creations came to fruition: electricity and railroads and telephones. Hundreds of thousands of people carried drops of my blood in their veins by the time my 8th century bound to Earth passed. Most of them didn't even know they were related. There was a boy in Mexico City, and a woman in Chicago whose only similarity was their distant connection through me, an ancestor they didn't know existed in the first place. Many of them were gifted with magic, but others were perfectly ordinary. They called my homeland Deadwater. It was a disturbing name, but it was also fitting. I tried to guide my descendants back to Deadwater, exerting great energy to try to push them in the right direction, but to no avail. Either they could not hear me, or they were simply ignoring me. Despite the fact that I spent my entire life listening to my homeland begging for me to return, those of my bloodline seemed repelled from the land by an invisible force. But then something curious happened. A man named George Arceneaux crossed the Atlantic Ocean from France and traveled to Deadwater with keen purpose. He started a school for witches and warlocks, calling it Arceneaux University. At first, I thought him a kind man with admirable ambitions, until the day I caught a glimpse of what he was writing in his journal. I hadn't realized how far and wide the story of my tribe's demise had spread over the centuries. I assumed it would die out and never be mentioned again, like so many other millions of tales. Yet, the legend of the 3 sisters survived. Like me, George Arceneaux was searching for my true descendant, but not because he wanted to help me and my family find peace. Somehow, he'd gotten the idea that completing the North Tribe's sacrifice with my chosen many greats granddaughter would open up a path for the dark magic in the mountains to flow directly to him. If that happened, my descendant would die for naught, and I would never find peace. Unfortunately, I had a feeling that his theory was correct. Mother Nature offered many loopholes. It was how she maintained the balance. She gave people choices. Thankfully, George Arceneaux didn't live long enough to locate my true descendant, and his son was not a follower of his father's sermons. The threat I never expected was neutralized, but I was more desperate than ever. If that monstrous man knew what could be done with the right member of my bloodline, how many others were aware of the wicked trick? I was furious that modern men would toy with ancient magic that they neither understood nor respected. They would doom my mother and me to an eternity of suffering just to get their hands on more power. If my spirit was capable of it, I would have felt nauseous. I kept a close eye out, knowing that the first Arceneaux might have at least been right in his conviction that building a magical school in Deadwater would lure my descendant back to her rightful home. For the past few decades, I'd been watching one branch of my bloodline in particular. Over time, I learned how to identify the purer strains of my magic within my descendants, and this family was one of the strongest I'd come across in a long time. They lived in South Carolina, more than 1,000 miles away from Deadwater. But in 1968, the eldest daughter of her generation of witches received an acceptance letter to Arceneaux University. Her name was Raina Quinlan. I spied on her as she prepared to go north, searching for a mark on her shoulder. She had a series of 4 freckles in perfect alignment on her skin, where mine had been sliced open with the point of an arrow. I nearly burst with joy. I'd done it. I'd found her. Raina Quinlan was my true descendant. She was going to set the 3 sisters and me free. I would be reunited with my mother at last, and together with my aunts, we would find peace. As soon as Raina fulfilled her destiny, I would see Maya again. My husband, my 5 children, and all the people I was forced to leave behind 1,000 years ago. Except when Raina set foot in Deadwater for the first time, nothing happened. Chapter 7. I wasn't sure what I expected. In my wildest fantasies, I imagined the heavens would open up as soon as one of my descendants returned to her homeland. After all, that was the final message Maya told me. As soon as the fated one came back, the dark magic would be released and peace would come. Perhaps the mountains would crumble when my mother and her sisters were freed from them. Maybe Deadwater itself would collapse into ash once again. Surely, it had to be dramatic. This was almost 10 centuries in the making after all. Nothing happened. I stayed a child spirit, cursed to watch and listen and wait, totally invisible to everyone around me. Hi there. I'm Raina Quinlan. I think I'm your roommate, my descendant said in greeting to a brunette girl inside a college dorm in the autumn of 1968. Hello, the witch chirped. I'm Wendy Hayworth. It's so nice to meet you. How excited are you to be here? Very excited. Raina giggled as I looked on. Are you a Vermont Hayworth? That's a rather large coven, isn't it? Oh, yes, but please don't think I'm a snob just because my mother is a member of the International League. It's such a boring government job, replied Wendy. I'm majoring in physical magic. I want to be the first witch to successfully teleport to the other side of the world. I could tell that Raina instantly adored her roommate. I liked her too. Despite coming from an extremely rich and powerful family, it was obvious that she was humble and studious. Not a single drop of my bloodline was detected in Wendy's veins, but I was fond of her nonetheless. That's amazing, Raina complimented Wendy. Physical magic is really difficult. I've never been very good at it. What's your major? Wendy asked. Raina shrugged. Necromancy. Instead of getting spooked, Wendy gasped with delight. That's so neat. Really? Do you think so? My mother thinks it's weird. Yeah, I totally dig it. And so the girls became friends. They were practically inseparable. It didn't take them long to become known as two of the brightest witches at Arceneaux University. Still, Awena was not the girl I was looking for. The markings on her shoulder were merely freckles, completely meaningless. I was close though. I could feel it. Awena had 4 younger siblings, so I left Deadwater for brief periods of time to look after them. Awena was Awena's younger sister. She ended up at a smaller university for witches in the south. Her brothers Mika, Wyatt and Nico, triplets, which was symbolically promising, were decently talented warlocks. However, none of them chose to attend Arceneaux University. In fact, Mika left home to live an ordinary human life without magic shortly after his 18th birthday. Wyatt followed a similar path and went to a non-magical university out west. Sadly, Nico Quinlan might have followed a more ambitious path than his brothers, but he died in 1971 of an illness that not even magic could have saved him from. Thus, none of Awena's siblings were fated to help me. During Awena's sophomore year at Arceneaux University, she met a warlock named Gerald Sanchez. He introduced himself to her on the first day of the semester, as they took their seats in a class called Mythology of Magic. "I hope you don't mind me saying so, but you're the prettiest girl I've ever seen in my life," Gerald said to Awena, foregoing a traditional hello. "No, I don't mind at all," Awena quipped before angling her face away from him. My spirit laughed at her blatant disinterest. She cared more about her studies and her friendships than boys. She'd never spoken to Gerald before, and she didn't remember his name on the list of top 10 students in their class, so she wasn't inclined to waste her time with him. To his credit, Gerald was endearingly determined. He improved his grades, joined the same study group as her, and even dared to debate Awena when professors asked questions in their most difficult classes. In some ways, he reminded me of my husband, but he was of no relation. In time, Awena's heart changed. I watched her begrudgingly admire Gerald's intellect, and, with a little bit of encouragement from Wendy, she finally agreed to go on a date with him an entire year after his first attempt at an introduction. I watched it all play out, unable to shake the feeling that staying close to Awena would bring me to my true descendant. She fell in love with Gerald. After graduation, they settled in Deadwater. They had a daughter named Elena, who was almost exactly the same age as Wendy Hayworth's first son, who was named Mason. Although Wendy had returned to her coven in Vermont, the women kept in touch over the years. I kept an eye on Elena. Her name meant light. Mine meant sunrise. It had to be an indication of something. She had to be the one. She was smart and compassionate, and she was also very curious about following in her mother's necromancer footsteps. However, not everything was perfect in the Quinlan household. The love between Awena and Gerald did not last. Such is the natural way of things sometimes. One night, I glared from a shadowy corner as Gerald packed a bag and left his wife and child behind. His excuse was that he settled down too young, that he had so many things he wished to see and do, that his provincial life in Deadwater was suffocating him. I cursed him on his way out of town. I didn't take lightly to people who couldn't keep promises, who betrayed and abandoned others for selfish reasons. Thanks to me and the trace amounts of magic I kept even in death, Gerald Sanchez was never loved by another woman again after he left Awena. Elena was only 9 years old when her mother was left with no other option but to raise her alone. In spite of that, Elena proved herself to be resilient, tough, and ambitious. Once again, my hopes skyrocketed. I kept trying to nudge the girl toward the mountains, thinking that the key to releasing me was that all she had to do was reach the summit and understand her fate. Unfortunately, Elena was not easily swayed and remained off the 3 sisters with a stubbornness that frustrated me to no end. Across the street from Awena lived George Arceneaux's grandson. He had a son who was a year older than Elena. His name was Daniel. He was a wretched child, petulant, spoiled, and cruel. Much to my relief, Elena kept her distance from him, which was easy because Awena homeschooled her daughter. However, when they both became students at Arceneaux University, Elena and Daniel clashed on a regular basis. Daniel was entitled and pompous, Even though he was a year above Awena, he hated that she was so beloved by the professors. He would taunt her, poking fun at her absentee father and unconventional mother, but Awena wrote him off as nothing more than a schoolyard bully, and ignored him. I was proud of her for that. The summer before Awena's senior year, she traveled to Egypt to partake in a necromancy internship hosted by a magical university in Cairo. I followed her there, simultaneously waiting for a mark to appear on her shoulder, and grumbling about how she could possibly find the will to travel so far away from her homeland. If she wasn't my true descendant, I reasoned that she brought me one step closer than Awena did. Perhaps just 1 or 2 more generations. In Egypt, Awena fell in love with a warlock named Omari. He was eccentric, funny, and wildly intelligent. Even I was fascinated by him. I didn't question how Awena managed to fall for him so quickly, nor was it puzzling to understand how Omari fell for Awena in turn. He had already graduated from college, so when the summer ended, Omari took an assistant teaching post at Arceneaux University and moved to Deadwater to stay with Awena. She began her PhD in necromancy, and he stayed faithfully by her side. Awena was shocked that Awena did not come home from Egypt alone. "Why do I get the sense that you don't like him?" Awena sighed one night after Omari had come to their house for dinner. "I do like him," countered Awena. "However, he seems slightly unhinged to me. A bit impulsive." "How can you be sure he'll stick around?" "Because he loves me." "He hardly knows you, Awena."
"He knows me well enough."
"You don't have to know everything about someone to be faithful." "Darling, I just don't want to see you get hurt." "He's not like Dad," Awena argued. "He's different. He won't leave me." Awena was hurt by her daughter's words, but she hid it well. She hadn't been feeling very energetic lately, and I'd noticed her life was dimming more by the day. Awena Quinlan was ill. Her own magic was fighting against her. It was a rare ailment for witches and warlocks to become afflicted with, which meant that there was no known cure. Awena passed away that spring. It was bittersweet that I couldn't even greet her in the afterlife, because she wasted no time in finding peace. She leapt right past me without hesitation. Just as Awena argued, Omari stayed with her. He grieved with her, supported her, and devoted himself to her. A year later, he proposed, and she accepted. The anticipation was unbearable. I prayed that they would have children, that my bloodline would carry on in its purest form after the long centuries. "I worry that I've become selfish," I admitted aloud on the eve of Awena and Omari's wedding, while sitting atop the tallest of the 3 sisters. I'd made a habit out of treating the summit like an altar, speaking out loud to the mountains as if I was truly talking to my mother and aunts. Although I was consistently met with silence, I found comfort in my confessions. Summoning the memory of my mother's voice was difficult after all this time, but I did my best to imagine her response. "Selfish? How so?" she might ask me. "It's not that I see Awena or her mother before her as a vessel for the next generation. I care for my descendants deeply. I love Awena like I would love my own daughter," I explained. "And yet, at the same time, I'm afraid that the real reason I care about her, the truth behind my endeavors to watch over her, is because I know that she might bring me closer to finding peace. I know that if she chose not to have children, I would be inconsolable. I have become utterly self-serving." Tried as I might, I was unable to muster up an imagined answer from my mother's spirit to my troubled thoughts. All I could do was console myself. I was alone, but even all the time in the world couldn't help me get used to it. I told myself that it was possible to care about Awena and hope for another generation at the same time. Furthermore, there was a tiny voice in the back of my mind that suggested I might have earned an ounce of selfishness after 1,000 years of wandering the planet as a solitary soul. When Awena became pregnant, I wept with joy. She was known as Everly Quinlan, a talented witch with a bright future and her mother's violet eyes. They made a sweet little family, and they spoke of having more children as soon as possible. They sold the house that Raina raised Awena in, and purchased a larger one with room to grow, settling at the base of the smallest mountain. It filled me with hope. The Quinlan women were the first of my bloodline to set foot in Deadwater in 1,000 years, and now they had made their home as close to the spirits of my lost family members as they could, without building a house directly on the mountainside. It had to be a sign, I told myself. Alyssa, who kept her surname despite being married, finished her studies shortly after Everly's first birthday, and promptly joined her husband on the teaching staff at Arceneaux University. That same month, Daniel Arceneaux also earned his doctorate and became a professor. I could tell that he wasn't going to hold the position for long. His father, Wicked George's grandson, was fading from the living world. Not even he could sense it yet, but being trapped in the afterlife offered me a unique insight into impending deaths. Charles Arceneaux, who was kind and thoughtful and did not endeavor to sacrifice my true descendant, would not live for many more years, which meant that Daniel would inherit the post of headmaster at a frighteningly young age like a boy king. Dark times were ahead, but I did not know how to warn Awena. Less than 3 years after Everly was born, another Quinlan witch was born. They named her Carissa. She was smart like her old sister, but also fiercely independent even as a baby. I instantly knew that she was not the one I was looking for, because her magic was almost purely light. Carissa had only the barest scrap of darkness within her, causing her to be particularly repelled from the 3 sisters. I resigned myself to wait another couple of decades for Everly and Carissa to grow up, fall in love, and create the next generation. What was another 25 years, when I had been suffering for so long? It could pass in the blink of an eye. Only Awena got pregnant again. A quick spell revealed that it was a girl. She and Omari weren't expecting it to happen, but they celebrated as joyously as they had with their first 2 daughters. Once again, despite knowing better, I dared to hope again. Although Maya never told me so, there was strength in symmetry. I didn't think it was a coincidence for the youngest generation of Quinlan witches to be 3 sisters. It had to mean something. I didn't know if I could handle it, if I was forced to wait for another generation to come, especially if there was a chance that I could be met with disappointment again. When Maya came to me on the day I died, to tell me what fate lay in wait for me, I never thought that it would take this long. Would it have been any less painful if she'd told me I would be alone for at least 1,000 years? I doubted it. The 3rd daughter growing in Alina's womb was like a miraculous thread, the last strand of hope keeping me together. Was it possible to go mad if I was already dead? I felt as if I was on the cusp of finding out. But then the worst possible thing happened. Like Alina's friend Wendy, her husband Omari's expertise was in physical magic, but he was a little more daring than her. He liked to experiment. To morph and manipulate, to transport and transform one's own body with magic was a dangerous art. It was a modern practice, something that only came into the mainstream about 1.5 centuries ago. It required extreme skill and precision, which Omari Ahmed had plenty of. Unfortunately, one day, it wasn't enough to save him. I was there with him, a bad feeling having settled deep in my spirit the moment that the Quinlan household woke up that day. Awena was 7 months pregnant, and my first thought was that the little girl was in trouble, but Awena and her womb were full of glorious life. When she left for campus and Omari stayed behind to tinker away in the attic, I changed my routine and watched over him instead of the girls. It was unclear exactly what he was trying to accomplish. It seemed like a traveling spell, something that would allow him to bring another living being to a different place via teleportation, but I couldn't piece together why Omari was so determined to accomplish it. It didn't seem useful. He had a beautiful, happy, growing family in Deadwater. Why would they need to leave using such immediate and risky methods? Did he suspect that something bad was going to happen? Had fatherhood made him paranoid? Omari Ahmed had a familiar. It was a sleek black rat with silky fur and bright eyes, a surprisingly charming little creature that liked to entertain Everly and Carissa by bringing them flowers from the garden or sweets stolen from the pantry. I believe he named it Novak. The rat was to become Omari's first test subject. From one glance at his notes, Omari believed that testing dual teleportation with a familiar would be successful because their spirits were tied together. That made sense to me. I really believed he was going to do it, that nothing would go wrong. I ignored the ominous shadows that welled within me as the day wore on. When it was time for a trial run, Omari held Novik tightly to his chest, petting its head affectionately with the tip of his finger. "We're going for a little journey," Omari told his familiar. "Just to the front porch and back, okay?" He closed his eyes and murmured a spell in Arabic, the language of his homeland, and dissolved into mist before my eyes. I stayed in the attic, floating lazily by the window as I looked down on the front yard. A victorious burst of laughter echoed from outside, and then, just a minute later, Omari and Novik teleported safely back into the attic. "We did it!" Omari cheered, feeding the rat a treat. "Let's try to go a little further this time, to the riverside and back." It was a big leap. Deadwater River was a half-mile north, much further than the front porch just 2 floors away. Omari had always been ambitious. Again, he closed his eyes and murmured a spell with his familiar enclosed in his hands. I watched closely as his brow furrowed deeply with frustration. His body wavered as if it was trying to drift away, but it was too tightly anchored. Novik squirmed nervously as a bead of sweat formed on Omari's forehead. He let out a gasp of pain, but he did not give up. I tried to summon the strength to stop him before he hurt himself, but then he slipped out of sight, as if he was never there in the first place. Except, Novik stayed behind. The rat landed on the floorboards, dropped from the warlock's hands which were no longer there to hold him, with a panicked squeak. I thought the rat would run out of the attic to locate Omari, but instead, little Novik simply keeled over and died before my eyes. That's when I knew something was terribly wrong. I left the house, throwing my spirit toward the river in search of the man. I found him lying on his stomach on the bank, half his body in the leisurely flowing water. There was a trickle of blood, seeping into the river from underneath him. I knelt at his side, wondering if I could recall enough magic to solidify my spirit enough to flip him over, but then a voice spoke from behind me. "You look like my eldest daughter." I spun around and faced a heart-wrenchingly familiar person. It was Omari in his spirit form. All I could do was stare, shocked at the realization that, for the first time since I spoke with Maya, somebody could actually see me. Coupled with the truth that if Omari's body was at my feet while his spirit stood before me, that could only mean one thing. He was dead. "I am Awena," I told him. It was only then that I remembered my spirit had taken the form of my 5-year-old self, the version of me that escaped death against all odds. "I am an ancestor of Alyssa." "That makes sense," he replied quietly, then glanced at his body lying in the mud with a deep frown. I think it was my heart. I was focused on Novik, and didn't account for the essential organs. I felt it getting ripped out of place when I teleported, but I think it's still in there, or maybe it's in the river. "I'm sorry," I whispered because I didn't know what else to say. I'd watched many people die before, but none of them had stopped to talk before moving on to whatever region of the afterlife they were bound to. "Will you watch over them?" he asked me. "Of course," I promised.
"But you..."
I wasn't able to finish my sentence. In the blink of an eye, Omari's spirit was gone. Whatever glitch had brought him across my path had been fixed by nature, and he was tugged away from my lonely purgatory. Minutes later, a car driving over the bridge overhead screeched to a halt. 2 men emerged, running down the riverbank with wide eyes. One of them was shouting into a phone. Neither one of them could see me. It was Omari's body that wrenched their attention away from the road. Once again, I was invisible. Chapter 8. Dr. Merrill at Deadwater General said he's notated the official cause of death as a cardiac arrhythmia, Charles Arceneaux explained to Awena, as 2 mugs of tea sat untouched between them at her kitchen table. "We're lucky to have a warlock on the medical staff." There were a few nurses who saw that his heart had become partially detached, but Dr. Merrill was able to gently alter their memories. The older man spoke softly, and Awena kept a brave face, one hand resting on her swollen belly, but the gravity of the situation made each word feel like a knife slicing through each of us in turn. Charles was the kindest Arceneaux I'd come across, but his life was growing dimmer each day. By my estimate, he would follow Omari Ahmed to the afterlife within the next year or so. I understand, Awena replied to him with downcast eyes. Furthermore, the official story according to the non-magical authorities is that he was walking by the riverside, experienced the fatal heart palpitation, and collapsed.
Okay.
I can remember that. Charles reached his hand across the table, though there was no part of Awena close enough for him to touch. It was the closest gesture of comfort he could offer her from where he sat. I am sorry that I have had to come here today to inform you how best to lie about this situation, Charles continued. It is not often in our modern times that we lose our people to magical causes. Of course, you already know this, but Omari will be very much missed in this town and on campus. He was a truly brilliant man. Thank you. I also come here as your employer, and as such, I'd like to offer you a paid 1-year sabbatical immediately following your upcoming maternity leave, so that you may have the time to grieve without the added stress of teaching. Awena lifted her face, eyes wide with shock. No, Dr. Arceneaux, please, I'd rather teach. I can't sit idle for an entire year. The childcare center on campus will take newborns, so I'd really rather come back to work as soon as my maternity leave is over. Please. I think I'll go mad if I'm forced to be home for that long. Charles sighed, but he wasn't a stubborn man. Very well, he responded. If you believe that is the best course of action, I will be happy to welcome you back for the fall semester. Please do not hesitate to let me know what I can offer you in terms of support and assistance, both professionally and personally. You have experienced more loss than anyone deserves, Awena. Your mother, well, I always admired her. I am sorry for everything. Thank you, Dr. Arceneaux. Without much else to say, Awena went about the grueling process of getting her 8-month pregnant body into a standing position so that she could see Charles to the door. Everly and Carissa, then 6 and 3 years old respectively, were at the neighbor's house being looked after by a kind witch named Susan Clement. They didn't understand what had happened to their father, but Awena did her best to explain why he would not be coming back. Omari's ashes were sent back to Egypt so that his final resting place could be with his ancestors in his birthplace, but Awena kept a small vial of the ashes for herself. The following spring, she sprinkled them in the garden when she planted 2 new rose bushes. In time, the flowers bloomed with an unnatural violet hue, a marvel to the non-magical neighbors who glimpsed them, and a comfort to the Quinlan women who admired the roses as Omari's final ode to their eyes, which he had always cherished. I worked myself into a frail ghost of my former spirit that summer, mustering every ounce of strength I could to provide Awena with subtle boosts of fortitude and resilience to carry on and raise her daughters well. I whispered peaceful prayers in my ancient mother language while she dreamt, breathed warmth into her limbs when the chill in her bones refused to fade despite the balmy weather, and steadied her shaking hands with my own. The third little witch took her time announcing her presence upon the world. She simmered in her mother's womb nearly 2 weeks past her estimated due date, perhaps too comfortable in her cocoon to break free into the cold, merciless world. Then, finally, at the end of August, Awena went into labor. Susan was there to help her in Omari's profound absence. It had been difficult to get a read on the child when she was wrapped up in her mother's body. Awena had very strong light magic within her, so much so that it drowned out the magic of the tiny second life sharing her bloodstream. When the baby was born, however, the entire world trembled. Even the non-magical nurses in the room could feel it, and elsewhere in the hospital, the warlock surgeon Dr. Merrill glanced up from his desk when the child burst free from the womb, far away in the maternity ward. He sensed a change that washed over the town of Deadwater, though he had no idea it was because of Alina's third daughter. In the delivery room, the lights flickered ominously. Heavy darkness settled, causing Awena to stare at her newborn with wide, confused eyes. Surely that much dark magic couldn't be contained inside a baby. But it was true. The child was pure darkness. I'd never seen anything like it before in 1,000 years of searching. She was the one I was waiting for. Alyssa, Awena whispered to her daughter. My sweet Alyssa. Shadows may cling to you, but you will always be my light. Alyssa Quinlan was my true descendant. I knew it in the depths of my tortured soul. Though she did not have a mark on her right shoulder, I had a sudden and inexplicable understanding that it would appear when the time was right. As soon as the darkness that clouded her soul let me in, I would be able to claim her. From that point on, I stayed close to Alyssa. She grew up as the world went on around her, bearing the closest resemblance to her father among her siblings, despite not living a single day in a world where he was still alive. As the older girls became older and gained a grasp on their magic, Alyssa struggled. Magic didn't come easily to her. Many assumed it was because she was weak, but the truth was that she was in fact strong. Almost too strong. It was as if Alyssa subconsciously shrank away from her powers because she knew that if she dug too deep, she might unleash an inferno that would swallow the world whole. Funnily enough, despite her perceived weakness, Alyssa was the only Quinlan woman to attract a familiar. One day, a little snake the color of pure onyx found her. I wondered if the extraordinarily jet-black creature was a reptilian reincarnation of Novak, her father's rat with the strange, inky fur. There was no way of knowing for certain though. Alyssa named the creature Circe and bonded with the endearingly sinister creature, further marking herself as other. She was a mirror of the dark magic within the three sisters, drawn to them like a magnet. As a baby, she always crawled in their direction. Then, when she could walk, Awena had to keep a close eye on her, to ensure that Alyssa didn't go toddling into the forest by herself. As soon as Alyssa was deemed old enough to wander on her own, she started hiking in the mountains. I went with her, amazed that she was unbothered by the darkness beneath her feet. I could tell that she was happiest when she was upon the mountains. It was a second home, a place where she found solace. You are the one, Alyssa, I whispered to her often. You're going to set me free. You're going to set us free. Alyssa never heard me, but I hoped there was a part of her deep down inside that understood. I hoped that she wouldn't have to find out the hard way. Meanwhile, Charles Arceneaux passed away. Those around him did not sense what I could. To them, the man's death was unexpected and came too soon. Daniel Arceneaux, Alina's longtime rival, became headmaster of Arceneaux University. Awena butted heads with him immediately, arguing in a school board meeting that the role of the headmaster should not be inherited, but voted democratically. She nearly won her case, but then Daniel gave an emotional speech about his deceased father and the importance of tradition at a university that was the first of its kind. The loss of Charles Arceneaux was still fresh in the hearts of the board, so Daniel won that battle. Still, Awena never trusted him. His aura was malicious, and necromancy allowed her to see that he was guided closely by wicked ancestors. He was nothing like his benevolent father, though I came to realize that Awena was not even that trusting of Charles. Her intuition was remarkable. After all, a necromancer knows when a bloodline is full of poison. Much to my surprise, Awena began spying on Daniel. She was worried about Alyssa, though she never let it show on the surface that she feared her daughter might be the subject of a dark prophecy that she previously believed to be pure myth. She was right to be suspicious of the new headmaster, for he had discovered the old journals of his great-grandfather George, and unlike the 2 generations before him, he believed in the monster's theories about the 3 sisters. Awena was clever though. She never confronted Daniel directly, unless it was about something specifically related to the school, keeping him distracted with arguments against curriculum changes and rebuttals to his academic proposals. In the meantime, she crafted a talisman that allowed her to keep a watchful eye on him inside his office. The talisman was an object that Daniel would have never suspected as enchanted, a plaque that was gifted to Arceneaux University for global educational excellence. Awena knew that he would display it proudly inside his office, as if he alone could take credit for the accomplishment, and managed to sneak a quick spell onto it before the award was presented. Shortly after Alyssa's 16th birthday, Awena started using the talisman to track Daniel's mysterious endeavors. It didn't take her long to realize that he was spending a significant amount of time studying genealogy. He was researching bloodlines, tracing familial patterns back for dozens of generations with painstaking precision. One day, it became clear to Awena that Daniel had fixated his attention on one bloodline in particular, hers. Ours. Somehow, he'd figured it out. There was no raw evidence. DNA tracing couldn't stretch all the way back to the century I was born in, even with magic to help the process, but all the clues that George left behind in his diary entries pointed to the Quinlan bloodline being connected to mine and, in turn, that of the original 3 sisters of the Southern tribe. But Daniel wasn't only poring over family trees and dusty fine print. He was preparing numerous vessels for magic, as if he was going to need a lot of storage for an intense influx of power. It was his intention to finish the sacrifice. If he got his way, it would not only spell out my doom, but that of everyone I cared for, both the living and dead. If Daniel was as unhinged as George, it might even rain doom upon the entire world. Chapter 9. Minutes before midnight on the eve of Alyssa's 18th birthday, Circe was staring at me in the dark. Whenever I watched over Alyssa in her bedroom, I hovered by the window next to the snake's little tank. Sometimes, when I was in a brighter mood than usual, I joked internally that the 3 of us were roommates, even though one of us was invisible to the others. Or so I thought. Every once in a while, I got the sense that Circe could see me when I lingered particularly close to Alyssa. The way she reacted to me when Alyssa was otherwise alone was similar to how she responded to another benevolent living presence near the which she was bonded to. She tasted the air with her tiny tongue and focused her beady eyes on me curiously. Somehow, the snake understood that I was not a threat. That night, which happened to be a full moon, Alyssa's bedroom windows were open to tempt in a cool nighttime breeze. The curtains fluttered gently. It was a peaceful night. The world felt quiet and safe. Even Awena slept soundly downstairs, despite the compounding worries and fears inside her mind about what Daniel Arceneaux could possibly be doing. I was at ease, which was strange for me. I hadn't felt much peace since I died and spoke with Maya. Circe seemed to be the only creature in the town of Deadwater that was anxious. She slithered out from underneath her sandy burrow and raised her head to blink at me. Perhaps Alyssa had the ability to understand and communicate with the snake, but I didn't have the privilege. Still, given that I wasn't accustomed to being acknowledged, I tried my best to bridge the language barrier. "What is it, Circe?" I whispered. "Is something wrong?" The second the snake heard my voice, she reacted by raising her body higher and flicking her tongue against the glass barrier of the tank. So it was true. Alyssa's familiar could communicate with the dead. Perhaps not all dead beings, though. Maybe, because Alyssa was my true descendant, Circe gained a special insight into my realm. Despite that, Circe did not magically gain the ability to participate in human forms of speech. Instead, she turned her face toward Alyssa's sleeping form. She was nothing but a small mound under the blankets in the shadows, but Circe's subtle instruction caused me to notice something different about the girl's aura. In the past 18 years, I'd grown used to the heavy darkness that shrouded Alyssa. Although it was utterly unique, it became relatively commonplace to those who spent a significant amount of time around her. Thus, I hadn't realized the shift until the clock was mere seconds away from midnight. I drifted closer to Alyssa's bedside as a small fissure formed in the dark cloud that clung to her, revealing the dimmest sliver of light underneath. Previously, Alyssa's soul had been utterly impenetrable. She could not be enchanted, or cursed for that matter, because nobody could break through the border of darkness. It was as if magic was repelled by her. It was a point of concern for both me and Awena. Alyssa's mother worried about the fact that Alyssa's condition wouldn't allow for protection charms or wellness enchantments to take root. For me, I didn't know how I would claim her as my chosen one with so much darkness blocking my path. When the clock struck midnight, and the sleeping girl officially turned 18, I had my answer. How Circe knew that this moment was coming was beyond even me, but I didn't pretend to be an expert in animal familiars in the first place. The crack in the armor that Alyssa had been born with was the first time I'd ever seen a possible entry point. I took the opportunity without thinking, not entirely sure of what I was supposed to do in the first place. At that moment, Alyssa rolled over. I held my breath, but she stayed asleep. In her new position, her right shoulder had been exposed over the top of the blanket, gleaming like porcelain in the moonlight. The break in the darkness beckoned me forward. In the silence of the room, Circe hissed softly. It wasn't a threatening noise, but rather more like encouragement. I reached out a ghostly hand toward her shoulder. Usually, living beings passed right through me. If I summoned a month's worth of strength, I might be able to brush their skin with my fingertips lightly, but they would likely identify it as a random itch. Thus, I learned not to bother. Yet when my palm rested on Alyssa's bare shoulder that night, my spirit limb did not pass straight through as usual. It was not the type of touch I remembered from 1,000 years ago, human warmth and comforting contact, but rather more like a shock of electricity. Immense energy suddenly flowed from my spirit to hers in the span of a single heartbeat. A gust of wind blew into the bedroom, rifling a few scattered papers on Alyssa's desk. I gasped, and instinctively yanked my hand away like I'd been burned. Alyssa rolled onto her stomach and slumbered on. The darkness sealed itself back up. Leaning forward, I glimpsed a new marking on Alyssa's shoulder. It was a few shades darker than her natural skin tone, passing as an oddly precise birthmark or a light-colored tattoo. It was a tiny arrow. She will bear a mark upon her shoulder that mirrors your scar. What Maya told me had finally revealed itself to be true. Although my scar was not as subtle and ornamental as Alyssa's new mark, it was in the same place on our bodies. When she woke up, she would know that she was chosen by me. She would know that she was born with a higher calling, that she was destined to set the three sisters and me free. Except when Alyssa woke up on the morning of her 18th birthday, she was not imparted with new knowledge to match her fresh birthmark. I watched with my own eyes as she glimpsed it in the mirror, and was met with nothing but pure confusion. She tried to wipe it off, scrubbing in the shower until she realized that it was part of her skin. Alina's reaction was slightly different. I could tell that she suspected the mark on Alyssa's shoulder might be connected to Daniel's research about the Quinlan bloodline, and yet she was quick to brush it off and convince Alyssa that it was nothing to be concerned about. I was disappointed in Awena for that. Even if she didn't understand the full extent of the situation, Alyssa deserved to know that she was special. Yes, it would be frightening for Alyssa to learn why she might be in danger because of her special status, but it was necessary. However, I realized that Awena wanted to make sure that she understood the full extent of what could be happening to her daughter before she said anything. In order to understand, Awena did something I didn't expect. She reached out to me. I didn't know why it hadn't occurred to me before that one of my descendants could do that. Of course, none of them knew I existed, so that was a huge contributing factor. The thing was, Awena didn't reach out to me specifically. Instead, she drew a salt pentagram in her attic office, pricked the tip of her finger with a ceremonial blade, and spilled several drops of blood into the center of the five-pointed star. Then, closing her eyes in focus, she hummed in Latin, her dead language of choice, to call forth her ancestors for help. It was a common spell for necromancers to do, designed for situations in which the spellcaster was in dire need of assistance from a more knowledgeable source, like their ancestors. When she first started chanting, there were many potential respondents. Dozens of people in her bloodline were willing to answer her call for help, though none of them knew the entire truth about what awaited her and Alyssa. I could see them all hovering around her, Reyna being the strongest in her presence. None of them would be as helpful to her as I would, and yet I was still stuck behind the same veil that had locked me away for 1,000 years. Thankfully, Awena was extremely determined. She didn't just ask for help from just any ancestor. She wanted help from someone who specifically had the knowledge to help her understand what Daniel was up to, and why her daughter suddenly had a new tattoo on her shoulder, which was typically taken as the mark of a curse. I latched onto her mental manifestations, knowing that I was the only one who could truly answer the call. It took extreme concentration on my end to break through the prison I was in, but eventually, something shifted. She opened her eyes and looked at me. For the first time since I witnessed her birth into this world, she actually saw me. "Oh," she said aloud. "I didn't expect a child." She didn't say it unkindly, so I smiled. "This is the form my spirit has chosen to take in the afterlife, Awena Quinlan, but rest assured that I live to be quite old, for the time period I was born in. My name is Awena." It was a wonder to me, an absolute marvel that she could hear me. It reminded me of the day that I spoke to her husband's spirit, on his way to a different realm of the afterlife. Only Alyssa was very much alive, and it was thanks to the fact that she was powerful enough to call upon me, that I was finally able to communicate with one of my bloodline. Alyssa's eyes widened. She nodded solemnly. "So it's true. You are the lost daughter that George Arceneaux erased from history." "Yes, it is true," I answered. "And you must listen very closely to me. There is much more at stake than you realize." Thus, I finally got the chance to explain everything to the best of my knowledge. I told Awena Quinlan what her youngest daughter was called to do, as well as how the Arceneaux legacy was founded on ruining that endeavor and claiming the dark magic contained in the three sisters rather than releasing it back to nature where it originated from. I informed her that Daniel Arceneaux, the man who she believed to be merely a rival, was a potential murderer. "But what can I do to stop him?" Awena asked. "Other than take my daughters away from this town, that is. I am not sure Alyssa is ready to complete the task that you wish her to." I shook my head. I don't believe she is ready either. She needs to understand the path ahead of her fully before she can be expected to handle this ancient magic, but if Daniel gets his way, Alyssa will never get the chance to learn what she must do. Awena sighed. "The only advantage we have is that he doesn't seem to know yet which of my daughters has been claimed by you. I've told Alyssa to cover the mark, but..." Awena trailed off. She was at a loss. She didn't know what to do to protect her daughters, but the fact that she suggested taking them away from Deadwater was the last thing I wanted. Perhaps it was selfish of me, but I feared that if Alyssa left Deadwater, she would never return. I would be trapped in this hell forever, as would my mother and my aunts. I shifted uncomfortably, well aware of how strange the words that I was about to say out loud were going to sound coming from a young girl's mouth, but knowing they need to be uttered regardless. "I know this is not a very common method nowadays for problem solving, Awena, but I'm afraid the best course of action is to kill Daniel Arceneaux and his son. If the Arceneaux line cannot continue, and if George's journals are destroyed, Alyssa will be safe. You'll all be safe. I think the world in general might be a better place in that case too." Chapter 10. Alyssa's stony expression told me that my advice terrified her. At the same time, it was also clear that she knew I was right. Still, she was so shocked by my words that her concentration slipped and the spell broke. It was taking more energy than what she typically needed to speak with my spirit. I wasn't sure if it was because of the length of time I had been dead for, or if my section of purgatory was simply that difficult to reach, but our line of communication shattered instantly. I did not move from my spot across the pentagram from Awena. The faraway look in her eyes made it clear that she could no longer see me, nor hear me. I waved my hands just to be sure. She did not even flinch. I stayed there with her, wishing that I could read her mind. She was as still as a statue, utterly immovable as the sun crept its way across the sky. At any minute, one of her daughters could come through the front door and break her out of her trance, but for now, the house was silent around her. As the minutes wore on, I started to worry that I had stunned Awena so deeply that she had dived into a numb state of mind from which she could never escape from. I wondered if I should summon the strength to try and reach out to her on my own, so that I could guide her away from the terror that gripped her. Then, just as I considered it, Awena snapped out of it. She let out a sharp exhale, as if she'd been holding her breath for several minutes, and then nodded to herself. Or perhaps she knew that I was still there, and the gesture was for me. She knew that I was right. So, as I watched over her shoulder, Awena began to plot a murder. It was not something I wished any of my descendants to have to do for their own safety, and for that of their family. But I was convinced there was no other course of action. Maybe I had become cruel and inhuman in the afterlife. Yet Awena was very much alive, and she agreed with me, so that had to count for something. It was going to be difficult, of course. Nearly impossible, in fact. With the dawn of the modern era, there was not only new magic, but incredible technology that non-magical humans had created, to account for the fact that they could not cast a spell to accomplish their needs. Murders were not so easily gotten away with, especially when it was someone as important as Daniel Arceneaux. Awena had to figure out how to end the Arceneaux bloodline in a way that would keep her away from the list of suspects. She was troubled during this time, as was Alyssa. There were many horrors that Alyssa experienced in seemingly greater amounts because I had officially claimed her as my descendant. There was the night that she nearly burned down the entire house when she accidentally set her bedroom on fire in the middle of a dream. Then there was the night that she walked in on her mother arguing with Carissa and got so upset that she lost her temper and every window in the kitchen exploded. Awena continued to play dumb, trying to convince her youngest daughter that there was nothing wrong with her for her own safety. I wasn't sure I agreed that it was the most ideal response, but it wasn't like I had the chance to share my opinion. Awena didn't reach out to me again after that day in the attic, so I was once again rendered mute. Awena spent long hours pacing back and forth in the attic while she tried to figure out a way to kill Daniel. It was awful to think that she was forced to formulate a way to end another person's life, even if that person was undeniably evil. If he wasn't stopped, he would cause even more death and destruction than what Awena planned to do, but taking another life wasn't easily done. The members of the northern tribe that killed my family learned that in the hardest way. One day, while Alyssa was fending off a shadow sent her way by Daniel, which she did not tell her mother about, and instead sought the help of a sweet young boy named Cody in banishing, Awena finally reached a conclusion. I'd been sticking closest to her after our face-to-face conversation, so I was there when she suddenly stopped her pacing and gazed out the window thoughtfully. Then, much to my surprise, she spoke to me. "Awena, dear ancestor, I am not sure if you're here in this room with me, but if you are, I say these words to you directly," Awena murmured. "I know how to do it, and I fear it is because I have drawn inspiration from the legend of your family's demise. In the mythology, the North tribe gets a head start on their slaughter because they poison the South tribe into a deep sleep by contaminating the water that one of your aunts was collecting from the river. Nobody suspected that anything bad was going to happen that day, and they drank the water with as much trust in their hearts as they would on any other morning. The river gave them life, so they never expected it would be the reason for their death." I listened to her closely, hovering just a few feet away. I considered trying to make myself known, to rattle one of the drawers of her desk or light a flame in one of the candles, but she spoke so confidently that it didn't seem necessary. The necromancer knew that I was there. "Firstly," she continued, "I would like to express my deepest sorrows for you, Awena. I am sorry for what you had to go through on that day and in your life afterward, but most especially what you have endured in the afterlife. You did not ask for this fate, as neither I nor Alyssa nor my other daughters have asked for their fates. We can only do our best to respond to the path that destiny takes us on, and try to keep our souls pure and strong in the process. That being said, in a repetition of history, I am going to poison the Arceneaux's water supply. I have a potion that is tasteless and extremely deadly. I will be able to contaminate their well, on the outskirts of the property with it. No one will be able to trace it back to me, because I will cast a spell of invisibility when I go, and the recipe for this potion is not my own creation. They will be dead by morning, both him and his son. I will live out the rest of my days a murderer, but it is what I must do for my daughter." My heart broke for Awena. For all the hatred that she felt for the Arceneaux and their plight that endangered her children, Awena did not want to kill anyone. She dealt in dark magic by being a skilled necromancer, but despite the fact that she knew how to flirt with the realm of the dead, she did not want to bring it up on anyone against their will. Unlike her opponent, she was good. I wanted to tell her that she wasn't a monster for what she was about to do. It was so frustrating that I couldn't speak at that moment because I never wanted to be heard more. Awena did not give me the opportunity to reach through the veil and communicate with her directly, but I didn't take it personally. She needed her strength. I only ask one thing, Awena whispered, bowing her head as she leaned against the windowsill. Her voice wavered slightly. Please go with me. Please be by my side. I know that Alyssa is the reason you are here, but please, Awena, do not let me do this alone. I will trust that you are by my side when I go to slip the poison into the Arceneaux's well, and that will give me the strength I need to know that I am doing the right thing. Of course I will stay with you, I wanted to tell her. I will be there with you the entire time. We are in this together, you and I. We have the same goal. I didn't speak. She wouldn't hear me. The room was silent. All I managed in reply was to blow a soft puff of air against the curtains, rustling them despite the closed window. Awena noticed, and despite the fact that most people usually pass things like that off as a mere draft, she nodded as if she understood that I heard her and would comply with her wishes. Awena waited 2 more nights before she decided to strike. She was building up the courage. Every night when she went to bed, she would wait and listen to ensure that all of her daughters were asleep before she crawled out from under the covers and paced the floor. Then, like she was unable to muster the strength that evening, she would go back to bed and stare blankly at the ceiling until the sun rose again. One night, however, an afternoon rain shower had turned into a full-blown storm. She had no idea that it was triggered by a brief emotional episode experienced by Alyssa, though I watched the entire thing and knew with absolute certainty in that instance that Alyssa had the strength to unleash the dark magic from the mountains. The storm was the perfect cover for Alina's mission. The heavy raindrops would wash away any footprints she made on her way to the well. The poison itself could be explained away during the autopsy if Dr. Merrill, the warlock on staff at the hospital, was willing to write the deaths off as the result of contaminated runoff from the storm getting into the water supply rather than a fatal potion. Furthermore, the noise of the thunder and the bellowing wind would cover the sound of Awena pushing back the cover of the well with magic-enhanced strength. Plus, nobody would be out on the roads and question why she was driving to the headmaster's house in the middle of the night. It was the perfect opportunity. I knew as well as she did that she wasn't going to get a chance like this again anytime soon. Therefore, Awena slipped out of the house that night. She didn't say goodbye to her daughters as they slept peacefully upstairs. I went with her, binding myself to the passenger seat as she drove to the north side of town. Her knuckles were white from how tightly she was gripping the steering wheel. Apparently, her plan was to take a roundabout route to the side of campus where the Arceneaux lived, so that she wouldn't be spotted on one of the main roads. It required her to cross the North Bridge over Deadwater River. Neither she nor I expected what came next. It was a terrible tragedy that I hated myself for not predicting. Just as Awena had been keeping an eye on Daniel Arceneaux, he had also been watching her. He knew that she was on to him. Perhaps he had even listened to her speech to me a couple of days prior in the attic from a safe distance away, thanks to whatever spying enchantment he'd cast. Either way, he already knew what she was going to do that night, and he was waiting for her. Awena was caught off guard by the figure standing in the middle of the road on the bridge. She didn't realize it was Daniel at first, so she screeched to a halt on the wet pavement. Then the engine died. She couldn't restart it. I threw all of my power into trying to protect Awena. I tried to fight against Daniel as he loosened the bolts holding the bridge up, which were rusty and weak with age. I tried to restart the car so that Awena could rush away from the scene. I tried to keep the doors locked, just in case Daniel tried to wrench open the doors and drag Awena out by her hair. I tried to become corporeal and fight him myself, but I was useless. Just like the day that Omari died, I was left with no other option but to watch it all happen with horror sitting heavy in the pit of my stomach. Daniel worked quickly. He froze her in place and used an amulet to weaken her magic. He had prepared well for any possible attack against him, because he was determined not to fail in his efforts to finish the sacrifice. Yet even I did not expect him to be so ruthless. I held Alina's hand when Daniel returned to the safety of the riverbank, and the bridge began to collapse. I wasn't sure if Awena could feel my touch, but I kept my ghostly hand wrapped around hers as the car plunged into the water. I stayed with her, trying to tug her back to the surface to no avail. I watched as the last breath of life passed her lips. When it was over, I waited until after she died to see if she would linger for a moment in my version of the afterlife like her husband, but she didn't. She was gone. She didn't think that she was going to die that night. At the very most, she was merely preparing herself for the chance that she might fail in her endeavor to poison the water supply, and would have to try again. Awena assumed that she would be able to go back to her daughters that night. She was so certain of it that she didn't pause to say a silent farewell to their sleeping forms. It took me a long time to gather the strength to go back to the surface. When I finally dragged my spirit out of Alina's drowned car and floated past the ruined mass of destruction that the old bridge had become, Daniel was long gone. I closed my eyes and transported myself to the summit of the tallest of the three sisters, falling onto my knees at the cliffside. I started sobbing, but in death I couldn't produce tears, so I merely curled up on the ground and heaved dry, tortured screams into the night. In spite of all of the suffering that I had gone through in the past 1,000 years, it was the first time that I wished I had died that day alongside my mother when I was 5 years old.
Chapter 11. Awena. The thing about dying is that it doesn't feel as final as you expect it to. In death you expect to feel a certain sense of completion, a morbid satisfaction. But when your life is over, and you face death, things do not fall into place as cleanly as one might hope. Perhaps because I lived my life as a necromancer dealing with death daily, I thought that I understood it. Or maybe I really did understand it, but the fact that my life had been ripped away from me so suddenly and painfully meant that I had been cast away into a version of the experience that very few were forced to endure. Daniel Arceneaux killed me, but he would not live with blood on his hands. He did not deal the killing blow. For that, he was a coward and a monster. He took down a man-made structure and left me to drown helplessly, unable to access my magic because he wasn't brave enough to face me. Those who are truly evil are rarely brave. The first thing I felt in death was heavy darkness. It pressed in on me from all sides. It was cold and damp like the inside of a cave. I waited there, feeling icy stone beneath my bare feet for what felt like an eternity. Then a light appeared. It was a gentle glow of life that slowly began to take the shape of a woman with beautiful dark skin and ebony hair. She smiled at me sadly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Awena," she whispered. "I am so sorry." Mother Nature herself did not see that coming. I didn't know what to say. I'd never seen this woman before in my life, so I did not know why she cried for me as if she cared about me very deeply. "Are you one of my ancestors?" I asked her, thinking of my brief meeting with Awena mere days ago, or at least I thought it was only a few days ago. Truly, I didn't know how long I'd been floating in the darkness. "No, my dear," answered the glowing woman. "You are not of my bloodline, but we have more in common than you might think. My name is Maya. I am the one who adopted a girl named Diani and renamed her Awena 10 centuries ago. I was pleased that she lived a very long life, and when I came to her in death to deliver a message to her regarding the fate she would face in the afterlife, I didn't think 1,000 years would pass between then and now. However, I have been granted a doorway back from the peaceful place I have been resting in to speak with you." "I see," I breathed. She was an old spirit, an ancient being, the woman who raised Awena when her mother and her entire village were murdered by their neighbors. In contrast, I was a 21st century witch, and I didn't know anything about formalities between the old and young in this realm, so I wasn't sure how best to express respect for her. Maya did not seem to mind, though. "You will find peace, Awena. You will be reunited with your true love, Omari, but there is something you must do first. I am sorry to tell you that you must stay behind for a little while longer." Part of me, though I hadn't had the chance to think it consciously yet, expected this. People, both magical and non-magical, who died violently and without warning, tended to hang on to the realm of the living for longer than they were supposed to. The prevailing belief was that they had unfinished business to attend to before they could go find peace and be reunited with the souls of those they had lost before. "I understand," I told Maya. "Actually, I am grateful for this fate. I would like to watch over my daughters for a little while and ensure that they will be okay without me. I am worried about them now more than ever." Maya nodded solemnly, her eyes full of deep wisdom. I got the feeling that she didn't just know about the circumstances of my death, she knew everything. She was in some ways omniscient. "Yes, it is your daughters who will require guidance. You must do everything you can to save Alyssa," Maya told me. "You and Awena will be bound to the same private sphere of the afterlife, and she, for the first time, will have a companion there. She does not know it yet, though. When you awaken again, find her and put an end to this terrible plot that was born from treacherous bloodshed so many lifetimes ago." "I will," I promised the spirit. "Then I shall leave you now. Good luck, Awena." Maya faded away before my eyes, leaving me in pure darkness once more. Although I wasn't entirely sure that I had a heart anymore, I felt it shatter. This was a bittersweet destiny. I would have more time to watch over my daughters, but they would not be able to see me standing beside them. Furthermore, I would be unable to see my mother and my husband again until I completed the mission that was delivered to me by Maya. What if I was unsuccessful? Would I be doomed to roam in a solitary purgatory with the perpetually childlike spirit of Awena for eternity? I hoped not. Neither she nor I deserved that. When the darkness cleared, I thought that I would still be in the river or trapped inside my car, but I had been in that simultaneously metaphorical and literal cave for a long time because the sun was shining on a new scene at the riverside. The shattered bridge, which had crumbled apart at the immense power that Daniel drew from demonic sources, had been cordoned off by the local authorities. I spotted a bright orange detour sign on the road. I stood in the gravel at the river's edge. My car was no longer at the bottom of the water. A crane that was resting on the hillside nearby suggested it had been dragged out. The storm had passed long enough ago that the grass was dry. Where was Awena? Maya told me that the first thing I had to do was find her. She was the only other spirit who was here with me, and I would be the only companion she had been granted since she died a millennia ago. I didn't know much about moving around the world as a spirit, but I was quick to discover that my magic was diminished greatly. What had once been significant power honed and nurtured over a lifetime was a ghostly whisper that I could barely feel anymore. In my studies as a necromancer, I learned that spirits were not bound to earth the same way that the living were, so their detachment from the world allowed them to move more freely. In practice, however, I didn't quite know how to do that. So I simply walked up the steep bank to the road and stared down at the gaping steel remnants of the bridge. I roamed town for hours, until I figured out that it had been exactly 10 days since the night of my death. There was a public memorial to me on the roadside, as well as one in the center of campus. My funeral had already happened, my grave already dug and filled and planted with blooming flowers. My headstone rested beside my mother's, but I could not feel her there. She was in another place. I found my daughters one by one. Everly was in her bedroom, lying in bed despite the fact that it was the middle of the day. I'd never seen her take even the smallest of naps, but it seemed that the way she was choosing to cope with the loss of her mother was by sleeping away the grief. Carissa was with Nick Arceneaux, one of the people I had endeavored to kill. They were in his apartment, in downtown Deadwater. Only then did I realize that Nick might not have been at his father's house the night of the storm, and could have escaped the poisoning if I was successful. The power of hindsight. As I stood outside the window and looked in on the scene, I watched Carissa turn the page of a textbook as Nick brought her a cup of tea and pressed a kiss to her forehead. I felt a rush of guilt. That poor stupid child didn't know about his father's plans, and yet his life had nearly been ended as suddenly as mine was, simply because of the family he was born into. Not that I suddenly approved of my second daughter's boyfriend, but I was glad to see that he was offering her genuine support after the loss of her last living parent. Alyssa was the easiest to find. She was, as usual, in the mountains. Now that I knew the truth behind her affinity for the three sisters, I found it even more disturbing that she was drawn to the horrifically dark magic inside them. Alyssa walked slowly but confidently through the forest, her face pale and sad. I yearned to embrace her, but I knew I would pass right through if I attempted to touch her. My search for Alyssa coincidentally resulted in my finally locating the spirit of Awena. She was on the tallest mountain, right at the peak. Her tiny body was curled up so close to the edge of the cliff that I wondered if she was going to try to jump, but we both knew that you couldn't kill yourself if you were already dead. When I knelt down beside her, she jumped and stared at me with wide eyes. "Can you see me?" she gasped. "Yes," I replied. In death, my spirit had taken the form of the age I was when I died, so I was no different from the person that spoke with Awena from the other side of a salt pentagram not long ago. I met Maya. She told me that I am bound to this realm of the afterlife so that I can help you. Awena slowly sat upright, my words sinking in little by little. It was strange to see the soul of a woman who lived a full life trapped in the body of a young girl. What a cruel trick of nature to curse her to the form that she first cheated death in. We were quiet for a bit. For the moment, my daughters were safe. Daniel was busy cleaning up after himself and playing the role of a mourning headmaster, so the threat of his existence was not quite as dire as it had been when I first resolved to kill him. "I'm sorry," Awena whispered suddenly. "I did not know you'd be cursed to this place with me. I hoped that you would be reunited with your husband and your mother." "I will be someday," I told her. "And you, too, will be reunited with your mother and her sisters. You will see your father and your grandfather and your tribe again, Awena. I will make sure of it. I will do everything I can to help you. I will not allow Daniel to become the monster that he craves to be." "I'm the one who told you to kill him," Awena murmured. "It's my fault that you're dead. You shouldn't be kind to me." I frowned at her. "It is not your fault that I am dead. It is Daniel's fault. He is the one who killed me, and I am the one who made the final decision to confront him in the first place. You could have tried to convince me to kill him all you wanted, but if I wasn't willing to do it, I never would have. Do not blame yourself, Awena, I beg you." She stared out at the scenery for a while without responding. We were facing north, away from the town of Deadwater. Before us, the forest unfolded into a landscape of rolling hills and mountains dyed red and orange and gold in the autumn chill. With the bright yellow sun hanging lower over the horizon with each passing minute, the entire earth seemed ablaze. It was beautiful. I'd never climbed any of these mountains before. The dark magic I could sense in them made my skin crawl. Perhaps I was merely a coward, though, because the view could not be described as cursed. The sun had nearly set by the time Awena spoke again. In the meantime, I gained an unfamiliar sense of awareness about the world around me. I formed invisible threads that tethered me to my three daughters. I was able to tell when Alyssa finally climbed down the mountain and returned to the house that she and her sisters now lived in without me. I could feel Everly moving around inside that home, perhaps checking on Alyssa the moment she returned from her hike. On the other side of town, Carissa stayed with Nick inside his apartment. I did not think she would go home that night. "If we are going to help Alyssa, we must build our strength," Awena murmured. Our magic does not remain strong when we die and take on this form. I am weak and exhausted for days by simply moving a physical object in the living realm an inch. I see. Yes, I do feel a bit fragile, I replied quietly, glancing down at my trembling hands. How do we get stronger? Awena shrugged. There is no magical solution. We must rest. We must trust that those we watch over can survive on their own for some time, and, for lack of a better term, hibernate. Okay. Would you like to endure this hibernation alone, or can we keep each other company? Finally, Awena smiled. If you would like, we can rest together. Chapter 12. For nearly 2 months, Awena and I rested on the summit of the mountain that we represented her mother. We preserved our energy to the best of our ability, laying on the earth despite snowfall and freezing temperatures and prowling predators. None of it bothered us on our side of reality. Talking was one of the few things that didn't drain our strength significantly, and because we were dead, it wasn't as if we could lose our voices from speaking too much, so we often talked during that time. Awena told me about her childhood memories, not just of the day that her tribe was attacked, but also of the more pleasant times. She confirmed many parts of the legend of the 3 sisters that surprised me, small details like the fact that her youngest aunt, the 3rd daughter of the chief, really did enjoy picking flowers by the riverbank and weaving crowns out of them. Awena told me how she used to braid flowers into her hair. Her other aunt, the middle sister, was very attuned to the stars. Her magic was strong when it came to foresight, and she relied heavily on their tribe's version of astrology. That sister was the one who sensed that something terrible was on the horizon before the North tribe attacked, but the details were hazy. I think the reason that my aunt wasn't able to glimpse the attack that was coming was that the Northern tribe was blocking her magic, Awena explained to me. They spied on us, I assumed, trying to discern what abilities their enemies had so that they could prepare for it when they waged war. When they found out that my aunt could see the future, they had to do something about it. Didn't anyone in your tribe believe your aunt when she said that something vaguely awful was going to happen? I asked. Awena sighed. My father took her seriously, to the best of his ability. He was a good chief, and he cherished his daughters, but without any details beyond what she could see through the haze, there wasn't much to prepare for. Something bad could mean anything, not just an attack from our neighbors. After all, we had a peace treaty. Most people thought that my aunt foresaw famine or a large storm or perhaps a dry season coming soon. She had predicted them before, you see. Nobody expected what happened that day. I'm sorry, I told her. I don't mean to keep bringing it up. It's quite all right, Elena. It was many centuries ago, and I have had all that time to replay that day over and over in my mind. Talking about it doesn't make it any more painful. In fact, finally having someone who can listen to me is a comfort that I cannot find the words to describe. Even though this situation isn't ideal, I am glad that I have been able to offer you some form of companionship these past few weeks, Awena. I am sorry that you've been alone for so long. Thank you. I pray that I won't be alone for much longer. As do I. Awena also told me about her mother. How she named her Diani, because she resembled a baby deer with her skinny legs and bony joints and large brown eyes. Her mother was skilled in the ancient version of elemental magic, and she favored air most of all. She could bring warm, calming breezes during the coldest winter days. She could also levitate, often seen floating throughout the village like a goddess. Something that I've been stuck on all this time is how skilled my mother was in using air magic to manipulate physical objects around her, Awena admitted to me, as flurries blew throughout Deadwater and a new year came to the realm of the living. She helped build most of the structures in our village, because she could use her air magic to lift large quantities of timber and clay. The day that we ran from the Northern tribe and met the dead end at the edge of this exact cliff, I thought that she would be able to carry us into the sky with her. I weighed practically nothing, and her sisters were rather petite as well. Lifting us over the side and making it look like we fell to our deaths was possible. At least, it seems like it could have been. She was very powerful, so I wonder why she didn't try to save herself and her sisters as well as me. You mentioned that the middle sister said that you needed to survive when they first fled, I mused. Do you think there's a reason you were the designated survivor? I suppose I won't know until I'm reunited with them, and I can ask them myself, Awena replied. Looking back, I feel like they gave up too easily. The way they hid me with their bodies, seemingly cowering in fear when the North Tribe soldier found them, wasn't the way it should have ended. But hindsight is an interesting thing, don't you think? Indeed, I answered. Although with many centuries to look back on, I'm sure you would know better than me. I think I am too hopeful in hindsight. I think my memory has shifted slightly, and I'm not sure I trust it anymore, Awena muttered into the dark night as she lay beside me. In my memories, I think I want to convince myself that there could have been a somewhat happy ending to that day. Even though I know it's impossible to change the past, this is the trick that my mind has decided to play on me. I think that is what it means to be human, I told her. Our instinct to hope is so strong that it can change our own perception of the past into something more beautiful. That's why poets write about rose-colored glasses. That's why scientists dream of inventing time machines. That's why people can waste away their lives subsisting off of nostalgia alone. I don't think that is a part of your curse, Awena. I think it is an unavoidable aspect of having a heart and a soul. You're very wise for a woman who has only walked the earth for a few decades. Well, I had ancient ancestors watching over me. Some of your wisdom must have rubbed off, I joked lightly. Every once in a while, during our long rest, we would allow ourselves a brief journey into town to check on the girls and ensure that Daniel had still not made a move. He did not do much for quite a while after I died, but not because he was racked with guilt. Rather, he was distracted with covering his tracks and convincing everyone that he was truly devastated by my loss. In spite of the guilt I felt at trying to kill his son, I did not regret the plans I had for him on the night of the storm. I wanted Daniel to suffer for so many reasons. Not just for killing me, but for endangering my daughters. For stalking them with shadows, and daring to think that he could get away with soaking up such immense amounts of dark magic. Whenever I glanced inside his life, I saw his attempts to rope his son into the family legacy. To his credit, Nick was resistant. He was like his grandfather Charles and his great-grandfather before him, the descendants of George Arceneaux who did not believe in the sacrifice, let alone that the three sisters were truly a well of power. Daniel did not let it drop, though. Instead, he started using enchantments to manipulate his son's mind and to bend his will. In that sense, Daniel was more of a monster than the founder of the university. When George was met with resistance from his children, he did not force them to obey. Nick was troubled. He spent his entire life trying to make his father proud of him, trying desperately to be worthy of the Arceneaux surname. Yet Daniel was never satisfied. When he lost his wife, something happened to him to make him crueler than he ever was before. Nick bore the brunt of that change. That didn't mean Nick was an innocent victim, though. He made poor choices. I saw how he betrayed my daughter, and witnessed how Carissa's best friend happily played along because she was desperate to be the center of attention for once. When Nick and Carissa broke up, my emotions were a mixed bag. I was delighted because I truly believed that my daughter deserved so much better than him. I was also relieved because I wanted Carissa as far away from the Arceneaux family as possible. However, she was heartbroken. As much as she tried to hide it, losing the boy she thought she loved and a friend she trusted all in one night affected her deeply. But then she met another boy. I supposed she already knew him since they'd been classmates for years, but it was clear that they had not exchanged many words before. I think he has a crush on her, I whispered to Awena one night when I returned from my brief excursion into town and returned to our resting place. I was feeling much stronger than I did the day I woke up as a ghost, and so was Awena. Soon we would be able to act, though we hadn't discussed much of a plan yet. Awena smiled at my comment. I think so too. Did you know that the boy's grandmother was one of your mother's best friends? Wendy Hayworth. They were roommates when they first came to Arceneaux University in the 60s. I never got used to the fact that Awena had been here to witness thousands of lives, and that she knew more about the people who came before me than I did. Really? I murmured. That's the mother of Mason Hayworth, the man who… Yes, that's the one. That poor woman was so kind and sweet. She didn't deserve to have her son consumed by darkness like that. Ronan is not like his father, though. I can tell. Yes, he is full of light, and not just in terms of magic, I agreed. I think he will be good for Carissa. Alyssa and Cody were deeply in love. They hardly ever left each other's side. I was comforted by the fact that Cody was a strong and capable warlock for his age, who would fiercely defend Alyssa from any kind of foe. Not that I expected the young man to single-handedly take on Daniel Arceneaux if it came to that, but at least Alyssa had someone to depend on in the meantime. Finally, when Awena and I agreed that we had stored up enough energy and could reach out to the girls, we came down from the mountain summit and settled into the creaky old house where I raised my daughters. They hadn't touched my office in the attic, which meant that I was able to hold on more tightly to the surroundings. I also discovered that my office on campus had not been cleaned out yet, and despite the fact that the enchantment I placed on the doorway allowed those of my bloodline to pass through, none of my daughters had entered since my death. Awena and I set to work delivering our first message. It required almost all of our stored-up energy, but together we located a book in my office that survived George Arceneaux's purge. It contained Awena's portion of the Legend of the Three Sisters. When Carissa entered the office one night, we combined our strength to push the book off the shelf and land at her feet, open to the correct page. To my relief, she actually picked it up and brought it home with her. Our next endeavor was not quite so successful. Carissa was not speaking to her sisters, upset that Alyssa suspected my death was foul play and annoyed that Everly was humoring her. Still, she read the chapter that we showed to her in the book and learned about Awena. When she fell asleep in front of the fireplace, with the book open in front of her, we tried to wake her up to no avail. Then we tried to write a message in the pages of the book, but none of the pens or pencils in the house were obeying our transparent hands. We ended up turning the entire living room inside out, trying to help Carissa make sense of the previously unknown side of the story, but she didn't pick up on it. She and the girls were left utterly confused about the messy disaster our attempts to communicate left behind. When Bethany was sent to attack Carissa and check for the mark of Awena on her shoulder, because miraculously, Daniel still hadn't figured out that Alyssa was the one who had been chosen as the true descendant by both fate and Awena herself, we were about to intervene. Except suddenly, there was no reason to, because as soon as Bethany discovered that Carissa's shoulder was bare, she left the scene with no further protest. "We need to do something more dramatic," Awena suggested, as my girls fought downstairs about what they had just witnessed from their seemingly possessed classmate. "Let's go to the attic and use the rest of this strength up, then go back to rest. One last push, okay?" "Okay," I agreed. And so we did it. We conjured the white fog that lured the girls upstairs to the attic for the first time since I died. We drew the salt pentagram and set it on fire, leaving our message scorched into the floorboards. We weren't able to finish the last word, though. "Beware Arceneaux, help A," we told them. I was supposed to be for Alyssa, but in the end, the fact that we didn't have the strength to finish writing the name wasn't as much of a hindrance as we feared. After all, A represented both Alyssa and Awena, and each of them needed help. Awena and I were incredibly weak after all of that. It was infuriating to be rendered useless. All we could do was watch as Everly, Carissa, and Alyssa slowly put the pieces together. With a new player in the game by the name of Dr. Elijah Kong, things got much easier for them, though in some ways it created complications of the heart for Everly, and yet they were too late. When Alyssa went for a hike on the mountains on the day of the full moon, Daniel Arceneaux was ready to strike. Awena and I stood on the mountaintop, watching while everything that we tried to stop unfolded before our eyes. Awena held me as I screamed once I realized that Alyssa had been captured. I felt the barest flicker of hope when Alyssa gained the strength to fight back, but it was short-lived. Even when Everly, Cody, and Elijah came running onto the scene, I knew that Daniel had won. I shrieked at the top of my lungs as Awena clung to me. "Everything is going to be okay, Elena. She is my chosen one. I will get one last chance to speak with her before she passes on to the true afterlife. All is not lost," she whispered in my ear. But I wasn't willing to listen to her. How could I? How could any mother sit back and watch as a knife was pressed to her child's throat, and simply accept it when someone told them that everything was going to be okay? Awena had shivered just before Daniel struck. It felt like the mountains were going to break apart beneath our feet, and I feared that Awena was about to meet a similar fate. But as Daniel dragged my youngest daughter to the sacrificial ground where Awena was supposed to die 1,000 years ago, all I could see was my baby girl and her oldest sister standing just a few yards away. They couldn't hear me, but my scream echoed in unison with Everly's when that monster cut open her throat, and Alyssa's life spilled out onto the earth. Chapter 13. My daughter died in front of me. At first, all I could do was watch. As soon as the last drop of life escaped Alyssa, something dark was triggered. The consequences of her murder were immediate. There was a deafening crack of thunder so loud that it sounded as if heaven itself was being split down the middle. Alyssa collapsed onto the ground, then somehow Daniel fell too. He collapsed, unconscious on the ground. The bloodied knife that he used to kill my daughter skittered over the edge of the cliff and disappeared into the night. Instantly, Cody and Everly ran to Alyssa's body while Elijah timidly approached Daniel. It wasn't until that moment, when Carissa and Ronan arrived at the summit, to witness the terrible aftermath of a wicked act. "Elena," Awena hissed. "It's okay. I can feel her coming towards me. I'll be able to speak with her. I just need to." Awena's words were cut off. In the blink of an eye, the spirit that had once been standing right beside me was no longer there, but I didn't stop to wonder where Awena had disappeared to. All of a sudden, I was furious. Although I had been nothing but a weak, barely there spirit for months, a newfound power was awakened within me when I watched my daughter die. I felt human again. I felt alive once more, fueled by hatred and a vicious desire for revenge. I would not let Mother Nature win again. She played a cruel trick on the North Tribe, but she had no intention of letting me and Awena fix the tragedies that were set into motion on that day. She was a mischievous goddess, and I no longer trusted that she was on my side. I was alone, but I had never felt more powerful. Magic tingled in my fingertips like it did when I was a living, breathing witch. Instead of weeping over my daughter's dead body with the others, I transported myself away from the mountain and sought my vengeance. I was on the warpath. I didn't know if Daniel Arceneaux was dead or alive. I didn't know if all of that dark magic was creeping its way into his bloodstream at that very moment. I had no way of being certain that Awena was truly taking the opportunity to speak with Alyssa, nor did I want to wait around and find out. The entire world was red as anger pulsed within me, garnering so much strength that it almost scared me. Oddly, I'd gotten used to being weak. With the rush of fresh power, I felt deliciously unstable. My first stop was the headmaster's mansion. It was empty, of course, but that didn't stop me from using elemental magic to shred the electrical wiring within the walls with just a simple flick of my wrists. Then, with one breath of air and a single flame, the entire house turned into an inferno. I hovered on the front lawn, watching fire lick its way up the wallpaper inside the living room and crawl up the stairwell all the way to the attic. The house filled with black smoke and so much heat that the windows exploded in perfect unison. It was well after midnight at that point. By the time the closest neighbor noticed the smoke and called the fire department, it would be too late. Still, I waited there until sirens filled the night air, walking through the flames. For once, I was grateful for my lack of a corporeal body, because I was left unharmed by the fire. I made sure that every single thing in the house was nothing but a pile of ash, so that not even water magic could save Daniel's home. If I could not destroy him, I would destroy every possible symbol that represented him and his bloodline. 2 fire trucks rolled up to the house. I calmly left it behind, knowing that the firefighters would be tending to nothing but smoldering remains that couldn't be salvaged. I wasn't done yet, though. I went to the library, that massive stone edifice which was so emblematic of Arceneaux University and everything that George created. It stood tall and proud in the center of campus. I hated it. I walked through the front doors without opening them, moving like a deadly ghost down to the basement. The library was emptied of students and staff for the night. I used my magic to confirm as much, not wanting an innocent janitor to become the victim of what I was about to do. After, I located the archival room easily, knowing that Everly and Elijah had been there earlier that day. I started the fire there first, watching each individual page of George Arceneaux's journals curl and blacken and become nothing. His evil words were erased forever. Even though Nick had apparently survived the lightning strike that Alyssa delivered upon him, he would no longer be able to access the instruction manual that his ancestor left behind for him, if it turned out that his father did not survive whatever happened to him after he slit Alyssa's throat. Then, while my spirit pulsed with energy, I burned the rest of the archives. The fire fed on my anger and offered me more power in return. I slashed the wiring and triggered even more flames deep in the walls, just like with the mansion. Although the exterior of the library was made of heavy stone, the framing was nothing but wood, old wood, dry and aged. It was perfect kindling. Once I was satisfied that the physical history of Arceneaux University was destroyed, I moved upstairs. A trail of fire followed after me as I went. So enraged was I by the legacy that supported this campus and that evil family that I didn't feel an ounce of regret as I set fire to the books and the journals, the work tables and threadbare armchairs. I had no idea where all of this magic had come from, but I wasn't going to question it. I wanted to destroy everything I laid my eyes on. Reaching for other forms of magic, I knocked over a row of bookshelves like they were nothing but dominoes, and blew apart entire stairwells as if they'd been laid with dynamite. Once I had my way, Arceneaux Library would be nothing but an empty shell. If I didn't run out of power by the time I was finished with it, I was going to keep going until all of campus was nothing but ash. I would spare only the lives of the innocent students and professors who slept soundly in their beds. The memory of Alyssa's blood gushing from her throat caused me to let out a scream of fury. Instead of draining me, the intense emotions renewed my strength again. I pushed the burning blaze into the furthest corners of the library. In the distance, a panicked scream reached my ears. I moved to the lobby of the library, which was crumbling apart all around me as the ceiling fell down in heavy chunks at my feet. When I glanced out through the front windows, I saw that a crowd of staff members and upperclassmen had gathered in the quad. They were gazing up at the wild inferno that engulfed their beloved library. More screams sounded from the crowd as windows on the upper floors exploded from the heat. I listened to the murmurings amongst them, my spirit both within and without the library at the same time. Some were shouting about how the headmaster's house was burning down on the other side of campus, questioning if this was some kind of premeditated attack. Meanwhile, the more experienced professors took the lead and tried to quell the flames, much to my annoyance. Together, they summoned water and tried to dampen the fiery disaster. I fought back. Each time they managed to splash a heavy wave of cool water on a section of the library, daring to step closer to the roasting stone, I restarted the flames. Steam filled the air, transforming the winter night into a balmy summer evening, and causing sweat to break out on the faces of the bystanders who were too terrified to help. The staff tried and failed to overcome the flames. However, my strength wouldn't last forever, and if they got the better of me, portions of the library might survive. I didn't want that. I wanted my destruction to be absolute. Alyssa was dead. She wasn't coming back. I wanted everything I destroyed to be just as permanent as that. I wanted as many people as possible to feel my pain. In an effort to scare the heroic staff into obedience, I let out a scream so loud that I was certain I could be heard. Dozens of faces turned to the sky as if my voice echoed from the stars themselves. I flung open the front doors of the library with a fiery blast, forcing several professors to dive out of the way to avoid being burned to a crisp. I didn't want to hurt my colleagues. In the back of my mind, I knew that they were just trying to do what they believed was the right thing. They had no idea what their headmaster, their trusted employer, had just done. They didn't know the true evil was lurking right underneath their noses. I focused on my body as I stood amongst the flames, staring at the familiar faces with as much concentration as I could muster. I wanted them to see me. It was supposed to be impossible, but I felt like I could rip the world apart if I wanted to, so impossible no longer felt like it was a part of my vocabulary. Suddenly, with a loud curse, Dr. Mana, the Latin professor, jumped back from the front steps of the library. He'd been standing closest to the inferno, chanting in various languages as he muttered counter-curses to my wild, uncontrollable elemental rage fueled by the heart of a dead necromancer. As soon as he met my gaze, his voice gave out. He almost fell backward into the grass, but his colleagues caught him. They all stared at me with wide eyes. I was certain that they could see me. Perhaps they couldn't see every detail of me, but when I glanced down at my body, what had once been a shimmering mirage of my living form had turned into a fiery likeness of the woman who died a few months ago. I was fire itself, my arms and hands and hips and chest molded from the blaze to create a likeness of the Awena Quinlan they all knew. I was made of pure hellfire. Witches and warlocks knew that spirits lingered among them, but it was also common knowledge that most people would not see them unless they delved into necromancy and forged a connection. Ghosts were not a common occurrence even in our magical world, so it was no wonder why the sight of me standing at the forefront of the burning library shocked the entire crowd into silence. Many of them seemed both terrified and confused, but flickers of understanding in some of their expressions told me that a few were beginning to comprehend the sight before them. They realized that I, the ghost of Dr. Awena Quinlan, had done this. I had set fire to the headmaster's mansion and the prestigious library. The first magical university of its kind was being destroyed by the very hands of a woman who once nurtured it. Because of that, it was clear that they did not question my lingering spirit. If I wanted the library to burn, then it was the right thing to do. Just to be sure that my message was clear, I begged my vocal cords to obey and to reach their realm and echo into their ears the same as my scream had done a minute ago. Let it burn, I told them. Let it burn to the ground. They stopped fighting me. That was a relief because at that exact moment, I lost my last shred of strength. I felt fractured, floating around in fragments as I watched myself fade away before their eyes from various angles. I didn't have enough power to return to the summit of the tallest mountain and check on my daughters and their companions. My spirit simply collapsed into the fire that continued to eat away at the library. I couldn't feel the sting of the burns that would have seared me if I was still alive. There was nothing but choking, uncomfortable heat and black smoke. My spirit wavered, weaker than it had ever been. I was suddenly terrified that I pushed myself so far that I had managed to kill my soul. If that was the case, I would not be achieving peace. Then again, because I had failed to protect Alyssa, the task that Maya told me to complete was unfulfilled. I was doomed, as Awena and her mother and her aunts. Everly and Carissa were doomed. Elijah, Ronan, Cody, even Nick and Bethany were doomed. In the grand scheme of things, a burning library was a very small problem, and so I did not feel guilty for wreaking this havoc. Because I failed to help set Awena free, Daniel Arceneaux had achieved his goal of finishing the North Tribe sacrifice. Mother Nature would allow him to tap into that terrible darkness those ancient people were promised. A contained fire was nothing because, soon enough, the entire world was going to burn too.
Chapter 14. Alyssa. When I was little, the pediatrician that my mother took me to told me that the day I was born, the hospital nearly lost power. The doctor was non-magical, just a regular person who had no idea that magic was real, yet my mother had trusted her to care for my older sisters and me without hesitation for years. The lights were flickering. All the little machines that beeped and sang your arrival kept stuttering because the electricity couldn't stay on. The pediatrician told me during a routine checkup, a playful smile on her kind face. It was puzzling to all of us because there wasn't a storm, and nothing else was disrupting the power lines. All the nurses in the room were getting ready to prepare the backup generators, but then suddenly, everything came back to life when you opened your eyes and started crying. I think you turned the power back on that day, little Alyssa. You're a powerful girl. For some reason, I remembered that day vividly. I also recalled that when I looked to my mother for confirmation of the doctor's story, she had a thin-lipped smile on her face. It seemed like she didn't remember the event quite so pleasantly. It wasn't until I was older and had a firmer grasp on the concept of magic that I realized the truth of that day. The hospital's power nearly going out wasn't a random event. It wasn't faulty wiring or something that could be explained with non-magical terminology. It was my birth that triggered the energy surge that almost plunged the hospital into darkness. As magic started to grow in tandem with me, and I could feel how dark it was, I knew that was the real story. The electricity didn't stabilize because of me. It did so in spite of me. I was not a miracle. I was a harbinger of doom. I never expressed those feelings to my mother, of course. She would have told me that it wasn't true, then she would have worried about me. She'd probably start thinking that I was a dark witch in the making, and that by my 13th birthday, I'd be wicked and unstoppable. Instinctively, I knew I needed to keep those darker thoughts to myself from a very young age. I didn't accuse that pediatrician of lying. I simply smiled and accepted my lollipop after she checked my pulse, my lungs, and all of my tiny growing joints. It was the earliest memory I had in which I realized just how different I was. While my sisters were creating handheld rainbows by summoning mist and light, I was struggling to coax a flower into bloom without making the entire plant wilt around it. When Everly managed to charm the kettle to sing an operatic aria instead of to whistle when she was 14, I couldn't even heat up a mug of lukewarm tea at that same age. When Carissa helped to remodel the entire kitchen with a few waves of her hands when she was 17, I couldn't even fold a sweater using a simple household enchantment when I turned that age. Despite that, I always got the sense that it wasn't because my magic was weak. It was just that my magic didn't want me to do those things with it. It was as if the power that ran in my bloodstream had other plans for me, but it had no intention of letting me in on the secret. Thus I learned to be wary of it, and moved about the world more like a non-magical person. That wasn't the only thing that made me different, though. There was Circe, my familiar. She was a black snake of an unidentifiable species, with a venomous bite, who had the utterly bizarre ability to turn into metal, so that I could wear her like a bracelet wherever I went. There was the fact that I could walk on the cursed mountains without batting an eye or flinching in the slightest. There was something ominous about me, but I never thought that my strangeness was the result of me being the subject of an ancient prophecy. I didn't realize that I was special or chosen for a greater purpose until it was too late. Looking back on everything, I supposed it made sense. I was different from the very moment I was born, doomed to stand alone. Even when I found someone who understood me more than others, a boy that I fell in love with faster than I could spell my own name, I knew that his patience still wouldn't allow him to relate to me. Nobody could relate to me. That was the entire point. I was unique. On the morning of my 18th birthday, I earned a symbol of that. In the end, however, I paid for my uniqueness with my life. Death didn't hurt as much as I expected it to. The violence that I faced, a knife to my throat and my blood pouring out onto the ground before my eyes, was oddly painless. In fact, the second that the dagger cut into my skin, I didn't feel anything at all. I was completely numb, floating outside of myself. When I died, there was so much blood that it turned the muddy ground red. It looked as if the rain itself was bloody, leaving a scarlet puddle around my body. As the world shifted and the lights turned out, the last thing I remembered hearing was two women screaming at the same time. One was my older sister Everly, and I had a feeling that the other was my mother, though I couldn't prove it because she was already dead long before I met my fate. I always wondered what death would be like, though I never thought that it would come so soon. The more idealistic side of my mind wished that I would be able to see my father and mother again when I died, that we would be reunited in some version of paradise, and live happily ever after, soon to be joined by my sisters. I would get to meet my grandmother for the first time, and maybe even get the chance to curse at my grandfather in the afterlife for abandoning her. The realistic side of my mind, which wasn't quite as powerful as the other, suggested that there would be nothing like that. Rather, there would be nothing at all, just darkness. Perhaps I wouldn't even be aware of the darkness. In that case, it would be more like nothingness. Nothing to see or hear or smell or taste or touch. Nothing to think or feel. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to look forward to or to dread. In some respects, that version of death sounded blissful. In the more stressful moments of my life, I sometimes yearned for that kind of nothingness. Not that I wanted to be dead, but that even a sliver of that kind of peace would have felt nice when the weight of life was utterly crushing. As it turned out, death was neither of those things. When I left the mountaintop, drifting on a strange current that I couldn't identify the source of, I found myself in a very odd place. I blinked open my eyes, at least I think I blinked, and I think I still had eyes. In truth, I wasn't sure if I still had my body, or if I had left it behind on the ground for my loved ones to weep over. I was lying down. The surface beneath me was cold and rough like stone. It was dark where I was, but not oppressively so. It wasn't an enchanted darkness, but a natural one. The air was damp and somewhat earthy. In the distance, I heard a sound that was similar to that of a drop of water. I was underground. I was in some kind of cavern, or maybe a burrow or a man-made shelter. Was this the afterlife? Was this where my mother went after her car went down with the North Bridge? It made me sad to think that she might have drowned, and then woken up in a dank, shadowy cave. How strange that I could experience sadness, even in death. I sat up slowly. My hands, I still had hands, fluttered to my throat. I felt the skin there, expecting to find tattered remains of my flesh and the warm gush of my own blood, but my neck was smooth and unharmed. I didn't feel any pain at all, at least not in the physical sense. I glanced around, squinting through the gloom, but was unable to identify anything other than chilly stone walls that matched the floor. I felt an overwhelming sense of dark magic all around me, but no longer within me. The shadows that had once squirmed and writhed on my nerve endings, dripping from my spine like black icicles, were gone. It took me a moment to realize it, because I had grown so used to the feeling of that uncontrollable darkness inside me, that I didn't realize the reason I felt so different was that it was no longer there. Not in the same magnitude, at least. I still had dark magic in me, but it hummed underneath my skin with an aura of obedience that I didn't know magic was capable of exhibiting. Was this what a normal witch felt like? If I still had magic, was I really dead? Could dead witches still cast spells? I cleared my throat, cringing automatically, even though I had already confirmed that it wasn't cut anymore. "Hello?" I called out. "Is there anyone else in here?" Just as I asked the question, a small orb of light appeared from afar. I hadn't realized how long and narrow the cave was until that speck of illumination flickered to life. Staring in awe, I watched it grow bigger and bigger, slowly taking shape as it came closer to me. Soon enough, it revealed itself to be a person. A child, actually. A little girl with skinny limbs and tangled, thick waves of black hair approached me with the sure, steady footsteps of a grown woman. She glowed like an angel, and for a brief moment, I wondered if at least one of the world's religions had gotten something right. Except then it occurred to me that the cherub was oddly familiar. Not in a physical sense, but her aura seemed akin to mine. It was as if we were family. The child smiled softly at me and sat down on the ground. Her presence illuminated the cave as she crossed her legs and placed her palms on her knees. There was a wisdom in her expression that spoke of an abnormally long life, or perhaps 100 different lives lived over time. "Hello," said the little girl, though I was beginning to think that she wasn't merely a child at all. "Hi," I said to her. "Who are you?" By way of explanation, she twisted around and showed me the bare skin behind her shoulder. A gnarled scar stretched from the nape of her neck and across her shoulder blade. It was in the same place where my arrow-shaped birthmark had appeared overnight months ago. The girl turned back around to face me and offered me another timid smile. "My name is Awena," she said. "You are Alyssa Quinlan, my true descendant." So it was true. Of course it was true. I'd been murdered on an ancient altar for the sake of a prophecy. If the story of the lost daughter of the eldest sister for which these mountains were named wasn't true, I doubted the man who killed me would have made it as far as he did. "You're real," I breathed. It was more of a statement than a question, but Awena nodded. "Yes," she answered. "It is all true." "Where are we?" I asked her. Awena glanced around. It seemed as though this place was familiar to her, but also like she hadn't been here in a very long time. "I'm not sure," she admitted. "This is where I came when I died 1,000 years ago. I spoke to my adopted mother Maya here, and then I was bound to a private afterlife. I've been roaming the earth ever since then, waiting for you." "So, this is like the lobby of the afterlife?" I responded. "And everyone gets a different welcoming committee." Despite the situation, a twinkle of humor appeared in Awena's deep brown eyes. "Yes, I suppose that's a good way to describe it. Although I was told that when your mother passed away, she also spoke to Maya." I didn't know what to say to that. If both Awena and my mother came here when they died, that could only mean one thing. I was dead too. But if I was dead, why wasn't I glowing like Awena? And why wasn't my mother here to greet me instead? Or why wasn't this mysterious Maya appearing before me to introduce herself and usher me on to the next chapter of the afterlife? Furthermore, why did the afterlife have so much dark magic in it, or any magic at all? Magic was a tool for the living, a gift from nature which was life itself, to be wielded by those who were also alive. When you died, you lost access to that power. That was the mainstream belief in modern magical society. However, the dark magic in that cave was impossible to ignore. It made it hard to breathe, although breathing shouldn't have been a significant concern if I was no longer alive. Everything felt very real, even Awena. The cave felt like a real cave. The earth felt like it was the same earth upon which I walked for 18 years. This wasn't a mirage, a figment of my imagination that my subconscious had conjured up to deal with the enigma of sudden death. "What are you thinking?" Awena asked me. I realized I'd been quiet for quite some time. Instead of breaking the silence right away though, she observed me silently from where she sat. She appeared as if she was meditating. "How old were you when you died?" I asked her. It wasn't what I meant to say, but the question popped out because I couldn't make sense of the youthful image before me. "I was 67, Awena answered. "It is strange, isn't it? This is the form that my spirit has taken in the afterlife. I believe it is a consequence of the tragedy that the North Tribe brought upon my people, and a final trick from Mother Nature. This is who I was when I was supposed to die. I was never supposed to grow into an old woman." I glanced down at my own body. It looked familiar, the same form that I lived in most recently. I wasn't a younger version of myself like her, but I supposed I had never gone through a near-death experience before. "I have a question," I told Awena. "But I am afraid to ask it." "Are you afraid to ask or afraid to hear the answer?" "Both," I admitted. You have no reason to be afraid in my presence, Alyssa. You are of my bloodline, one of my children. I nodded, took a deep breath, and then forced the words out. Am I dead? Awena sighed quietly. Her eyes, so strangely intelligent and wise for being set in the face of a child, searched mine for a moment. I think, she began, but then trailed off and furrowed her brow as if she wasn't quite sure how to explain. I tried my best to wait patiently for the rest of her answer. I think, Alyssa, that whether or not you are dead right now is entirely up to you. Chapter 15. What does that mean? I asked. It's difficult to explain, Awena murmured, cocking her head to the side as she peered at me closer. I'm not certain you're dead, Alyssa, though it's not entirely clear if you're alive either. I think you're a bit stuck. Stuck? Yes, it seems that both sides of the prophecy are true. You do have the power to release the dark magic from the three sisters, and thus free my family's souls from their imprisonment, so that we may find peace together. That is what Maya told me I would be waiting for. However, it's clear that the sacrifice was also true. By killing you, Daniel Arceneaux placed a key in the lock on this magic that you can feel here in this cave, but I don't think he's turned it yet. I don't think it's unlocked. So it's unfinished? He hasn't won yet? No, not yet, whispered Awena. But he is close. You are weak and he prepared for this outcome. What do I have to do? I asked her. I want to help you. I want to make sure that he can't access all of this. As I uttered this, I placed my palms on the stone, and in turn the cave trembled slightly. Awena's lips parted in shock. I don't think this is the same cave where I met Maya after I died, she hummed. I think this is real, Alyssa. I think we're inside the mountains somehow. That explains why it feels like this. Like what? I shrugged. This darkness used to be inside me. This is what I used to carry around with me. But now that I'm neither dead nor alive, I can feel it outside of myself. It's an entirely different entity. Before, it was a part of me. I am so sorry to have brought this upon you, Alyssa. When I first learned that this would be my fate, I never thought that my true descendant would be plagued by such deep shadows. I didn't think you would be in danger like this. When I realized what was possible with your sacrifice when George Arceneaux came to this place 100 years ago, I knew I had to find you first. I am sorry that I was too late, that I didn't find a way to guide you down the right path before that monster was able to hunt you down. Awena's lower lip shook as if she was about to cry. Her eyes shimmered with tears, but none overflowed. Maybe the dead weren't able to shed tears. Either way, I felt the urge to comfort her, so I reached out and took her hand. It was warm, like she was truly alive. She shivered at the contact, but didn't pull away. Why are you saying sorry to me? I asked her. You are the one who has suffered through the worst. None of it has been your fault. But I chose you. I don't know how I was supposed to choose you, or how I even made that mark appear on your skin, but something called me to you specifically. Maybe I could have chosen someone else, and I didn't realize it. Maybe I was foolish all along, and accidentally doomed you. Well, there's no use in thinking all those thoughts now, is there? I replied. I was trying to think of what my mother might say to comfort me, if I was as distraught as Awena was. What's done is done. This is the destiny we've been dealt. Let's try to figure out how to make everything right. Awena choked back her tears and nodded, her lips forming a delicate smile. You are very much like your mother, she whispered. Have you seen her? I asked. I have been with her since she died. She was supposed to protect you and guide you to help me find peace. Where is she now? I'm not sure. We were together at the summit when you died. She looked so angry. I didn't know what she was going to do, but I tried to stop her. Only, I was suddenly pulled downwards and I found myself in these dark tunnels with you. I knew it, I breathed. I knew she was watching over us the whole time. Carissa didn't want to believe it at first, but I swore I could feel our mother's presence. It wasn't just grief or wishful thinking. My mom really stayed behind to help us. Alyssa, I must tell you something, but first I would like to show you a few things if that's okay. Show me? There is a connection between us that I don't share with anyone else. I think I might be able to invite you into my memories. I'd like you to see some of the things that I've seen throughout my very long existence. I'd like you to understand everything before you make a decision. I swallowed hard. A decision. The decision to live or die, though I had no idea how to do either. If I lived, that meant I had to find the strength to overcome Daniel and find a way to stop him from trying to kill me again, which might be impossible. Yet if I died, I was selfishly letting the entire world suffer in my wake. In truth, it wasn't really a choice. I knew what decision I had to make, but if Awena was offering to help me understand that which had confused me for my entire life, I couldn't turn it down. I wanted to see it all before I dared to rise again. Okay, I replied. I want to understand. Close your eyes. Take both of my hands. Focus on the connection between us, the shared magic of your mark and my scar. I did everything that Awena told me to do. In the process, I discovered a thread between us. It was the connection that she talked about, the thing that tethered me to her, not only because she marked me as her true descendant on my 18th birthday, but because I was born into this world with the purpose of freeing her. I focused hard, ignoring the cave around me, as well as the festering dark magic that yearned to get close to me once more. All of a sudden, everything shifted. Although I could still feel the stone beneath me, my eyes perceived a completely different scene. I was in a forest I didn't recognize, standing near a large fire. Dozens of dark-haired people dressed in clothing sewn from animal hide and fur were seated around the blaze. A woman with silver hair so long it nearly reached the ground stood before them. I got the sense that I was no longer in the modern world, and had instead been transported back to a time many centuries prior to my birth. Their bodies formed mountains. 3 sisters who, in death, became the very ground upon which they were betrayed and killed, the village storyteller was saying. It was strange to hear her speak at first. It occurred to me that she wasn't speaking in English, and yet I understood her perfectly. Nobody seemed to notice that I was there because not a single person reacted when I glanced down and gasped aloud upon discovering that I had taken the form of a child. I wasn't just in Awena's memories. I was Awena. The daughters of the chief, raised to honor and protect their birthplace, absorbed the dark magic that bled into the earth, Mother Nature's punishment for the unfinished sacrifice. They held it inside their mountainous bodies, to prevent it from seeping out into the rest of the world. It was their final act of defiance against the North tribe, but their souls suffered terribly in this fate. It is said that when the true descendant of the lost daughter returns to the cursed land, she will have the power to channel the dark magic safely back into nature and set the souls of the 3 sisters free. Somewhere out there, the spirit of Awena roams, waiting for her chosen one to appear. The storyteller paused for dramatic effect, taking a moment to gaze at each face around her individually. A steady drum beat that had hummed rhythmically while she spoke was the only sound in the forest, other than the crackling of the fire and the gentle hoot of an owl. The woman with the silver hair parted her lips to speak once more, but before I could hear what came next, everything around me dissolved into darkness. It didn't last long, though. Seconds later, I was in Headmaster Arceneaux's office. Instantly, I felt sheer terror, only to realize that the office was slightly different than the last time I'd seen it. The wood finish was gleaming as if it was brand new, and the paint on the walls smelled fresh. A man who vaguely resembled the Headmaster Arceneaux that I knew, with his tall stature and dark hair dusted with silver, was pacing back and forth. There was a journal open on the desk. I leaned forward, still bound to Awena's young body, to glimpse the date at the top of the page. I had been transported from an ancient time to the early 20th century. The man before me was George Arceneaux, the great-grandfather of the man who murdered me. He was the person who set the nightmare into motion. He muttered to himself, raking his fingers through his hair with exasperation. No matter how closely I listened, I couldn't understand him. He was speaking in French, a garbled and stuttering version of the language that made him sound as if he was borderline insane. Even though I could understand the storyteller's native language in Awena's last memory, the same superpower did not apply to this one. As George's intense emotions rapidly approached a breaking point, the door to the office was flung open. A toddler came running in, a little boy with eyes the same color and shape as George. "Papa," the child with a bright grin exclaimed. Instantly, George stopped his pacing and smiled when he saw his son. It was as if all of his agitation melted out of him upon the sight of the little boy. "Hello, Eddie," chuckled George. He picked up young Edward Arceneaux and swung him around the office playfully. The child giggled loudly with pure glee. A moment later, the scene shifted once again, and the toddling child was no longer tiny. Edward was suddenly a teenager, sitting in one of the chairs across from his father's desk. "This is why I brought our family here," George sternly said to his son in lightly accented English. "This is the Arceneaux legacy. If I am not successful in my lifetime, you must carry on in my stead." "Father, why? If it's true?" "It is true. Can't you feel the magic? It's alive, Edward. It wants to be set free from those mountains. Is it wise to set something that dark free? Do you not teach students at this university to be wary of releasing darkness into the world?" Edward countered. George sighed loudly, pinching the bridge of his nose. I watched Edward's expression and analyzed the varying emotions that flashed across it. It seemed like he felt guilty for disappointing his father, for disagreeing about George's plight to take the three sisters' well of dark magic for himself. But George didn't understand why it was in the mountains in the first place. Perhaps he believed that the sisters were being selfish, that they were keeping it to themselves until they could give it to someone of their choosing. Maybe he missed the part of the legend where the sisters were tortured by the fate they were handed, but they did not give in because they loved their homeland, and they did not want to see it poisoned by the shadows. Or maybe there was a chance that George Arceneaux knew all of those things, that he was fully aware of every single detail of the legend of Awena, but he simply did not care that claiming the dark magic would doom the spirits of 4 women to an eternity of suffering. He was that selfish and cruel. Clearly, however, Edward Arceneaux didn't take after him. The scene changed once more. This time I was no longer in the headmaster's office. I was standing on the bank of Deadwater River, watching Daniel Arceneaux dissolve into mist. He was running away from the collapsing bridge that he brought down with his powers. My mother's car had already sunk deep into the water, the storm raging on despite the tragedy. Somehow, although I had not experienced the moment with my own eyes, I understood that my mother was already dead and that there was nothing I could do. This was what Awena had seen after she went down with my mother into the river. This was what she witnessed. She was the only person other than the spirit of my mother who knew for certain that Daniel Arceneaux was the one who killed Elena Quinlan. I tried to choke back the fury that overwhelmed me, but it was impossible. It was like a second soul burrowing deep into my chest. The anger had a life of its own, but I didn't mind that it was a parasite. Rather, I welcomed it in and relished the heat of the rage. It was better than the soul-crushing emptiness of grief and the horror of knowing that I couldn't stop something terrible from happening because it was already in the past. Anger felt better than anything else, so I latched onto it. Unsurprisingly, it was ravenous. When the scene faded once more, I expected another one, but I was returned to the cave with Awena, back in my original body. My ancient ancestor watched me with wide eyes the color of fresh soil, impossibly alive inside a dead spirit. She squeezed my hands in a gesture of comfort, but it was hard to see past the fury that thrummed in tandem with my heartbeat. "I had a feeling that you already knew it was him who hurt your mother, but I wanted you to see for yourself. This has been such a long story for me, but you have lived only a second of life compared to the time I have been bound to this earth," Awena murmured. "I understand that much of your fate is confusing, but perhaps now you can see that my side of the story is the truth. You do not have to die for me, Alyssa. It was never your destiny to die." It was never your destiny to die. Those words echoed around the cavern in the silence that followed. I was shaking, replaying the collapse of the North Bridge over and over again in my mind. I was going to destroy Daniel Arceneaux. He killed my mother. Then he killed me. He manipulated innocent people, used shadows to watch over those he believed to be his enemies, and planted seeds of misfortune that the entire world would suffer through as soon as he unlocked the power of the three sisters with my death. But Awena wasn't wrong. I wasn't a key. I was a person. I didn't choose this. Like her, I was an unwilling participant in my fate. The injustice of it was overwhelming. Nature itself had betrayed me, but the anger inside me had opened up a new window into a world of knowledge that I had previously been unaware of. It had been living deep inside me, waiting until this very moment to be unleashed. I knew what to do, and thanks to the connection between us, so did Awena. "I'm ready," I told her. Awena nodded solemnly. "You are strong, Alyssa. You were born to do this, and so you must believe that you will be successful. You must be sure to release it quickly, before it becomes too much to hold. If you try to keep it inside you, it will kill you. Although you have carried dark magic with you all your life, the amount that lives in these mountains far surpasses what you have experienced so far. You must let go of it. Put it somewhere destructible. Do you understand?" "I do," I replied. "I understand." Chapter 16. I was a vessel. That's what made me different. I wasn't born merely to wield magic, but to hold it close for safekeeping. That was why I always struggled with the simplest of spells, why my magic never obeyed me. It wasn't mine. Somehow, I'd taken a piece of the dark magic contained in the three sisters when the miracle of my birth occurred. My affinity for the mountains was not due to a mere interest in hiking. It was because a part of me yearned to come home. The dark magic wanted to be whole again, so it drew me close to the three sisters. But that did not mean the dark magic was my friend. It didn't care how it was made whole and released into the world again. It didn't care if I lived or died. Not because it was cruel, but because it was not capable of such emotions. It was magic, not a person. However, if that magic was given a chance to exist within a person, just one person with the right intentions, it could be redirected into something. Some destructible. The mountains could be emptied of that foreboding power. The land that encapsulated and surrounded dead water would no longer be at risk of becoming further poisoned by it. Awena stayed with me in the cave, observing wordlessly as I finally pursued my true purpose. I placed my palms flat against the stone and closed my eyes. The internal barrier that I had automatically drawn between me and the dark magic, born from fear and habit, shuddered at the contact. With a sharp exhale, I broke it down. The darkness rushed in. I hissed in pain as it flooded my veins in greater magnitudes than I'd ever felt before. It was too much, I thought to myself. I was going to explode. Except, Awena told me this was what I was born to do. I was designed to be successful, prophesied to be able to handle all of this magic for at least a little while. I forced back my instinctive desire to shy away from pain, and gritted my teeth. Little by little, the earth poured its poison into me. The dark magic that once flowed in mountain streams, and trickled up the roots of towering trees before being exhaled into the atmosphere and soaking back into the ground, readjusted itself to its new habitat. I thought I heard Awena calling out to me, but there was a rumbling sound so loud that I couldn't hear what she was saying. I squeezed my eyes shut, biting my lip to avoid crying out in agony as the dark magic made space for itself in my bones, my lungs, and my heart. Was this what it was like to become a dark witch? To be cursed? I felt like I was being ripped apart from the inside out. Then all of a sudden, it was over. I opened my eyes, catching one last glimpse of Awena's glowing body before I fainted. When I awoke again, the first thing I noticed was the smell of rain. The slick earth beneath my body was damp with it, but the sky was clear. There was a gentle breeze, cold as ice as it ghosted across my skin. I dared to open my eyes, and found myself looking out over the edge of the deadly cliff that had witnessed centuries of horrors. There were people all around me, but because my back was to them as I lay there, they didn't notice my eyelids fluttering. A woman was crying, her hands clutching my arm tightly. Although I couldn't see her, I knew that it was Everly. "Cody, I think we need to call someone now," whispered another woman. I recognized her voice as belonging to Carissa. "I can't leave her," Cody shouted. He sounded so devastated that it broke my heart for the 100th time that night. That, more than anything else, told me that I was alive. "Guys, something feels different," said another person from a few feet away. "Ronan Hayworth. The mountains." He trailed off. "You're right," whispered Carissa. "What's going on?" I decided that was as good a time as any to reveal that I was conscious once more, so I rolled over slowly and sat up. My body was aching with all of the dark magic that I had soaked up from the three sisters. It begged to gnaw away at my heart, but I forced it to remain at bay. 5 people gasped in unison. "Alyssa," Everly cried, immediately engulfing me in an embrace. "Oh my God. Don't touch me," I commanded gently, wriggling away from her. "Everly, come here," Elijah murmured. He took Everly's arm and pulled her away from me. He was eyeing me with a wary expression, as if he understood what had happened deep down in the earth when everyone, including me, thought I was dead. "I think we all need to take a few steps back from Alyssa right now." "Yes," I told them. "Please step back. I don't want to hurt you." "What's happening?" asked Cody, his face streaked with tears. "I don't understand." "Alyssa, your neck." At his words, I reached up and touched the place where Headmaster Arceneaux had cut my throat. Just like in the cave, it was as if it never happened. My skin was smooth, but the blood was still there. I was covered in it, my clothing soaked in the ruby-red warmth that flowed out of me when I died, or rather almost died. The darkness relished in the presence of the blood, dancing on the tip of my tongue. My stomach was squirming, my head was spinning, and my knees were trembling as I forced myself upright. I held out my hands, to prevent anyone from rushing forward to help steady me. The dark magic wasn't going to be held back for long. I was not meant to be a permanent vessel. If I let it make a home in me, I was going to die for real. If I wasn't careful, I might accidentally give it the chance to destroy someone who wasn't built to handle it. For now, the people I cared about needed to keep their distance. A rustling of movement caught my attention several yards away. Daniel Arceneaux, that's who he was, not my headmaster, but a monster with a name who did not deserve a title that implied the role of a protector and teacher, had fallen unconscious moments after he killed me, according to Awena. Now, however, he was waking up. "Get back," I demanded of my sisters and the others. My tone was strange to my own ears, laced with something menacing. I felt like myself, and like an unknown beast at the same time, but my simple warning was enough to convince Everly and Elijah to usher everyone away toward the shallow pit where the bodies of Nick and Bethany remained unconscious. The ground between Daniel and me was clear. I stood there, fists clenched at my side, trying not to whimper at the effort of holding back the poison that thirsted for violence. Daniel rose slowly, grunting quietly. He gazed around him, first noticing the group gathered at the tree line, and then finally turning to see me standing at the cliffside. He immediately stalked toward me, but I didn't flinch. Rather, he was the one to stop short and snarl when he noticed that I was not a ghost or a demon or a hallucination. I was real. I was breathing. I was healed. The life that he stole had been gifted back to me. "Give it to me," growled Daniel. "That is not your magic to take. I am the one who performed the sacrifice. I am the one who must receive Mother Nature's gift to the northern tribe." For some reason his words made me laugh. The sound of my mirth was cold and cruel when it passed my lips in the form of a sharp cackle. Perhaps I was delirious, because there was nothing truly humorous about the situation. Put it into something destructive, something that could destroy, something that could be destroyed, something impermanent, something strong, something that would not linger for long. Something like a storm. I felt a smirk grow on my face, my lips curving upward. In some ways, it was as if the dark magic was controlling me, but I was not a puppet. I still had my mind and my free will. That was what being a vessel entailed. A low rumble of thunder shook the ground, as I coaxed the tiniest inkling of darkness up into the sky. This? I asked him mischievously. You want me to give you this? Stupid girl. You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed. If you don't release that magic to me, its rightful owner. I am not a stupid girl, I told him calmly. I lifted my hands up to the sky, as black clouds snuffed out the stars and wiped away the moon. Dawn was approaching, but it was not enough to fully illuminate the sky quite yet. Daniel cursed loudly at the sudden darkness, and threw a ball of flame back into the fire pit, so that he could see me once again through the shadows. Stop it now, he warned me, taking half a step closer to me. In response, I triggered a threatening lightning flash. I felt like I controlled nature itself. Like I was more powerful than the being that brokered that initial deal with the North Tribe and cursed generations to come. I am not a stupid girl, I repeated. I am the true descendant of Awena, also known as Diani, the lost daughter of the eldest sister, represented by the mountain upon which we stand right now. You no longer have the power to claim this magic. It is mine. It was always meant to be mine. You? The rest of this threat was stopped in its tracks because, as Daniel lunged toward me, I tapped into abilities that I'd never had before. I didn't need spells or enchantments. I didn't need to focus as hard as I once did. All I had to do was simply want something to happen, and it did. By the force of my will alone, Daniel froze in place as if turned to stone. His eyes were the only thing left untouched by my spell, and they narrowed in anger at me. More thunder. More lightning. For the second time that night, the sky cracked open and released a sudden torrent of rain. It washed most of the blood off of my body within seconds. Pain shot down my spine, a subtle warning. It was too much. I needed to let go of it more quickly. I pushed the dark magic into the storm. In my peripheral vision, I was vaguely aware of my loved ones huddling together and crouched on the ground for protection, as trees were suddenly uprooted and tossed across the mountaintop from the force of the gale. It was a hurricane, and I was the eye, though I was anything but calm. I let out a scream, raising Daniel's helpless body into the sky. He struggled against my magic, growling and spitting out weak attempts at counterspells. The problem was that, from the very beginning, the Arceneaux were toying with things they didn't understand. The legend of Awena spoke of ancient magic that was not born naturally from the earth, but that was created from immense bloodshed, ruthless betrayal, and pure terror. That kind of magic didn't exist anymore, and there were no textbooks that could explain how to utilize it effectively. It was not meant to be a part of our world in the first place. After all, even Mother Nature could make mistakes, and the punishment she wrought on that fateful day so long ago was one of them. If she did not regret it, then she would not have given Awena a loophole. I would not have been born with all the strength and abilities to deal with it. With a grunt of pain, I let go of Daniel's hovering body and let him crash back down into the mud. He landed in a heap, a sharp crack telling me that one of his legs had broken. I clenched my fist and twisted my wrist quickly to the side, breaking his other leg. Stalked toward him, I listened to him howl in agony. Please, he gasped, his voice almost entirely drowned out by the force of the rain that bore down upon us. I felt like we were swimming in the ocean during a tsunami, riding a wild and uncontrollable current. Daniel's face was turned to the ground as he begged for mercy. Please stop. You don't have to do this. I stood at his feet and glared down at him, twisting my wrist in the other direction, forcing his head to swivel around so that he had no choice but to meet my gaze. I had no idea how I was controlling his body. The dark magic was taking the lead as it emptied out into the bellowing storm, trying to leave as much destruction in its path as it went. I do have to do this, I corrected Daniel. You are the one who had a choice all along. You made the wrong decision, Daniel Arceneaux, as did your great-grandfather. You, like many before you, have learned the hard way that there are consequences when we try to become the masters of nature. Magic is a gift, not a weapon. When I spoke, I felt as if it wasn't just me lecturing him, but Awena and her mother, and 100 generations of witches that were born and who died in the years between us. The only thing Daniel could do was shout in pain. His legs were sticking out at unnatural angles as he tried to drag himself through the mud away from me. It was pathetic. The darkness within relished the sight of him rendered so weak, but the true side of me, the person that I was all along in spite of my dark fate, wished that all of this could simply be over. It was time to end it once and for all. Chapter 17. One of my sisters screamed as an earthquake rocked the mountains. I fell to my knees, but not because I was unsteady from the sudden movement. I was growing weaker rapidly. "Please, Awena," I prayed. "Please stay with me. I can do this." I wasn't sure if she could hear me. There was no way to know if the connection that we shared when we were together in the cave was still intact. I didn't know if she could see the world through my eyes, the same way that she allowed me to see her memories through hers. All I could do was trust that she was there with me. She would watch over me. I dug my fingers into the mud, staring at my reflection in a puddle that had pooled beneath me. I looked like me. I didn't know why that was so surprising. Part of me expected to see a monster, a black mass of shadows and uncontrollable magic glaring back at me, but now it was me. Alyssa Quinlan, 18 years old, born and raised in Deadwater. Violet eyes like my mother, unruly black curls like Awena, and golden skin like my father. I looked afraid. The remaining dark magic that I soaked up from the three sisters wasn't as willing to let go of me as I hoped. The storm was ripping the town apart beneath the summit, and like a mirror, the darkness was also shredding me into metaphorical pieces. It festered inside me hungrily. "Let it go, Alyssa," Cody shouted. "You have to let it go." "I'm trying," I called back, but the wind swallowed my voice. There was a strangled groan from the man in front of me. I looked up quickly, forgetting that I was in the process of taking revenge. Despite his broken legs, Daniel had managed to squirm away from me. The great power I had been granted allowed me to sense that there was a spell brewing inside of his throat. He was mustering what little magic he had left in his weak state, preparing to hurl an attack in my direction. I sat up on my knees and threw my arms up in a stop motion, my palms facing Daniel. The breath halted on its way into his lungs, choking him and forcing his curse to die before it could be uttered aloud. With one hand he clutched at his throat, and with the other he dug into the inside pocket of his jacket. Suddenly, I remembered the talisman that allowed him to weaken me earlier when I tried to fight back. Thinking fast, as I forced another wave of darkness into the storm, I let out a shout of protest. With a wave of my hand, I crushed every single bone in Daniel's hand. He screamed and fell backward, clutching his shattered hand to his chest, the talisman forgotten. "Alyssa, no," screamed Everly. Confused, I whirled around to stare at her through the torrential downpour. "Yes," I shouted back. "It's the only way." She knew what I was about to do. Maybe they all did. "You don't have to do this," Everly exclaimed. Elijah held her back from running towards me. "He can go to prison. You don't have to kill him." I knew what she was trying to communicate to me. She didn't think that I should stoop to Daniel's level and become a killer. In my oldest sister's mind, committing murder was something that would haunt me for the rest of my life. Perhaps it would, but there was something that Everly was forgetting. Daniel was not human. Not anymore. He was not a person capable of empathy or kindness. He had no more capacity to love or care for another person. The only thing that was left in Daniel Arceneaux's cold heart was a thirst for power. The darkness gifted me that singular insight. Daniel was beyond saving, a twisted ghost of the man he once was. He had gone dark, darker than most of the imprisoned warlocks we'd heard stories of could go. Daniel's future had no redemption arc. He had traded his humanity for something evil. While I had been floating briefly through Awena's memories, I caught a small glimpse of a conversation she'd had with my mother in the afterlife. They talked about hope. Hope made us human. The ability to be hopeful was instinctive. It was what kept us alive, kept us pushing forward to survive another day. The things we hoped for fueled and defined us. Thus, the things that Daniel hoped for, destruction and darkness and death, weren't going to disappear if I spared his life and allowed the magical authorities to carry him away to prison. Furthermore, just because I was about to do what many considered an unthinkable act, didn't mean that I was stooping to his level. Daniel was a killer, but the lives he ended were innocent victims of a cruel game. He killed my mother because she figured out his secret plot. He killed me because doing so was the only way for him to gain the power to be the strongest and most unstoppable warlock in existence. I was going to kill him for a completely different purpose. I knew I was supposed to do it. It was part of my calling, though it hadn't been written into the original plan. As the people I love looked on, I turned my back to them and struggled to my feet. Daniel stared up at me. He did not look afraid. He looked furious more than anything else, so horrified at being bested by a little girl that his enraged expression was tinged by insanity. I could hardly recognize the man who used to be nothing more than the headmaster of my school. "Don't," he hissed. "You heard your sister. Don't do this. You don't have to. You don't want to be like me." "I'm not like you," I told him, speaking loud enough to be heard over the shriek of deadly lightning that ripped across the horizon. The moon and the sun were in limbo, neither one of them willing to show their faces in a sky that was teeming with such twisted power. "And it is because I am not like you that I am going to do this. But don't worry. I'll make it quick." It was the same thing he said to me when he had been taunting me while I was trapped inside a salt circle of his creation. Throwing his words back to him was only somewhat satisfying, though. I knew that I didn't have much time left. As Everly let out another scream, echoed by the voice of Carissa yelling something else I didn't catch, I took a step back and used the last bit of energy within me to bring Daniel Arceneaux to his feet. His broken limbs were held up by my magic alone as he hovered before me like a shattered doll. "Goodbye," I told him. Then, without another moment of hesitation, I flicked my wrist. His neck twisted to the side. A loud snap filled the air. I let go of him, allowing him to collapse into a heap of bones at my feet. He was dead. There was a commotion among my audience, an argument and a scuffle of movement. I ignored them as I dragged my feet back to the edge of the cliff. Black spots appeared at the edges of my vision. "Let it go," I told myself. "Let it all go. Put it in the storm, and then burn it away. You can do this." Falling onto my hands and knees, I closed my eyes and imagined that Awena and my mother were on either side of me. Perhaps they truly were. I reached deep inside myself, scooping out the final dregs of darkness that leached away my soul. With a shriek of determination, I sent it all spiraling up into the clouds before collapsing fully onto the ground. My consciousness felt oddly detached from my body. I feared that it was because I was dying, my spirit drifting away from its anchor, but I was no longer strong enough to hold on. I followed the storm, seeing the earth through its path of destruction as it raged across town and then blasted through the dense forest that grew on the outskirts of Deadwater. The massive hurricane inferno, a destructible monstrosity of my creation, the newborn vessel of the dark magic that the three sisters held for 1,000 years, forged its way all the way down to the coast. It ripped up the earth as it went, but much to my relief, it didn't claim any casualties. At last, when the storm reached the ocean, it plunged into the sea and faded into mist. Still disconnected from my body and seemingly more storm than human, I summoned a swell of heat to burn away the last of the clouds from the sky. The final droplets of the darkness disappeared from midair. It was gone. It was over. By the time I was able to reclaim my physical form on the mountaintop, dawn was turning the sky a light grayish blue. There were no more clouds. Soon the sun would timidly peek her head up over the horizon. A million things were happening at once. My sisters were kneeling over me. Somebody was crying. Actually, more than one person was crying. Meanwhile, a man was shouting while another barked instructions. My cheek was pressed into the mud. I did not have the strength to lift even a single finger, but my eyes were open and I was alive. The three sisters, whose namesake would perhaps always be the title of this mystical mountain range, had been drained of the dark magic that Daniel nearly got his hands on. I wasn't sure if I imagined things, if the stress of the night I'd been through was causing me to picture scenes that weren't real, but as strong arms lifted me from the ground and carried me away from the summit, my gaze fixated on something in the distance. In the spot where the forest met the cliff's edge, 4 figures stood facing me. The image of them was hazy, glowing yellow like the afternoon sun, but I could make out 4 pairs of earth-brown eyes and the beautiful faces of 3 women and a young child. While I was cradled in the arms of someone who cared for me, the 4 of them waved goodbye. I tried to lift my hand and wave back, but I was unable to move. Still, I knew deep down that they understood I was wishing them well. Just before my savior carried me into the cover of the trees, heading back down the mountain, a 5th figure joined Awena, her mother, and her aunts. I saw her for only the briefest of moments, but I would recognize her face anywhere. It was my mother, and she also waved goodbye to me. Yet, as Awena turned to go with her guardians, drifting over the cliffside toward the horizon, my mother's spirit stayed behind. She was not going with them. At least not yet. Her presence would linger just a little bit longer. Comforted by the fact that Awena and the legendary 3 sisters had finally been reunited and were on their way to a much more peaceful place, I gave in to the exhaustion that threatened to crush me to pieces. Clinging to the person who picked me up from the ground, I realized that it was Cody and pressed my face into the crook of his neck. "You're okay," he whispered. "Everyone is okay. It's over, Alyssa. You're safe." They weren't just empty words of comfort. He was telling the truth. I was okay. The people I loved were okay. It really was over. It wasn't just me that was safe, but everyone else. The world was safe. Awena was safe. The mountains were safe, and they were no longer plagued by darkness. The legend that persisted through centuries about them was no longer true. I was trying to say I know, trying to give Cody a small confirmation that I understood and believed him, but the words required too much energy to be spoken aloud. "Shush," he told me, tightening his embrace. "You don't need to talk. Just rest. Just breathe for now, Alyssa. I love you." I wished I could tell him that I loved him too. The last thing I was aware of before I fell asleep in his arms was the sudden flood of people moving up the steep incline of the mountainside. The town of Deadwater had a mess on its hands. The scene up above was not just the site of a ritual sacrifice, a curse gone wrong, and an ancient prophecy coming to fruition. It was the site of a crime. A man was dead, and 2 young people were unconscious. All 3 of those things were my fault, but I was miraculously free of guilt. Maybe in time, shame for what I had done would come, but for now all I wanted to do was obey Cody. I just wanted to breathe. I wanted to let air flow in and out of my lungs, reminding me that I was alive in spite of everything. So that's what I did. I breathed and waited for the sun to rise on a new day. Chapter 18. Upon falling asleep, I found myself back in the cave. My first reaction was to scream in terror, but it came out as nothing more than a panicked gasp. "No," I pleaded. "I can't be dead." Because that's what this had to mean, right? Despite the fact that I did everything I was supposed to do, something went wrong. In the end, I pushed myself too far. The dark magic was too strong. I was too slow in releasing it from me. Nobody trained me how to be a vessel. After all, Awena could only offer me a few words of advice before we parted ways. The rest was up to me. I wanted to cry, but I felt too tired, so I merely flung myself onto the ground in despair. I thought I had achieved a happy ending. Awena and her loved ones were waving goodbye to me on the cliff. The sun was about to rise. I saw my mother again. All of those were good things. Plus, I had been in Cody's arms, one of the places where I felt safest. Because I loved him, I believed that nothing bad could happen to me when I was with him. That was obviously not true, but it was pretty to think so. It was also devastating to be met with harsh reality. Lying on the stone floor, I lamented all I had lost. At least if I was in the so-called lobby of the afterlife, I might see my mother and father again soon. Maybe wherever I was going, I could also see Awena and talk to her again. Maybe because of the connection between us, we could be friends in death. Stranger things had happened. Who would meet me here and usher me into the next realm? Would it be the woman named Maya that Awena spoke of? Would it be Awena herself yet again? Or would it be someone else entirely, a distant ancestor that I'd never known but who was waiting to meet me as soon as I died? My only option, of course, was to wait. Yet as the long minutes passed, no tiny orbs of light appeared. In fact, when I finally gained the strength to sit up and observe my surroundings more closely, I realized that this place wasn't like the first cave at all. It was not a dark bunker in the ground with no significant source of light. Rather, when I turned my face to the ceiling, I noticed that this cavern stretched several dozen feet over my head and ended in a bright circle of blue sky from which sunlight filtered. The stone was also not as cold as I remembered from my visit with Awena. It was smooth like marble and glittered delicately under my touch. The most noticeable difference was the fact that there was no dark magic lying in wait to be absorbed by me. This was a place of peace. If there was magic, it was only the kind that could do good things. Just like before, I took stock of myself. I was in my body. I had all of my limbs. There were no injuries, not even a single drop of blood. I was dressed in a simple black gown made of satin with long sleeves and a flowing hem. Was this death? Was this peace? I was growing weary of mysteries. Hello? I called out. Is anyone there? Can anyone explain where I am now? Oh goodness, came the sound of a familiar voice from behind me. Finally. I thought you would never reach out. I spun around, still on the ground. Although I had just glimpsed the empty expanse of the entire cavern mere seconds ago, my mother was suddenly sitting upon one of the smooth boulders that were piled up against the cave wall. Mom, I whispered. It's me, honey, she replied. And before you ask, no, you are not dead. My mother came over to me, kneeling down and wrapping her arms around my shoulders. I hugged her tightly, at last finding the strength to sob. I miss you so much, I told her. I know. I'm so sorry. I miss you too. But you did so well, Alyssa. You are so strong, so powerful, and you have brought great happiness and peace to those who deserve it. What about you? I asked, pulling back from her embrace and frowning with concern. She smiled. I too will find peace, but I wanted to stay behind to speak with you one last time. Your soul has been through quite a lot in the past few hours. It is still hovering between the realms of the living and the dead while it recovers, which means that you are the easiest of my daughters for me to reach right now. I created this place the moment I saw you fall asleep. So this is a dream? It is, though I was the one who made it, not your subconscious, she answered. It was only going to work if you asked for someone to appear. I could create the door, but you had to be the one to open it. I'm sorry I took so long. I really thought I was dead again. No, my darling. I am sorry, my mother responded, hugging me again. She smoothed down my hair like she used to do when I was a child, and I couldn't sleep. I am sorry for so many things. I should never have kept as many secrets as I did, and I should never have dismissed all of your concerns. When you displayed signs of instability, when your magic seemed like it might be too dark to control, I shouldn't have acted like it wasn't a big deal. It's okay, I murmured. I know now that you were always working behind the scenes to help me. I know that you only wanted to keep me safe. You didn't want me to worry. Well, in the process, I think I made things worse. I fear that we might have never had to go through what we did tonight, if I had been more forthcoming while I was still alive. In fact, if I just trusted my daughters a little more, perhaps I would still be alive. "We'll be all right, Mom," I told her. As I said the words, I knew with absolute certainty that they were true. My sisters and I would always mourn the sudden and unexpected loss of our mother just as we mourned the father we had to grow up without, but we were strong. Most importantly, we had each other. "I know you will. Even though I won't be haunting you girls like a ghost, I'll still be watching over you from whatever peaceful place I find once I leave you here. You'll be reunited with Dad, right?" A deep, tender sadness colored my mother's expression. "I hope so," she murmured. Together, my mother and I rested against the cave wall, basking in the gentle glow of the light shining down from above head. I was alive. No matter how many times I thought those words to myself, they didn't seem true. I wanted to experience it for myself, before I really believed it. Then again, I knew my mother wouldn't lie to me, at least not again, not after everything that happened. She told me I was alive, and I trusted that was the truth. This was just a dream. I was going to wake up in the world of the living. When I did, I would not see her again until the day that I died, which would hopefully not come for many more years. I thought about all of the people who were waiting for me to wake up. The boy I loved. My sisters. I was sure that even Ronan and Elijah were worried about me, eager for confirmation that I was all right. How could I explain myself to them? How could I describe the necessity of the beast I became, when I rose from the dead like Lazarus, and rained vengeance upon Daniel Arceneaux? I was a different person when I killed him, and yet I did not regret it. "She didn't want me to do it," I whispered after a moment of quiet serenity. "Everly, she tried to stop me from killing him." My mother nodded slowly. "Your oldest sister's sense of morality is strong and traditional. She will not be angry at you, though. I am sure that she has already taken the time to understand why it was necessary. Your sister will never see you as a monster, because she will always see who you truly are, and that is a good person with a golden heart." I cracked a smile. "I'm not so sure Carissa sees me that way. To her, I am a nuisance." "Well, you are her little sister." My mother chuckled. "But Carissa loves you. She has a unique way of expressing her affection for others, but I can promise you that, from what I've witnessed, she cares for you very deeply. You are loved, Alyssa. You will always be loved." "Do you think Circe is okay?" I asked all of a sudden, remembering my poor lonely familiar locked in her tank back home. She could probably feel all of my distress throughout the night, and was going insane not knowing how to help me. I was also terrified that she was badly hurt. When witches and warlocks died, their familiars often went with them. What if Circe suffered when my throat was cut? What if, unlike me, she didn't get to decide to survive? "I think she is perfectly fine," my mother replied. "She is strong and unique like you. I am certain that she will be waiting there for you to open your eyes." I nodded solemnly. "I don't know if I want to leave this place yet. You can stay here as long as you would like, but I'm afraid I must tell you that I cannot stay here with you for much longer. I am being pulled elsewhere." "Please don't go yet," I begged childishly as I clung to her tightly. "Don't worry," she murmured. "I think I still have a few more minutes, which is good because I need to tell you something very important." "What is it?" "I know that Awena told you we were there on the summit when you died. I watched it happen, and I felt so helpless that the only thing I could do was react in anger. Somehow, my spirit gained the ability to use magic like I was alive again, and I set fire to the headmaster's mansion." I gasped aloud. "Did you really?" "Well, I can't say I disagree with that decision. It's not like anybody lives there anymore." My mother tutted her tongue at my gallows humor. "That's not all. I destroyed the library too. I set it on fire, and appeared before the people who tried to quell the flames. I told them to let it burn, and they did." "Oh," I breathed. So the library that I adored was nothing but a pile of ash now. Of all the bad news I had endured in the past few months, that was the least devastating thing to hear, but it was shocking to think my mother was capable of such intense destruction. In life she was gentle and nonviolent, always patient and understanding. It was because of the archives, she explained. The Arceneaux journals. I wanted to get rid of them permanently. Nick Arceneaux still lives. Although it seems that he was under some sort of enchantment while he did most of his father's dirty work with that poor girl, I don't want him to get any ideas. But the dark magic isn't in the three sisters anymore. There's no more prophecy to fulfill. It's done. That doesn't mean a Arceneaux won't one day seek vengeance against a Quinlan witch for what went down last night. I supposed my mother made a good point. Just because there was no more prophecy didn't mean that someone wouldn't try to make it happen by sacrificing one of my descendants or me if they happened to get their hands on the version of the legend that George Arceneaux turned into a family legacy. It was better if nothing remained, and if everyone remembered the three sisters as a simple folktale. Sometimes, even if there was truth to a myth, it was better if it lay in the realm of ambiguity. I understand, I told my mother. And anyway, it's not the end of the world, Mom. We have magic. They can fix up the library and buy new books in a matter of days. I think you did the right thing. It's very comforting to hear you say so, she replied. Now I'm afraid it is time for me to go, sweet Alyssa. I love you very much. Please tell your sisters that I love them too. I will, I murmured, hugging her tightly once we rose from our seats on the stone floor. I love you too, Mom. Always. I will see you again someday, daughter. Until then, stay well. Goodbye, I said to her one last time. I stood alone as my mother turned away from me and walked down a hallway I hadn't noticed before. It was a brightly illuminated tunnel at the end of the cavern that appeared as though it was full of warmth and comfort. It was the path to a peaceful afterlife. Although it looked like a beautiful place to go, it wasn't my time to follow after her, so I stayed behind. My mother told me that I could stay inside the dream for as long as I wanted, but the moment I was alone again, I knew that I couldn't shelter in the dark forever. I had to face the light. I had to live my life. So with a deep breath, I closed my eyes and tried to manifest myself out of the dream, imagining that I was not in a cave built from my mother's imagination, but in my bed at home, safe and sound. As I willed it into existence, it became true. Before I knew it, I felt the familiar touch of my cotton bedsheets and the gentle weight of a duvet draped over my body. Even before I opened my eyes, I could sense that there were many people in the room with me, but I wasn't afraid. My mother was right. I was loved, and in turn, I loved many people. It wasn't conventional, but the family I had formed in spite of so much loss was special to me. With a soft inhale, I blinked open my eyes and greeted them. Epilogue. 4 years later. Your valedictorian speech was fantastic, Cody. Ronan complimented my boyfriend as we all walked across the grassy quad. Almost as good as mine. You're insufferable, Carissa grumbled, but when she pinched the man she loved in the arm, it was done lovingly. Even when she rolled her eyes at Ronan Hayworth, Carissa's gestures were full of affection. Of course, Ronan continued, his tone full of mischief. Nothing will ever compare to pure poetry of the salutatorian speech that year. I think people will remember that woman's words for centuries to come. That woman appreciates you saying so, but don't you think for a second that it lets you off the hook for your previous statement, Carissa muttered. Ronan chuckled, completely unbothered. Cody and I shared a secret smile in response to their banter, which was always a given when Carissa and Ronan were around. He's right, I said to Cody as the older couple moved ahead of us with their arms linked together. Your speech was amazing, even though it was the 1000th time I'd heard it. Cody snorted. Ever since Cody was officially crowned the valedictorian of our graduating class, his introverted soul anguished over the fact that he would have to deliver a speech to a crowd of hundreds. Not just any speech either. It had to be meaningful and original, suitable words to be spoken aloud at a ceremony for a prestigious school like ours. It was, of course, all of those things. Cody spoke from his heart. We'd been through a lot in the past 4 years. Thankfully, however, nothing had been as intense as what we faced the winter of our freshman year. I had faith that we would never have to endure such terror in our lives again. In the end, we made it through. We were cloaked in our traditional graduation gowns, carrying our caps and our diplomas underneath our arms as early June sunlight poured down over us. All around us, our classmates were spilled out across campus with their families and friends enjoying the successful day. All was well in Deadwater, Maine. In fact, it was better than ever before. The river ran pure and bright. The soil was fresh and life-giving again. Local farmers had experienced better crop returns the past few years than they had in their entire lifetimes. The mountains no longer called out with whispers of darkness and death. Tourism flourished in Deadwater once more. The town didn't just attract the non-magical folk who relished ghost stories and danger. All kinds of people, happy families with children and energetic explorers among them, began to venture on the Three Sisters once again. There were no more disasters or strange disappearances, nor stories of living shadows that stalked and attacked innocents. That poisonous magic, which had once been invisible to me because it was just like me, was gone. So too was the poison within me. In Deadwater, the sun was shining clearly for the first time in 1,000 years. Those of us who called this town home hadn't noticed that there was always a subtle haze of gray over the sun even during the brightest summer days. But once it was gone, we found ourselves squinting in wonder up at the pure golden rays. Mother Nature, with her many faces and opinions and goals, had renewed the town she once cursed for a portion of eternity. With that positive act, she left behind a cold reminder. She was not to be fooled with. We would remember. "Hey! What's the hold-up?" exclaimed Carissa, glancing over her shoulder at me. Cody and I had lagged far behind while I was lost in thought, ambling slowly through campus with our hands clasped between us. "We're going to be late." "I can't be late to my own party," I countered, causing Carissa to stick her tongue out at me. Cody laughed, and we ended up picking up the pace despite my argument. There was no reason for us to dawdle or to feel nostalgic for the campus we'd spent the past 4 years at. We weren't going anywhere. In the fall, Cody was going to start his graduate studies in Cursed Objects, a program for witches and warlocks who wanted to contribute to global efforts to confiscate and safely destroy harmful artifacts, kind of like the ones that Daniel Arceneaux used to weaken mine and my mother's magic on the 2 separate nights that he killed us. Speaking of that man, he was still dead. He wasn't offered the same choice as me when he was confronted with the afterlife. He did not get to decide to come back to life. That was no small relief. Thankfully, I didn't get in any trouble for committing murder that night. Once the truth about Daniel Arceneaux and his family's history came to light, nobody blamed me for what I did to put an end to the horrors. Nobody missed him either. Now that everyone, not just in Deadwater, but all over the world, knew that Daniel was the one who killed the beloved Dr. Awena Quinlan, his memory was not celebrated. Nobody who bore the Arceneaux surname was regarded as a hero anymore. Not even Nick. Nick Arceneaux had other things to worry about though. In the weeks of damage control that took place after that night, Nick and his girlfriend Bethany LaRossi were interrogated heavily. Eventually, it was determined that, even though Nick's father had definitely used a tangled web of curses to force his son into obedience, they were not totally innocent. They wanted to help Daniel Arceneaux gain all that power. According to the legal documents that Elijah acquired during the trial, it was only when they realized Daniel's goal involved murder that the young couple started to resist. Thus, for their willing role in Daniel's evil scheme, Nick Arceneaux and Bethany LaRossi were sentenced to a decade in prison. It was hard to feel bad for them. "When did you get a new car?" Cody asked Carissa, his voice coaxing me out of my deep thoughts. "Last week," Carissa answered as she ducked into the driver's seat. Cody and I climbed into the back. I wasn't going to buy it, but now that Everly lives in the middle of nowhere, and this town hasn't discovered the modern marvel of public transportation yet, I have to get to her new house somehow. Plus, she's been wanting a car like this for ages, Ronan added. She won't admit it, but it's her reward for finishing her PhD. Carissa swatted her boyfriend playfully for the crime of revealing her more sentimental side. I grinned. I think it's cool, sis, I told her. You deserve it. Did you get yourself anything, Ronan? After all, Ronan had also finished his doctoral work this past spring. Both of them were two of the smartest people I knew, and they'd been working harder than ever these past few years. The things we'd all endured had definitely inspired new areas of academic interest. Not yet, he murmured, turning around in the passenger to wink at me. Carissa was focused on maneuvering out of the busy parking lot, so she didn't notice. I'm saving up for something really special. Like a puppy? I joked. Maybe even 2 puppies. Cody added. Nope. Carissa protested before Ronan could respond. No puppies. That damn snake of yours already had all those creepy babies. We are not about to turn our house into a zoo. Those creepy babies, all 3 of them, have all been safely released into the forest, I reminded her lightly. I bet they're all on their way to become someone's familiar. How did Circe get pregnant anyway? I thought she was always with you. When did she get time to find a boyfriend? Ronan mused mischievously. In answer, the black bracelet on my wrist melted from metal into a scaly onyx-eyed snake. She slithered up my arm, flicking her tongue into the air playfully. Ronan smirked at her as if he understood. She's a busy girl. I sighed. Carissa scoffed. She turned onto the main road in Deadwater, heading south to the less populated part of town. The mention of puppies had been a perfect deflection, because she didn't feel the need to question what really special thing Ronan might be saving up for. I couldn't believe how willingly he tossed out hints. Cody and I already knew exactly what he was saving his pennies for, though he'd spent quite a lot of the sum recently. In a week, Carissa and Ronan were leaving for a backpacking trip around Asia that would last most of the summer. The travels were something they'd been planning for a long time, one last celebration before they settled down and began their careers. When they returned from Asia at the end of the summer, Carissa would be a professor of elemental magic, and Ronan would be a professor of ancient languages here at the same school our mother and father taught at. Before then, however, Ronan had a very sparkly surprise to reveal to Carissa while they were away. A diamond ring was hidden in his luggage, waiting to be revealed to an unsuspecting Carissa on a romantic evening abroad. Ronan showed the ring to Cody and me a few days ago. I already knew what it was going to look like, because Everly and I were consulted very heavily for the design and style, but seeing it in real life made me more emotional than I expected. My sister was going to come back from her vacation engaged. For all our arguments and disagreements, I believe that Carissa truly deserved the love story she got with Ronan. For a while, we thought she might actually end up settling down with Nick Arceneaux. When he cheated on her, we worried that she would become a heartless robot chained to academia for the rest of her life. For my sister, Ronan Hayworth was an unexpected miracle. He brought out a side of her that was genuine and sweet. Ever since she fell for him, she stopped hiding behind a mask of perfection. When she ended up losing the title of valedictorian to him during their senior year, by a shockingly small fraction of a percentage point, she wasn't even that upset. If that had happened to the old Carissa, she would have ripped this entire town apart with her bare hands. Cody leaned over in the back seat and pressed a kiss to my cheek. I grinned at him. What was that for? I asked. You're cute when you're deep in thought, he murmured. And you're cute when you say I'm cute, I countered before kissing him on the cheek in response. No kissing in the new car, Carissa commanded. Oh, really? Laughed Ronan, coming to our rescue as Cody and I sheepishly pulled away from each other. Didn't we break that rule last night then? Shush. I snickered. Ronan was going to be a great brother-in-law. It looks like Everly planted more sunflowers, Cody commented as we pulled into the driveway of a quaint stone cottage nestled into a serene forest clearing. We were only a few miles outside the hub of downtown Deadwater, but it was as if we had stepped into a fairy tale land. Actually, I think Elijah is the one with the green thumb, I corrected him. Speaking of brothers-in-law, Everly and Elijah finally got married last autumn. Finally, not because it took a significant amount of effort for him to convince my sister to accept his proposal, but because their love story had been nearly a decade in the making at that point. After rekindling their romance following years of separation, Carissa and I thought they would settle down right away. We should have known better. Everly and Elijah had a reputation for taking their time when it came to love. That was all in the past, though. They had a bright future, as evidenced by the round swell of my oldest sister's abdomen when she opened the door to the cottage and greeted the four of us with a warm smile. Once Everly and Elijah had their wedding, everything else fell into place quickly. They bought a charming cottage in the more rural region of town, and a few months later, Everly announced that she was pregnant. She was due in October. "Congratulations, you two," Everly sang, pulling Cody and me into a tight embrace. "You should be very proud of yourselves for achieving this milestone." "I agree," added Elijah, stepping in to offer me a more gentle hug and then shaking Cody's hand with a bright grin. "And now it's time to party." Everly and Elijah had insisted on throwing us a graduation party at their new house. It looked like they went the whole 9 yards with decor and food, but the truth was that we didn't have many people to invite. Despite all the changes we'd gone through over the years, Cody and I remained introverted creatures. We had a few friends who were on their way to stop by the party, but it wouldn't be anything like the bash that Carissa threw when she and Ronan graduated. That was a good thing, though. I still wasn't a fan of massive house parties. While Cody and Ronan broke out ridiculous dance moves to match the embarrassingly corny playlist that Everly compiled for the party, with Carissa and Elijah looking on in mock horror, Everly ushered me into the kitchen. "Let me see that diploma," she insisted, gesturing for me to hand her the leather booklet that contained my graduation certificate. I willingly relinquished it, taking the opportunity to shrug out of the plasticky gown. Underneath the ceremonial garb, I was wearing a sleeveless dress the color of the midnight sky, which Carissa had been delighted to help me pick out when I asked her to take me shopping last month. In the decorative mirror hanging on the wall nearby, I caught my reflection. My waves were tied in a simple chic knot at the nape of my neck, leaving my shoulders and collarbones bare. On the back of my right shoulder, an arrow-shaped birthmark stood out on my pale skin. After I released the dark magic and helped Awena find peace, the mark didn't go away. I didn't mind. In truth, the strange tattoo never truly represented anything bad. If the Arceneaux didn't exist, it would have been nothing more than a symbol of a pure positive calling, rather than a signal that I was a subject of sacrifice. I preferred to think of it in the former sense. Plus, now that the darkest chapter of my life was over, I didn't have to hide the birthmark anymore. It was a comfort to me now, a reminder that I came from a strong and powerful bloodline of formidable yet compassionate witches. Everly cooed quietly, tugging my attention away from the arrow that would forever live on my skin. When I turned around, I found her fighting back tears of happiness, her hand pressed over her chest as she stared down at my diploma. "Oh please," I laughed. "Don't tell me you're going to cry again, Em." She giggled, dabbing at the corners of her eyes. She'd already cried at least twice before that day, during the actual ceremony. "Sorry. It's just these pregnancy hormones, and I'm just so proud of you, Alyssa. You've been through so much and struggled with your magic for so long." I wrapped an arm around her waist and gazed down at the fancy piece of paper alongside her. For all her funny tears, she did have a point. Magic was always hard for me. It didn't want to be tamed or forced into obedience. It was a dark, forceful thing that yearned to be set free. Once I released the darkness of the three sisters into the sky, that part of me shifted. My magic was still more dark than light, but it became perfectly manageable after I had recovered enough from the trauma to attempt casting a spell. I wasn't the most gifted witch the world had ever seen, but I was doing a lot better now. I could light a candle without setting my bedroom on fire, for starters. "It's strange," I murmured as the others continued to goof around in the living room. "Time passes so quickly, but you don't realize it's moving so fast in the moment. Like, I can't believe it's been 3.5 years since Mom died. It feels like she's still here. I know what you mean, Everly sighed. I keep thinking she's going to walk through the front door any minute to join the party. It wasn't painful to talk about our mother nowadays. Grief had a way of fading, of not biting quite as hard as time went by. The injustice of our mother's demise would always feel like a scar on our hearts, but my sisters and I were doing our best to lead lives that she would be proud of. When I woke up from the dream where I spoke with her a final time in the cavern, I told my sisters what she said. With her blessing, we took comfort in the fact that she was at peace with our father, the man she spent nearly 2 decades loving and missing in equal measure. I can't believe I majored in magical history, I remarked quietly, touching my fingertips over the cursive lettering on my diploma that declared the nature of the degree I earned. I'm the least impressive Quinlan witch by far. Nonsense, Everly chastised me. I think you are the best of us all. I rolled my eyes in jest, though I knew that Everly meant it. The diplomas they handed out to graduates looked different than they used to. The one in Everly's hands bore almost no resemblance to those that hung in her office and my mother's old office. After the scandal of Daniel Arceneaux's wickedness, the destruction of the journals didn't stop the truth from leaking to the magical media. It made global headlines. Arceneaux University wasn't just any school. It was the first of its kind. For the past century, it had been hailed as the magnificent brainchild of a genius who was brave enough to sail across the Atlantic and forge a new path for young witches and warlocks. To this day, it remained one of the most competitive and prestigious magical universities in the world. Yet, because it was suddenly no secret that Arceneaux University had been founded for the sole purpose of trapping the descendant of Awena and promptly killing her for access to ancient dark magic, the school board decided that it was best to undergo a rebrand. The word Arceneaux had become akin to a curse in recent times, and if the school wanted to maintain its status, it could no longer share the name. The first step had been to appoint a new headmaster. The board chose Dr. Jasmine Silky, who came highly recommended by Dr. Vetiver, one of the most respected professors at the school. She was young, just a year older than Everly, but she was smart and determined to help heal the university from the tragedies it had suffered through. Carissa questioned why Everly herself didn't go for the job, but we were all still recovering from the stress of the overall ordeal. Taking on the role of headmaster would have only made that recovery more difficult for Everly. Anyway, Everly had an official role on the school board now. So did Elijah. In the end, being friends with Jasmine when they were PhD students paid off in more ways than one. Headmaster Jasmine E. Silky was typed underneath the bold, charming signature she had scrawled at the bottom of my diploma to make it official. My name was typed in italic font in the center of the paper, Alyssa Iris Quinlan, followed by Bachelor of Arts, History of Magic in smaller print below it. Even as I read it over and over, it hardly seemed real. I'd really done it. I graduated from college. I earned a degree. School never came easily to me. When I was younger, part of me wondered if I would give up and drop out before I could reach the end. Luckily, it wasn't nearly as hard as I thought it would be, not with Cody and everyone else by my side. The most interesting thing about the diploma was the heading at the very top. The school colors had been lightened a few shades from navy and bronze to periwinkle blue and bright gold, the latter creating a pretty border around the edge of the page. In strong, noble, traditional font, the name of the university from which I had just graduated was printed for everyone to admire as soon as I was able to put it in a frame and display it. Awena College. Arceneaux University didn't exist anymore. Everyone agreed that part of the rebranding process had to include a name change. Even though most people would still remember it under its original title, nobody wanted any manifestation of the Arceneaux legacy to be carried on into the future. According to Everly and Elijah, the school board went back and forth about new name suggestions for weeks, sometimes debating the options late into the night. In the end, the right choice was obvious. It was because of Awena that the school was founded in the first place. Her memory was the driving force behind the creation of the university, in spite of the impure intentions of its foundation. Furthermore, it was her story, now rejoined with the legend of the three sisters, that made Deadwater special. It made sense to rename the school after her. Awena College, I uttered to myself. It has a nice ring to it, Everly said, a wistful smile on her face. So does the newly rebuilt Quinlan Library. I couldn't help laughing at that. The library wasn't exactly newly rebuilt. Reconstruction started the day after my mother's ghost burned it down 4 years ago, and was finished by the end of the week, but when the staff and students learned why the vengeful spirit of a former professor destroyed it in the first place, a petition went around campus demanding that the new library was named in her honor. What are we talking about, in here? Elijah asked all of a sudden, poking his head around the corner. You can't be a wallflower at your own party, Alyssa. Show me the rule book. I jokingly protested. But there was no point in resisting my brother-in-law's enthusiasm, especially now that it seemed Ronan had managed to get quite a few sips of champagne into his system. Letting go of our shared nostalgia, Everly and I allowed Elijah to drag us out of the kitchen to join the others. A few of my classmates arrived at that point with their families, so the event was in full swing. I quickly located Cody and clasped his hand tightly for social support. Hey, by the way, I never asked what your post-grad plans are, Alyssa, Elijah said. I know Cody's on the path to professorship, but you've been rather mysterious. I shrugged, aware that several people were listening in to hear my response to Elijah's question. Although it made me feel a bit uncomfortable, a lot of people saw me as a heroine. It wasn't every day that a young girl became the subject of an ancient prophecy and championed victoriously against evil. It was technically true that I had vanquished a monstrous warlock and saved the world from countless potential misfortunes, but nothing about that experience had been particularly empowering. I was terrified out of my mind the entire time, so I was pretty sure that disqualified me from being a hero. Regardless, I knew I was the topic of various news articles floating around in the magical community. Everly and Carissa worked hard to shoo away the curious journalists who wanted to know more about the true descendant of Awena, but the modern era granted them many other resources. Suffice to say, Deadwater's young savior didn't have a bold prophetic future ahead of her. I didn't want to be famous. I wasn't interested in being celebrated and respected for centuries to come. Going down in history was never on my list of life goals. I just wanted to be normal. A happy life full of love and peace was all I asked for. Well, I'm glad you asked, I began, fixing Elijah with a confident smile. He was a tenured professor of necromancy. By comparison, I was a nobody, yet he was always so kind that I never felt intimidated by him. I actually have no idea what I plan to do for the rest of my life, but I've recently discovered a passion for creative writing, so I think I might try to write a book. Really? Replied one of my classmates, a dimple-cheeked boy named Matthew. Like, about what happened? No, I don't think it'll be nonfiction, I said. I'll leave all the painstaking research and truth-telling to the true academics in the family. I just want to write a story. Something with a happy ending. Sounds cool, Matthew responded with a genuine grin. Good luck, Alyssa. Can't wait to read it. Elijah squeezed my shoulder affectionately. I think that's a great idea. Me too, admitted Carissa, which was the closest thing to a compliment she was ever willing to pay me. I think there have been too many boring doctors in this family. We need a wacky author to lighten the mood. Cheers to that, exclaimed Everly from across the room. Everyone erupted into laughter. I breathed a sigh of relief when the conversation floated away from the subject of my future career path. The party attendees knew that I didn't like being the center of attention, so they didn't force me to endure the spotlight for long. The rest of the evening passed in a pleasant, comforting blur. I was happy. It was true that there were a few people missing from the picture, people that would be missing until we met again in the afterlife, but my life didn't feel fractured. It felt whole. As the evening blended into night and a crescent moon rose over the woodland cottage, Cody took my hand and led me out to the backyard. Underneath the glow of the stars, the triplet swells of a mountain range greeted us over the tops of the trees. The mountains stretched the length of Deadwater, connecting my childhood home to Everly's new house miles away. Cody and I were blissfully alone out there. In the distance, muffled party chatter continued, but we wrapped our arms around each other and floated in the relative quiet of the wilderness. Lightning bugs flashed in the shadows like fallen stars, and crickets chirped cheerfully from the bushes. "I love you," whispered Cody. "And I love you," I replied, reaching up on the tips of my toes to kiss him. He smiled into the kiss, making my heart flutter. When we parted a minute later, Cody was still smiling. "Hey," he said, nodding his head toward the forest. "Hey, what?" I laughed. "I was wondering." "Wondering?" I raised an eyebrow at him. It wasn't like him to be cryptic, but I could tell from the mischievous glint in his eyes that he was playing around. "I know we've got a whole party of people to mingle with in that house, but I could really use some fresh air," he said. "Me too," I admitted. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" "Definitely," Cody grinned. "Want to go for a hike? Just a quick one?" I squeezed his hand, already pulling him into the moonlit forest with an eager smile dancing on the corners of my lips. "Always."
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.